Mark Butcher here, hello and welcome to live coverage of England's three-match one-day international series against South Africa. England are back on TalkSport 2 for the first time since the Six Fest in the Netherlands back in June of last year, and having already qualified for the World Cup in India, are gearing up for their title defence. For the host South Africa, things are rather more complicated, more of that later, but for now the world champs are back on TalkSport 2 and Jofra Archer is making a long-awaited return.
Archer in, right arm over, a little bit of wicket, it's racked on by KL Rahul. Archer has the first wicket of the series.
I know whenever I'm fully fit, I don't think there's much that can stop me. It's just a matter of when that was going to be.
Having watched him from a distance, I think he's one of the most exciting things that happened to cricket the last decade.
Oh, he's knocked him over. It's full of length, it's quite brilliant.
To be honest, I had the best time being injured. As I said, I had stuff to keep me going.
He's a really valuable commodity, isn't he? So it's fantastic to have him back. It's great to see him back playing competitive cricket.
In goes Archer, around the wicket, it's up, back pad, he's gone. He's got it.
No one's going to remember all the good stuff I just done in the SA20, so yeah, it was only as good as your last game, so hopefully every game that I play, is at least half decent.
Jofra Archer will be making his long-awaited return, we think. Also back for us is regular and legend, that is Steve Harmison, formerly of the High Veld Lions, so he knows a thing or two about bowling fast out there in South Africa. And for the very, very first time, very pleased to say that Mickey Arthur, former head coach of Australia, Pakistan, Sri Lanka and of course South Africa, will be joining us for these three one-day internationals. Gentlemen, Jofra Archer back. I mean, this is perhaps a little bit of a low-key series as far as England is concerned. We'll perhaps talk about the connotations for South Africa in a minute, but Jofra Archer back is something that should be pleasing not just England fans but cricket fans all around the world.
Yeah, look, it's really exciting, incredibly exciting for fans around the world. I think, having watched him in the SA T20, he's been sort of champing at the bit. Couldn't wait to get out there. His talents are incredible. So really exciting to watch him back in England colours. Steve, you know a little bit also about coming back from injury. It's been almost 2 years since Jofra played for England. He's had two elbow injuries, then a stress fracture just as he was about to come back last summer. How's he going to be? You reckon he's about 80% fit? What do you reckon?
Yeah, I think physically he'll be 100% fit, but I think from bowling point of view and match sharpness is probably about 80% fit. And when I first switched the TV on during the SA20 and thinking, right, he's going to ease himself back in, I think his second ball was about 93 mile an hour. So I'm thinking, well, he's easing himself back in, this could be a good sign for England. But when you look at what he's done, the character, the colourful character that Jofra is, the gold chain, the watch and everything that goes with it. We just heard a sample size of what he said there. He's had a good time being injured. I've been in Barbados, I've been on the beach, I've walked the dogs, I've enjoyed the fact that, because some people when they get injured, it's like I'm in the dingiest, darkest hole, I'm in the gym by myself with a fitness trainer who doesn't understand the game, who hasn't played the game before. But Jofra just seems as though he's got the right character to be injured, and I think because of that, I think now him coming back, he's not going to be worried about potentially it going wrong, if you know what I'm trying to say.
Is that too much honesty, perhaps? Sort of telling everybody, well, I'm getting paid all this money by Mumbai Indians in England as a contracted player, but I'm quite happy to be injured walking the dogs. Or are you happy to hear that sort of that happy-go-lucky, carefree attitude from a guy?
Yeah, I am, because I think that sums the character up. He is carefree, happy-go-lucky, and he's living the dream. I remember we were down at Sussex last year, and he was obviously injured, but he was doing his rehab at the time, and we'd be in the nets in the morning, or game just started, and he'd come in down in Hove. He'd arrive there on his little powered scooter, and he'd come in, and he'd come, big smile on his face. He'd go out, do his gym, boom. Next thing he saw, high-powered scooter out the gate, and off he was. But he was doing his work. He was genuinely interested in what Sussex were doing. And he was getting himself back to peak fitness and ready to perform, which I'm sure he's going to do in this series.
I mentioned in the intro there, Steve, that England have already qualified for the World Cup. They had a bit of a rough old time of it post the Netherlands, which was a bit of I suppose an easy open goal for England on that three-match tour there in June. But after that, didn't perform particularly well against India or South Africa. and they seem to be finding their way. There's a few moving parts in this England team, which was not the case in the run-up to the 2019 win. How do you see Jofra being reintegrated back, and how important is it that Josh Buttler has that weaponry at his disposal?
Yeah, I think it's important that he's got either Jofra or Mark Wood in his group for every single 50-over match leading into the World Cup. I think they are two spearheads that will make a difference in the subcontinent. When I look at last summer, yes, the six-fitting fest against Holland was one thing. The loss to India and South Africa, for me, was down to one man. I don't think anybody thought Owen Morgan would retire before the 2020 World Cup. And I think once you took Owen Morgan out of that group, I think there was actually a lot of people in that group having to think for themselves. And they were going, well, normally I just come, put my bags in, I go out in the field, Owen tells me what to do, I either hit it, I bowl it, or I go and fetch it. And I think when he went, I think that England lost a bit of that. I don't know what you think, Mickey, from a coaching point of view. You've had a new coach coming in, but what you've got with that is, I think then Joss had to quickly work out what his game plan was for himself as a captain, think on his feet in a short period of time, because Owen went in no time at all. And I think it wasn't until after the series in the summers had gone before Joss and Matthew got their heads together and gone with a plan of, this is us now, it's our team, not Owen's team.
Yeah, exactly right. I think talking to Matthew Mott, I saw him a while ago at a director of cricket meeting, and he was saying exactly that. He said, he got all the information from Owen Morgan in the Holland series. They spoke about teams, they spoke about roles, which any coach and captain, for the players, they need to know exactly where and how they fit in. And he got all this information, and they were making their way to the World Cup, and suddenly he was gone, and suddenly roles changed. There was a little bit of nervousness within the environment. The environment becomes a little bit insecure because suddenly the captain's going. People don't know who's going to be the next captain and what roles they're going to have, what team balance they're going to want. So he said there was a little period there of not turbulence, but a little period where they had to find each other out, and they had to work through how Josh and Moddy, how they wanted to take the team forward, which they seem to have cleared up now. And I just think that the talent that England have available, particularly in white ball cricket, is mouth-watering.
Certainly is. England in this series will be without the services of Joe Root, who's playing a T20 tournament over there in the UAE. Of course, Johnny Bairstow out injured. Mark Wood rested for this one. Of course, Will Jacks, who's right up there in terms of the top of the hitting charts in the SA20 at the moment, is on his way to New Zealand to prepare for England's Test match series. So England without some star names for this series. They're still chock-a-block full of talent, and of course Jofra Archer is back, so that more than makes up for anybody that might be missing. Earlier this week he caught up with TalkSport's Neil Manthorpe and says he doesn't feel he's missed a huge part of his career because of his elbow injury.
Yeah, there's no reason to look back. I've done my time and I'm here now, so that's the most important thing. To be honest, I had the best time being injured. As I said, I had stuff to keep me going, my friends, my family, the gym. So, I'm not upset at all. I don't think I wasted any days as well when I was injured, so I'm happy.
So how much of a work in progress is the recovery?
Probably say about 80%. Just some fine-tuning, just more discipline more than actual cricket stuff.
What kept you going during the rehab? I mean, it was 18 months not doing what you do.
Lots of dogs, 6 of them. Yeah, I went a bit crazy. Probably a month after I got back to Barbados, I got about 5 dogs in the space of 4 weeks. So, just a routine, to be honest, kept me going. Shoveling lots of poo and feeding lots of dogs.
Was there any doom during that time? Did you have any doubts? Did you wonder whether you would get back?
No, not really. Probably the time frame, if I'm being honest with you. I know whenever I'm fully fit, I don't think there's much that can stop me. It's just a matter of when that was going to be. So, luckily everything happened a lot sooner than it. Well, I wish it happened a lot sooner, but I'm not gonna be upset or bitter about how the timing's been. I think everything happens for a reason, and I guess there's a reason I'm here in South Africa right now.
Jofra Archer there with Neil Manthorpe. I have Steve Harmison and Mickey Arthur with me. I mean, there must have been a time there for Jofra where he wondered if he'd ever get back to bowling. I know he sounds very very sanguine about the time out of the game. However, you wouldn't be human if you didn't think, the injuries keep mounting up, the same injury keeps happening again and again. Is this going to be the end for me?
Yeah, we've talked about Jofra's honesty about enjoying being injured, but when the doors close and the four walls start caving in, you come back from an elbow injury, you think, right, I've cracked it now, and then all of a sudden your back goes. You are only human if you don't think that I might never play or get to the standard I was. But then you trust the process of your body being put back together by experts. You trust the people that are helping you. And then it comes down to the mindset of the individual and what the mental strength of the individual's got. And I think with the relaxed mentality that he has got, the belief he's got in his own ability, I think there are. I'm sure Mickey will have seen many people like that. But I've seen many people, young bowlers, who get to that point 18 months out after having two big injuries, and you're thinking he's not coming back. He's just not coming back. Where you probably don't see that with Jofra.
Mickey, you've worked with some Rolls Royces in your time. Do you think, moving the focus perhaps away from Jofra himself, but do you think that England's captains and coaches and management will have learnt something about how to manage perhaps his talents a little better? There was a lot of talk, and I certainly was one of the critics, that England rather bowled him into the dust because of his special talent in the first coming of Jofra Archer. Will they perhaps handle him better this time?
I think they'll certainly do that, Butch. I think it was in Hamilton, was it? I think Joe Root bowled him.
Mount Maunganui, bowled 52 overs. 50. I don't think I'd ever play cricket again if I'd rocked up on that pitch again.
No, it's flattened 52 overs. So they would have learnt a hell of a lot out of that. And the thing with Jofra is he also looks robust. He's got all the attributes of an athlete. So the attributes are there of a genuine quick bowler. So if he has gone through all these injury concerns, they would certainly have taken note. I think they would have learnt a little bit more about Jofra during this time as well, as to exactly what makes him tick. I know they've had him quite close to the setup, so they would have learnt a lot about him as well, and it will allow them to plan properly for his reintegration.
Okay, England opening up their series against South Africa in Bloemfontein, right in the heart of South Africa. Orange Free State. Mickey Arthur would have played for them. Also a ground that hosted players of the calibre of Alan Donald and of course Hansie Cronje. Even our own Matthew Hoggard had a bit of time at Free State. We reckon there might be 1 or 2 runs scored on the pitch out there. Let's speak a little bit about South Africa, gentlemen. It's interesting. They at the moment are in real danger of not qualifying for the World Cup proper, and in that case having to go and play in a knockout qualification series in Harare later on in the year. Why has that come about? What are the circumstances that have led them to the point where they only have 5 matches left in which to qualify for the World Cup?
Yeah, it's very sad, to be honest. I mean, South Africa should never find themselves in that position with the amount of talent that they have at their disposal. I think they've probably downplayed the 50-over game just a little bit. I think they've obviously never played their best team, I don't think, over the last year or so. They've never had their combinations spot on. And they've prioritised the SA20 over perhaps missing out on a World Cup, which is very sad.
That is extraordinary, isn't it? I mean, the SA20 SA20, so there's no T in it, has been a success, hasn't it? They've taken a week's break in order to fit in these 3 one-day internationals against England, but they forfeited 3 matches against Australia, which cost them points and means that they are in real danger of finding themselves on the outside in a World Cup. That's an extraordinary thing. How bad had things got in terms of the public engagement with cricket in South Africa that they felt the need to take such a drastic step to prioritise a franchise T20 tournament over their international team?
Well, I think the public haven't supported domestic cricket well over a long period of time, so it was quite cool to see that the stadiums were full now. Obviously giving up 3 ODIs in Australia, but I think being South African and seeing the stadium so full back home is quite cool.
So you think it was a gamble worth taking? Seriously, I mean, the chances are that South Africa preferably would win all 5 of these games. So they've got 3 here against England to make up for the matches that were lost back in 2020 due to COVID, and then they have 2 more one-day internationals versus the Netherlands in March and April. Now, they are also waiting upon Sri Lanka versus the West Indies, and Sri Lanka winning matches there will make life difficult for them. So they probably need 5 out of 5 to guarantee being in the top 8. Anything less than that might see them having to go to Harare and qualify with the 5 associate teams plus whoever misses out, which could be Ireland, Zimbabwe, Netherlands, Sri Lanka, or even the West Indies.
It's high risk. It really is high risk. You get rained out against the Netherlands, who they should beat. Well, we thought we'd beat them in the 2020 World Cup. But you get rained out in one of those games. You're going to Harare to qualify. There's some very good teams that are going to go there. Sri Lanka are probably going to go there. You'll have the islands. You'll have Scotland. You'll have Zimbabwe, who are playing very good cricket, and only 2 teams qualify out of Harare. Again, we saw West Indies getting through by the skin of their teeth the last time, and helped out by a bit of rain. So it's a tough. You don't qualify and don't go to a World Cup. It costs you revenue, but it costs a lot in terms of interest in the game in South Africa, and that for me is the biggest worry.
There's always intrigue with South African cricket for one reason or another. Themba Bavuma finds himself under fire yet again as captain of the side. There's a new coach, Mark Boucher, obviously left his role as head coach, and the new Red Bull head coach, Shukri Conrad, is going to take interim charge of the 50 over side. It just seems like there's chaos around South Africa at this moment in time. Is that a difficult scenario to come into when these matches are so important for them?
I think so, but I think most of them have come off playing the SA 20, so I think, and most of them have done quite well. So I think, although there's a lot of confusion and all that, I still think coming into a game, I think most of them are in good form. So I think if they can play their best stuff, I think they stand in good stead against England in this ODI series.
Yeah, there's some big names, of course. I mean, let's get specific here about what South Africa have at their disposal. You've got bowlers of the quality of Ngidi and Nortje. Of course, Kagiso Rabada is one of the very best in the world. You add to that the experience of David Miller, Quentin de Kock, who's a little bit short of form, I suppose, at the moment, but still world class. I mean, this is a terrific side we're talking about here. I mean, is there a psychological issue perhaps with South Africa? You mentioned the loss against the Netherlands in the T20 World Cup. Is it less a case of talent and more a case of kind of being able to get together, decide what type of cricket you're going to play, and go out there as a united force and go and do your best stuff?
Well, that's exactly what I think the new hierarchy will be doing. Certainly, Rob Walter, who comes in after the series, Shukri Conrad, who's the Red Bull coach, they'll be trying to sort all that noise out, because there has been a lot of noise around South African cricket. Let's be honest. Themba Bavuma not playing in the SA20, still leading South Africa.
Yeah, I mean, for our listeners, just explain that for a second. There was a bidding process, wasn't there? And your white ball captain didn't get picked up by any one of the 6 franchises.
Yeah, it's kind of bizarre. But, he didn't get picked up in the auction. But yet he captained South Africa at the 2020 World Cup in Australia. I think Themba Bavuma is a good enough player to be brutally honest. I think technically he's very good. I think he's a tough little guy. He likes the challenge. He loves the battle. I do think that he's good enough. 2020 cricket for me is his worst suit. I think he should be captaining the Test team and perhaps the 50 over team, but perhaps not the 2020 team. So there's so many dilemmas and there's so much confusion. Let's hope they can get it right, because world cricket needs a good South African team.
Certainly does. The voice there of Mickey Arthur here on TalkSport 2. David Beddingham is making his debut for us as well. David, the South African team, and Mickey Arthur quite rightly says there that sort of world cricket needs strong South Africa, needs a strong West Indies. I mean, the West Indies are in a similar sort of situation in terms of their qualification. Do you see, being on the ground as a franchise player, Birmingham Phoenix in the 100, do you see a scenario where international cricket starts to take a bit of a backseat to the franchise competitions, or do you still think that players are busting a gut to play international cricket in all formats? Is that still a priority for them?
Well, I hope so, because I think growing up for me, I always wanted to play Test cricket for my country. I always wanted to play for my country, and I still think it's the pinnacle of the sport, playing Test cricket and one-day cricket and stuff like that. Obviously, there's big bucks and franchise stuff around the world, so guys almost have to try balance that. But I'd like to think that every boy growing up would love to play for their country.
He's bowled and he's hit for 6 over long on. What a shot from Jos Buttler.
You know, speaking very personally, the team I enjoy playing for the most and look forward to playing for the most is this one.
Wokes is in, and that ball has been lofted. Oh, it's brilliant. As Jofra Archer comes in to bowl and bowls in.
To be honest, I had the best time being injured. As I said, you know, I had stuff to keep me going.
Curran in again, bowls to Cock, goes big over extra cover, and that's gone all the way for 6.
Flighted, bowled, absolutely neck and crop. Adil Rashid has had Reza Hendricks on toast.
Lungi Ngidi to Moeen Ali. Runs away from us up to the crease now. Bowls. Moeen bowled him! He's bowled him!
Yes, live coverage of England's 3-match one-day international series against South Africa starts here. England have only 13 ODIs between now and the October World Cup in India. They have 1 or 2 moving parts in their squad, but they're also extremely happy to have the likes of Jofra Archer back and available for selection. 1 or 2 thoughts and queries around the top order. Jason Roy is perhaps under a little bit of pressure, and England of course are without Joe Root, who is making an odd excursion to the ILT20 so that he can get a little bit of a taste of franchise cricket. Johnny Bairstow of course out injured. He would normally be out there opening the batting with Jason Roy. Mark Wood is rested after his exploits in Pakistan, and the leading run scorer in the SA20, Will Jacks, is on his way to New Zealand to prepare for England's 2-match test series there. So there are players who are not in the running to play for England in this series, but there is plenty of quality there. Jos Buttler leading a team that has the likes of Harry Brook, who is about to make his debut. Now we are ready for the toss. The 2 captains, Jos Buttler, Temba Bavuma, are out there in the middle with Pommy and Bangba.
What is it? It's tails. You win, what you're going to do, Temba?
We'll have a bat, Pommy.
Why?
Looks a good wicket. Runs on the board, first game of the series. Runs on the board.
Tell me about the ease or difficulty of this series in terms of what's going on all around. It seems like it's kind of stuck in as an island, if I can put it that way.
Yeah, like I've been saying, it's a unique set of circumstances that I guess both teams find themselves. We kind of got together yesterday, 1 day of prep, and we're trying to prepare ourselves as best as we can for the series. We knew it was going to be like this. I think we just got to get on with it and try to play our best cricket.
What then have you done in order to be prepared, considering what kind of is on this for you as a side?
Yeah, I think mentally we kind of know what is at stake. I think we've had a lot of conversations. We know that this year is a big World Cup year. Obviously, we're trying to collect as many points as we can. But I think it's also an opportunity for us to kind of really, really find our way of how we want to go about things. And I mean, this 3-match series will be an opportunity to achieve that.
What have you done with your team? I know that seems an odd question, but your squad, generally you've been playing quite a lot. Some talking of resting and all the rest. What are you doing?
Yeah, we've definitely considered that, the resting aspect. We've got Makala who comes in, who gets an opportunity after a while. I see myself at the top of the order as well, and then Classy in the middle. Then I think the other guy is stock standard.
Okay. All the best today.
Thanks, Bobby.
Jos, do you mind actually having a bowl, first of all?
No, I think we would have actually gone a bowl, but it looks a really good surface, but we fancy the chase.
Okay. As far as you're concerned, you guys also sort of playing 2020 all around, and the island, how it doesn't affect you as much, I guess, because you've secured qualification. What does it mean though for you guys?
No, it means a lot. We actually don't have very many games before the World Cup, so every game is vital for us in preparation for that. So we have 3 games here, 3 games in Bangladesh in March, and then nothing till September. So these are crucial games for us.
So what is it that you kind of reiterate or say to your squad in order to ensure that they have mind on to play here?
A little bit of refocusing into the 50-over format. I think a lot of our guys have been playing a lot of T20 cricket, so just that mental shift back to 50-over cricket, the things that serve us well, and how we try and play our cricket, and just reconnecting with that.
As far as your team is concerned and squad, what considerations have you had to make, and who's in? Jofra Archer back, for instance?
Yeah, really exciting that Jofra's back in an England shirt, so he plays today, so it's great for him most of all, but fantastic for English cricket to have him back. Harry Brook will make his debut today, a really exciting player who's been performing really well in all formats, so that's a good day for him today. The guys missing out are Phil Salt, Chris Wokes and Reece Topley.
All the best today.
Thank you.
So the story from the middle is that it's Themba Bavuma who wins the toss and decides South Africa will bat first.
Thank you very much, Tommy. The 2 captains there, perhaps sounding a little bit unsure of how things are going. I would say that Themba Bavuma sounding a lot less certain of what is going on than Jos Buttler, who always seems to exude that quiet confidence. Another man who exudes nothing but quiet confidence has just joined me. Darren Gough next to me here in the commentary box. Goughy, you've been out there with the SAT20 doing comms out there on that tournament. That's going to have a big bearing on what happens to South Africa going forward to the World Cup, but you've also had quite a close-up view of some of the England players who are out there ready to perform as well.
I have indeed, Butch. And I tell you what, Phil Salt would have been playing. I think he's had this tummy bug, hasn't he, now? So he's had that for the past week. He was in terrific form. Will Jacks is another one. He's not in this squad, but I tell you what, Will Jacks, the way he's been playing, is going to be forcing his way into all England sides, what I've seen out there. Jason Roy struggled. He's found it difficult up in Pal. The pitches were slow. Started to spin against him a lot. He struggled to get going. But other than that, the rest of them are pretty good. Reece Topley got better and better, but that's the way it's gone.
England able to pick, an extremely strong team, given the fact that they have so many players who are actually unavailable at the moment. Joe Root, mentioned before, is in Abu Dhabi playing at T20 cricket. Johnny Bairstow, I hope his recovery is going well from that really nasty leg break. And of course Mark Wood rested, Will Jacks, as you mentioned, not playing, but they've still got the likes of bringing Brook in on debut is huge. What a player he is. I've used the word genius, you don't use it often, but I think it applies here.
It is, and I do joke about it a little bit, but when we had Joe Root and Harry Brook playing early last season at Yorkshire, they batted together in a game, and Joe Root came off. He was number 1 batter in the world. Come off and he said, well, I've just to be made to look like a clubby, because Harry Brook was seeing it like it was a football coming down at him, playing to all parts. He was absolutely superb. Well deserved now. He's in England in all formats. Terrific talent. And for me, it's the start of that young player now, that new breed of player that comes in and plays with no fear in all formats. Terrific talent, Butch. Absolutely superb.
We've got confirmation of the 2 11s then. Jason Roy and Dawid Malan, by the looks of it, are going to open the batting for England. England are chasing. South Africa won the toss and decided to bowl first. So Roy, Malan, Ben Duckett at number 3, Harry Brook at 4, Jos Buttler at 5. He normally nestles himself in the middle order in these 50-over games. Moeen Ali plays. Sam Curran, David Willey, Jofra Archer is back. We've talked long about him, and there will be more and more column inches, I'm sure, about Jofra Archer's return to international cricket after today. We'll see him with ball in hand early. Adil Rashid plays as well, so England going with Moeen Ali and Adil Rashid in this 11. And Ollie Stone, welcome back to him as well. He's got some real pace. As far as South Africa are concerned, Quentin de Kock with Themba Bavuma at the top of the order, Rassie van der Dussen at 3, Aiden Markram at 4, Heinrich Klaassen at 5, then David Miller, real engine room for South Africa at number 6, Wayne Parnell, who, goodness me, he's still playing. I played against him back in 2003, 2004, Sisola Magala back in the side big strong seam bowler, Kagiso Rabada, Heinrich Nortje and Tabraiz Shamsi, the left arm leg break bowler. So 2 very strong 11s there, Goffey. England, you would imagine, would be very, very confident, given that they've already qualified and being that they are world champions. There's a swagger about England. But South Africa look a dangerous team.
There could be. I think when you look at England, the cricket they've been getting, I think there's something like 60 odd players in there playing around the world at the minute, T20 cricket for England. The depth is there for all to see. We've still got a few players who are not in this squad who probably could be. England have got that luxury. South Africa got some very talented players, been impressed by a few of the players I've seen during this SA20. With Bavuma, the one thing about him, he's not been playing any cricket. He's been sat watching. He didn't get picked up by any of the sides in the T20. He's got a captain this side, but there's some very players. Reza Hendricks, terrific talent.
I was going to say that there's a couple of names there. Dewald Brevis and Levi Stubbs, who do not make this 50-over side. Now, does that tell you a little bit that South Africa is still playing old-fashioned 50-over cricket? They haven't put either of their high strike rate, high-velocity batters in this squad, let alone this 11.
Absolutely. I think Dewald Brevis is someone that's hugely impressive for a young man. Plays with no fear. Again, similar to what Harry Brook does for England. Hits the ball really, really well down the ground. He looks to hit to that mid-wicket area. I think he'll definitely play against West Indies moving forward for South Africa. They'll wait till that series comes along. But they've picked some decent cricket. Sisanda Magala is not what you look at and think he's your normal looking fast bowler. But I'll tell you what, he's highly skillful, bowls well at the start, can swing the new ball, and he bowls well at the death overs. He bowls good Yorkers. So that's a good pick. So we'll have to see how he does. But some of the batters they've got in that lineup are very talented. But in depth, who have been playing a lot of white ball cricket, they've got some terrific cricketers who are not yet in that South African squad.
Okay, as far as England are concerned, they'll have the ball in hand first. They've got real pace, of course, in Jofra Archer and Ollie Stone. They've got left arm swing from man of the tournament in the World T20, Sam Curran and David Willey, and they have leg spin and off spin as far as Adil Rashid and Moeen Ali are concerned. Real balance in terms of England's attack. They fancied a chase, and so they'll be very happy with losing the toss. South Africa deciding that they wanted to bat first and put runs on the board on what looks to be a very, very flat surface indeed out there in Bloemfontein.
Walks off, takes his helmet off, looks back at his middle stump lying on the floor and goes, oh well, not much I could do about that.
World Cup round the corner, Justin's got to perform now.
Yeah, we can absorb some lean times, knowing that you can come out the other side. I think it should be harder to get in the team than it should get out of it.
As in comes Sundar and immediately met by the big bat of Jason Roy, who launches it into the crowd.
His one-day record is an outstanding record. He averages best part of 40 and strikes at 110.
Linda in, and there's a bottom edge. De Kock takes the catch, and it is Jason Roy that will head back. Second delivery of the innings.
You can't carry on 18 months, 2 years, and come off the back of, form's temporary, class as permanent.
He'll get a good opportunity as well to come out and show what he's got, and I think he's really looking forward to getting back in this environment.
Yes, a man who perhaps epitomised England's swagger and six-hitting prowess in the Owen Morgan years, has had his troubles in the last year or so, losing his place in the T20 side and not finding any form in the interim. Jason Roy will be in the side, Andrew McKenna. Can you just give us an idea of who else are representing their respective countries in this first ODI, please?
Yeah, let's recap those teams for you. South Africa have won the toss. They have elected to bat. So it is Quentin de Kock and Temba Bavuma opening, Rassie van der Dussen, Aidan Markram, Heinrich Klaassen and David Miller as the engine room in the batting. Wayne Parnell is the all-rounder along with Kagiso Rabada, Sisanda Magala, Tabraiz Shamsi and Heinrich Nortje. Jason Roy, as you say, is opening the innings for England along with David Malan. Ben Duckett listed at 3, Harry Brook at 4, Jos Buttler 5, although I'm sure there might well be a little bit of movement depending on the game situation. Moeen Ali, Sam Curran and David Willey are the all-rounders in that side. David Willey, by the way, was the man who presented Harry Brook his cap for his England debut. Jofra Archer is back, along with Adil Rashid and Ollie Stone. And let's just complete the teams. You mentioned them earlier. Maria Rasmus and Bongane Yele are our standing umpires, Butch.
Thanks, Macca. We've heard from all of our team here on TalkSport 2, but the man with all of the numbers, Jared Kimber, is going to give us a bit of a statistical preview of the woes of Jason Roy.
First, I just wanted to say that you did play against Wayne Parnell in 2009. You made 60 in that match, Book, so I could see why you brought that up. Clearly trying to get me to mention that on air, but good for you. Roy's interesting. So coming into the World Cup, in one-day cricket, he averaged 43.5, striking 108. They're pretty handy numbers. The 3 years since in one-day cricket, he's averaged 28 with a strike rate of 98. So he's not making a lot of runs, and he's scoring a little bit slower. The most interesting thing is he hasn't played a list day game for Surrey since that last World Cup. So he just doesn't play list day one-day cricket anymore, right? And so from that, you're wondering, how is he supposed to get his form? Everything is in T20 cricket now. His T20 numbers look absolutely fine to me. His biggest problem in one-day cricket seems to be that pace bowlers keep getting him out, but there doesn't seem to be any pattern to that. So I just think he probably hasn't played enough 50-over cricket, and that is probably part of the problem, because his T20 numbers look absolutely ideal.
The issue for me perhaps is not so much the returns. I mean, obviously you're trying to play high-risk cricket at the top of the order in both T20 and 50-over cricket. It's the fact that the strike rate seems to have plummeted. I mean, he's a guy that would always be above a run a ball in 50-over cricket and way higher than that in 20-over cricket, but he's been struggling to go at a run a ball in either format recently.
Yeah, so very recently there's been a huge drop in the T20 strike rate. That isn't ideal. Overall, he was beforehand, in the 3 years before in T20 cricket, he was striking around 149, sorry, that's come down to 134. 134 is still pretty good. Like, you take that, Butch.
I'd take that all day long, yeah. But what about the 50-over game? I know the sample size. He made 100, didn't he, in the first match of the first match of the Netherlands series? And even that was sluggish. Phil Salt was smashing it at the other end, and Jason Roy rather patted his way to 100 in that game. So
yeah, his strike rate, he's holding up. It's just not holding up compared to Jason Roy numbers. And I think, in the last since that World Cup, he's striking at 98. Of recent times, as you said, it's even worse than that. But the game in against Holland certainly bumps that up a little bit as well. So it's not ideal. The fact he's not striking well in T20 cricket and ODI cricket, that suggests that there's a bigger issue here. And what I've traced it back to is seam bowling. He's not smashing seam bowling like he used to. Weirdly enough, he's improved massively against spin bowling over the last couple of years, playing all those reverse sweeps and getting his strike rate up against them. But the quicks are getting him out a lot more than they used to. He's always had a problem with left arm seam. Recently, he's been getting out to right arm seam. And, there's no third option, Butch.
Okay, well, England, they are renowned for sticking with their gun players, with players that have records behind them and have done wonderful things for them in the past. You just wonder, with all of the youngsters banking up behind the likes of Jason Roy, just how long that rope will be allowed to get. Thanks very much, Jared. We'll hear from you during the course of play, of course. We're about 3-4 minutes away from the national anthems now, so just a final recap of the build-up here. I have David Bedingham of Durham joining me, along with Steve Harmison. The two teams are out now. How are you seeing it, Steve? England will be very, very confident in the talent they have at their disposal. However, it's been a little while since, or a little while between rodeos for them. Are they going to be rusty in this ODI series? Hang on, we're having a bit of a problem with Steve's microphone here. David, I'll put the same question to you. England look to be in good form. They've given debuts to the likes of Harry Brook. I mean, imagine having players of his quality making their first game in ODIs. England will be relatively confident, but you mentioned that South Africa, with all of their players in great form in the SA20, will be a force to be reckoned with in this one, and these matches really matter for them.
I think so. I think if they can handle the pressure of having to win 3 of 3, I think they'll do okay. But I think England are obviously world champions. They're experienced, and I think Harry Brook will come in for this good form as he has had for 3 to 4 years now. So I think it will be an exciting game.
Ben Duckett in there at number 3. I mean, obviously everyone expects that Joe Root will be back at number 3 when he's finished his little jaunt in the UAE, Steve, but it's a real opportunity for Ben Duckett, because say for example Johnny Bairstow doesn't make it back in terms of his fitness. That leg break was a really nasty one, and there's even questions about whether he might keep wicket again. It was so bad. So if he doesn't make it back into the squad, and of course Jason Roy's form continues to plummet, there's an opening there for somebody, and Ben Duckett's in a terrific position to take advantage of that.
Yeah, 100%, Butch. And it's interesting that Milan's gone to open and Duckett's gone to 3. How do you look at that? Because do you go, well, are England moving Milan up to give a chance to bring Joe Root back in at number 3? Or do they see Milan as potentially putting pressure on Jason Roy, knowing that Bairstow's going to come back in? Because I think Alex Hale's a ship sailed from a 50-over competition. So if you're Ben Duckett, would you rather bat 3 or would you rather open the batting? Because which is the easier one to get a World Cup spot on? I would have said probably open the batting, but I think Milan's possibly pulled rank and thought, right, there's a place there for it. When you look at, you mentioned before, the question you asked is England from a rusty point of view, and me, you, Goffey, we've all been on tours where you rock up at Heathrow, you do all the bat signing, you have a go, and then you fly off. These lads have been playing cricket. They've been playing cricket, so I don't see any rustiness at all.
Okay, no rustiness seen by Steve Harbison. Let's hear the national anthems.
Save the King. Send him victorious, happy and glorious, long to reign over us. God save the
stripes, the many colours, the many languages of the South African national anthem, along with God Save the King. The two teams are out there in the middle. South Africa have won the toss and have decided to bat first. England unmoved by that decision from the South Africans. They're very happy to chase. It looks as though things have clouded over a little out there in Bloemfontein, so there may be a little bit of movement with that new ball, and England will have the great pleasure of being able to throw that new ball to Jofra Archer, who is back in the side after a very long layoff, almost 2 years. Right, time to hand over to our commentators. You'll have Darren Goff and Mickey Arthur, along with Andrew McKenna, whose voice you will hear first.
Thank you, Butch. Yes, here we go then. So a series that was supposed to start 782 days ago, the small matter of 587 miles away. But there you go. That's what happens when COVID strikes. It was due to be Paarl, and here we go in Bloemfontein. And the South African opening batsmen of Temba Bavuma and Quentin de Kock are on their way. England, as Butch has just said, would have bowled first anyway. Just to give you an idea statistically, that actually the team batting first in the last 7 one-day internationals in Bloemfontein have won 5 of them. But there hasn't been a one-day international in Bloemfontein since 2020, so maybe we can give those statistics a little bit of leeway. So, Goffey, I'm going to put you in Jofra Archer's shoes, because you had a few injuries in your career. How's he feeling? At the moment, he's about to bowl a ball for England at long last.
Well, I think he'll be pretty confident. He's just managed to get through a few games for Mike Cape Town over in the SA20. He bowled with fire, bowled with pace, and he'll be confident. He looks fit, and he'll be excited to get an England shirt back on and get back out there. I think it's been 18 months, hasn't it? But he'll be so excited.
He will indeed. From a South African point of view, huge games. They've got to win. I mean, there are thoughts that they've already resigned themselves to having to go to Zimbabwe for those World Cup qualifiers. It seems a bizarre mindset to have, Mickey Arthur.
A totally bizarre mindset, because it's not going to be easy if you go to Zimbabwe. There's going to be some good teams that are going to want to qualify for that World Cup. I'm very reliant here on Quinton de Kock at the top of the order. He hasn't been in good form in the SA20. South Africa play well when Quinton de Kock plays well. He needs to set the tone here for them.
Well, we've given Jofra Archer the big build-up, but he's not got the first over, as is always the way of these things. It's going to be David Willey with some left-arm seam. 2 slips in place. Bongani Yale is the standing umpire, who's just checking that everything is well behind him. And he says, let's play. And David Willey's going to get us underway. Bowling to Quinton de Kock, left arm to left-hander. Left arm over, he's in. And Quinton de Kock is solidly in behind that, pushing it out on the offside. And we are underway. Take a deep breath, everybody. We've got there in the end. Yes, that was a strange old day, wasn't it? Back in Paarl, staring at an empty cricket ground with not a single player on it. As we eventually learned that England had decided not to leave the Vineyard Hotel. And after discussions, we're actually boarding the plane to go home rather than play the matches because of COVID. David Willey turns on his way once again outside of off-stump. Quinton de Kock elects not to play at that one, and it's through to the keeper, no run.
Well, do you know, with David Willey, not surprised he's going to take the first over. He's got an unbelievable strike rate in it. I'm sure Jared will get us out the figures on David Willey bowling that first over. Whether it's T20 cricket or 50 overs, he's one of the best at it. As we hear out the Barmy Army doing their usual rendition at the start of the game.
Jerusalem up and running. Cricket up and running here on TalkSport 2. Life is good. Willey in. And again, Quinton de Kock plays no shot at that one. Just allows it through to Joss Butler. No run.
Yeah, two things I've looked at there. No swing. Not a lot of swing early. We know David Willey swings the ball. It hasn't swung. And the wicket looks very, very good. It looks very good for batting. Quinton de Kock leaves outside off stump there and just setting himself up, hopefully, for a big one from a South African point of view.
Willey turns, running away from the pavilion. In, that's leg stump-ish. Quinton de Kock pushes that into the mid-wicket region. Harry Brook fields, and there is still no run.
I'll tell you what, Mickey, I don't know if you can remember back in the day, but I think many years ago, I think I played against you at Bloemfontein. You and Liedenberg opening the batting. You remember all those years ago?
I remember it very, very well, Goffy. I do remember it very well. That was a great series, by the way. That the South Africa A versus England A series. Really enjoyed it.
David Willey for the 5th ball of the over. Quinton de Kock. That looks a very broad bat coming down there. Pushes straight to mid-off, and there's no run.
What I do remember about that game as well, Goffy, was the wicket looks as flat today as it was then. You had to toil hard.
It was indeed. My impressions of Bloemfontein when I played there many years ago, and I played there on a few occasions, it's always been flat. Played a day-nighter there as well, which was interesting.
David Willey is in, outside of off-stump. Quinton de Kock carves through point and away for 4. First runs of the innings. There was a man there who probably feels he should have stopped that one, but it's flown away off the bat of Quinton de Kock, and that is the first of the 50 overs complete here on TalkSport 2. South Africa 4 without loss.
Yeah, there we go. Any width at all to Quinton de Kock, and that's what he's very good at. We see there David Willey, good first over, but just a little bit of width. Gives Quinny that little bit of width. Swing through the arc. Poor feeling really at backward point by Jason Roy, and it goes away for a boundary. the first one of the game.
Yeah, it's always that sixth ball. Sixth ball, always the coach killer. You always want you want the bowler to exit the over and exit the over well. Unfortunately, he conceded a boundary there and undid the work of what was a really good first over, considering there wasn't a massive amount of swing and the wicket looks really good.
Right then, we can now resume Jofra Archer build-up because he has now got ball in hand. Second over of the innings. I'm aware that people will be switching on all the time, so I will run you through the teams just again. Jason Roy, David Malan, Ben Duckett, Jos Buttler, Harry Brook, Moeen Ali, Sam Curran, David Willey, Jofra Archer, Adil Rashid and Ollie Stone for England as here comes Archer, right arm over. And that was quick. That's outside half of Temba Bavooma's bat, quite high up as well. Guides it down to third man and takes a single, so 5 without loss. South Africa's team, Quentin de Kock, Temba Bavuma, we've already mentioned, they're opening the batting. Razzie van der Dussen, Aidan Markram, Heinrich Klaassen, David Miller, Wayne Parnell, Kagiso Rabada, Sisanda Magala, Tabrei Shamsi and Amrik Norkier. Amrik Norkier, by the way, look out for pictures of him later on. He's got a naughty moustache going on. He looks like a wing commander from the Second World War film.
Now Ben Stiller in dodgeball, more like.
That'll work, that'll work. Right then, Archer to the left-handed de Kock. He's on his way. Not a huge run, but is enough. And outside, he's bowling right arm over and goes across the left-hander through to his wicket-keeper, Jos Buttler. No run. What are your thoughts, Coffey? What are you seeing?
Well, what I'm seeing is that Jofra Archer, no matter who you are and how many games you've played, you're going to be a little bit nervous. But he started well, good pace, good line, good seam position on the ball. So he'll be pretty pleased with the start. No matter, like I said, no matter who you are, those first ball, that first 2 balls, you just want to get off to a good start.
He's on his way once again, bowling over the wicket. Oh, that's a good one. Threatened to go across and then actually straightened. So Jos Buttler ends up taking it going to his right behind the stumps.
Yeah, the interesting thing for me is he's cranked it up. So every ball's been a little bit quicker. This one up at 139. Very, very good area. Very good areas there to Quentin de Kock. The one thing that I've noticed with Quentin de Kock is I think he's been very frantic early in the SA20. He's been coming out. I don't think he's given himself enough of a chance. Clearly here he's been very circumspect and looked really good.
Archer is on his way again across the right-hander through to Jos Buttler. Not huge carry, he's taking that one sort of shin height. But again, I mean, he's great grouping from Archer. First up, I mean, they're all in a similar position.
I say he's a good bowler. England have missed him. He's a fine athlete. All the franchises, when tournaments come up, he's one of the first players they want to sign. He managed to get in the SA20 as a kind of, was it wildcard pick? They took that advantage. My Cape Town, get him in. Very lucky to have him. That's a great performer.
He's in once again. That's straight. That's beautifully driven by Quentin de Kock. That was full, a drivable ball on middle and off, and Quentin de Kock has pinged it back past Archer straight for a boundary. South Africa 9 without loss, and Quentin de Kock has 8 of those in the form of 2 fours.
Well, there you go, 88 miles an hour. A little bit of seam movement away from the left-hander, Quentin de Kock, but he still managed to get bat and ball. Lovely bit bat position. Straight back past the bowler, and you ain't stopping that. Another boundary for de Kock.
And again, the thing is with that, Goffey, is that Quentin de Kock giving himself a chance.
No. Quentin de Kock's up on his toes on this one, round about sort of waist chest height, just dropping it into the offside, and completes the second over here on TalkSport 2. Live one-day international cricket, South Africa against England, the first of 3 one-day internationals. Darren Goff, Mickey Arthur, alongside myself, Andrew McKenna on commentary, and Jared Kimber is, of course, our analyst.
Yeah, just having a look at Archer's speed. So the last ODI he played, his 10 quickest balls were at 90.5 miles per hour. So he got up to 88 miles there. So he said he was bowling at around 80%. He looked slightly better than 80% in that first over there. Just on the first over for you, Goffey, David Willey has bowled the first over in ODIs 30 times. He's got an average of 61 in that first over, so he hasn't gone particularly well. Mitchell Stark, 76 times has done it, and he has an average of 15. Darren Goff, though, 60 times in my records with an average of 100 and just over 100 there, the second worst on record in the first over of ODIs.
Doesn't surprise me one bit.
Very good economy, though. That was always what you were known for, right?
I was always good as the whole game went on. It took me an over to get going. Yeah. But saying that, in one-day international debut and test debut, I took a wicket first over. There you go. Weird.
David Willey to start the third to Bavuma. Left arm over, swinging back into the right-hander. He's pushing it out on the offside. Jason Roy will field no run. Jared, just remember it's a three-match series.
Hang on. Another one as well is, but let's just remember how the game's changed from that first over as well. It wasn't, back in my day, they used to have a look that first over. Now they'd play shots galore.
I also think this would be later in your career. So if it was in the 90s when people are having a bit more of a go in the late 90s, when you might have probably got more wickets in that first over. This is probably the early 2000s.
Willie in, a little bit leg-side-ish. Bavuma turns through square leg, beats Ben Duckett, and it'll be Ollie Stone tearing around towards deep square leg. Returns as a couple are taken. Bavuma goes to 3. South Africa 11 without loss here on TalkSport 2.
A good start so far by South Africa. I think they've looked good. They've given themselves a chance. They've assessed the conditions. They've assessed the pace of the wicket. The one thing about Mangaung Oval in Bloemfontein is it has the biggest outfield in world cricket. It is a massive outfield.
Willie is in. Inside edge of Bavuma's bat. This time it is straight to Ben Duckett at square leg, and there is no run. So you're saying bring your running shoes, plenty of 2s and 3s?
Plenty of 2s and 3s out there. There's a lot of big pockets out on the ground. A lot of empty spaces to hit the ball into. You'll see, particularly through the middle overs, you'll see the batsmen really looking for those pockets and running hard.
Bavuma waits. You can hear him tapping his bat. Willie is on the way. Left arm over. He's gone for the short ball, and it got a little bit big on Bavuma, actually. He's got a very fine pull on that one, down to fine leg. Now, Ollie Stone's made a bit of a mess of the boundary sponges, and I'm pretty sure that they will check the replay of that just to make sure that he wasn't in contact with the ball while he was in contact with the sponges. And we'll just see the replay on the screens now. How do you really... Unfortunately, his feet are almost blocked by his body on the replay. And we get a different angle, and I think his hand is off the ball before he makes contact, so I think he's done well there.
Yeah, he's done well, Ollie Stone. And as Mickey will tell you, fielding as well. Bowling, fielding, batting. Conditions can be tough in Blum, can be hot. Really hot.
The temperature does get really hot there. I think it's up at 32 today. When there's no cloud in the sky, it becomes a tough place to play. Bat, bowl, or field.
Bavuma got a couple for that, so it's 13 without loss, and in goes Willie. Oh, that's turned straight off middle stump and flicked over wide mid-on, and it'll be certainly 2, maybe a third as Sam Curran pulls that one back in. Bavuma was happy to let the bottom hand come into that and have a little whip over sort of straight mid-wicket, wide-ish mid-on, and they take 3. 16 without loss here on TalkSport 2.
The key with that, and again, we've spoken about these two batsmen giving themselves a chance. The key to that for me was his balance. Balance was really good, which allowed the bottom hand to come into the bat, and he's played it as to where he wanted to play it, into one of those little holes that we were talking about, and getting through for 3.
Left-handed de Kock to get the final ball of the over. It's again shaping away from the left-hander, but he's punched it through mid-on really nicely. Jofra Archer will pull it back in a couple of metres inside of the boundary, so a couple to complete that over. 9 from the over, David Willey. 2 overs across 13 so far after 3 South Africa, 18 without loss. Coffee.
I would say as well, it wasn't a bad over. He didn't bowl any real bad deliveries. There were some good cricket shots. Bavuma especially played that good shot through mid-wicket, lofted through mid-wicket area. But de Kock there, the last ball, just watch bat and ball. He knows it's a good pitch, get in good position, just get bat and ball, and you're away. And suddenly you've gone for 9 without bowling a bad delivery.
That's exactly what can happen there in Bloemfontein, because the outfield's so big. You have bowled a decent over, and yet you've gone for 9. The one thing I can say though, it does look a very, very good wicket to bat on today.
Absolutely. Going to be plenty of runs in this one. There's also an advantage of day games. One side out in the heat later on as it gets really hot. Right, Bavuma to face Archer. 2 slips in place. It's down the leg side. Has a little fence at it. Doesn't actually catch up. And Murray Erasmus will raise his arms and signal wide. So South Africa go to 19 without loss. Mickey, can I ask you about Temba Bavuma? Because he's basically been the weather vane for all things bad in South African cricket for a while. That's, should he be playing this format? Should he be playing that? What should he be the captain? He seems to just attract stuff almost like sort of sticky tape at the moment. If it gets thrown at him, it kind of sticks there as he drives this one from Archer into the offside. No real timing, quite low on the bat. Ollie Stone will field that in about 10-15 inside the boundary, and a single taken 21 without loss. Where do you think Temba actually is at the moment with maybe his game and also his approach and mentality to the whole thing?
Well, the one thing about Temba is he's a feisty little character. He likes to prove people wrong. I think South African cricket got a little bit wrong with him. I think when they made him captain, his best format for me is Test cricket and 50-over cricket. His probably least proficient format is 2020.
Archer is in, takes him on the pad, but it's nipping down the leg side, I would think. The biggest appeal actually came from second slip there. He probably didn't have the best of views, and Murray Erasmus is unmoved.
Yeah, that one's going down the leg side. So just to get back onto Temba, I kind of think he's done a little bit of a disservice. I think he's a good little player. I really do. He plays well for South Africa, and when you judge character by how they play in tough situations, and when there's a tough situation, he generally comes to the party, but not in 2020 cricket. Test cricket and 50-over cricket is 2 best formats.
Archer is in. That's full straight. It's driven straight back to Archer by Bavuma, and there is no run. Homing in on the off stump. Bavuma remains 10 not out from 9 balls faced.
Because if we have a look at him, he's very compact. He's got a decent enough technique. He plays the short ball fairly well, having analysed against him quite a bit. So he's got a lot going for him as a class batsman. I do think he gets unfairly tired now and again.
He's waiting for the 4th ball of this Jofra Archer over. In behind this, pushing out on the offside. And there's no run as Ben Duckett fields.
But one of the things is, though, because he's not been involved in the South African competition, T20 competition, it's brought to light that there's some very good young players over there. And some of them, Jordan Herman, who I saw a bit of, he's looked really good. Young player in South Africa. Debo Brevis, everyone knows now, took the world by storm, and the IPL and cricket in South Africa. You got Ryan Rickleton, you got Grant Rolifson, and you got Thurnis de Bruyne, who are all good players, and do you know what I mean? So they're putting pressure on somebody like Bavuma.
Archer is in, driving into the offside. Well fielded at mid-off by Ollie Stone. And they will take a single. Stone does well, scuttling away to his left, drops on the ball, knocks it down. Single taken 22 without loss.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Goffey. And I think what is brought to the table is that there is some really good talent in South Africa, particularly some younger players. However, I do think those players in 2020 cricket would probably surpass Temba for me. But in 50-over cricket and Test cricket, I still think he has a massive role to play for South Africa.
Archer to complete the over. Straight. Oh, it's another beautiful shot from Quentin de Kock. Anytime Jofra Archer gets too full, Quentin de Kock drives him straight back past the bowler, and that's what he's done again. 26 without loss after 4 overs. South Africa here on TalkSport 2. Quentin de Kock got 14 from 13 balls. Temba Bavuma 11 from 11. Remember, this isn't the only live sport here on TalkSport 2 today. This evening, following us, we're bringing you rugby union action. Sale Sharks taking on Bath in the Gallagher Premiership. Alfie Reynolds on duty for that one. They're with you from 7:30 this evening. But that was a very, very good looking shot, Coffee.
Well, we've seen so far in this game, Quentin de Kock has absolutely played real cricket shots. He's not tried to slog. He's just played the ball on its merit and hit down the ground. And he has so far played 3 drives which have been out of this world. Fantastic shots.
Good start from South Africa's point of view. De Kock and Bavuma, the man at the crease. Don't forget it's Van der Dussen, Markram, Klassen and Miller still to come. Parnell can certainly hold a bat. Work for England to do. Here comes David Willey for the 5th, his 3rd. Again, he's roundabout leg stump to the right-handed Bavuma, and he just turns the wrist on this one. And Ben Duckett coming off the square leg boundary wall field. Single taken.
Interesting, we're seeing already the bowlers go to change of pace, change of variation. I think they've summed the conditions up. We've seen fine leg come up. We've seen square leg drop. Clearly, pace off is going to be the way to go on this particular wicket.
Well, it's a ground, actually. England have got a decent record at. 4 one-day internationals they played at Bloemfontein. David Willey goes in. Quentin de Kock threatens to give himself some room and then realises it's a bit too tight and therefore just plays it down to mid-off, no run. Yeah, 4 one-day internationals played, 3 wins and a tie. And the tie was 2005, live on TalkSport. Certain Mr. Goff playing in that one. England putting 270 for 5 on the board. A bloke called Peterson made his debut in that series, made 108 not out from just 96 balls. South Africa 270 for 8 in reply. Herschel Gibbs 78. Kabir Ali was England's top wicket taker that day with 3 for 56. David Willey's down the leg side a little bit on this one, and Quentin de Kock got either a thin edge on it or a little brush off the pad as it goes down the leg side, therefore it is no run. Yeah, Kabir Ali 3 for 56 from 8. Matthew Hoggard 2 for 42 from 10. Goffey 1 for 49 from 10 in that tied game.
I'm disappointed with that. Archie had a good series, that one. I think over that year, I think I bowled pretty well. I remember that. Oggy didn't play many.
No, he didn't. Full and wide outside of off stump from Willey. That's a lovely shot from Quentin de Kock. Didn't really move his feet, just used hand-eye timing to take it on the half volley from wide of off stump and pings it through extra cover away for 4. It's 31 without loss, and Quentin de Kock's gone 18 from 16.
Again, swinging full ball from David Willey. Unfortunately, Quentin de Kock is loving a drive so far in this one-day international at Bloemfontein. A little bit full, but it's the width that does for him, and he smacks it through extra cover.
Willey is on the way once again, slightly shorter. Back foot this time. Oh, well fielded at point by Jason Roy. Quentin de Kock looking to punch off the back foot through backward of point. Jason Roy going away to his right-hand side, stops that, and there's no run. Just to finish up on that game, by the way, in 2005, that was the game, and I'm sure Harmy might tell us the story later. When Kevin Peterson got his 100, the dressing room was going, don't kiss the badge, don't kiss the badge, don't kiss the... Oh, God, he's kissed the badge after making the 100. And the legend that was KP was born from international cricket, at least. Final ball of the 5th over then. Willey is in. Quentin de Kock says, don't need to do anything with that one. 5 overs gone here on TalkSport 2. South Africa 31 without loss.
Quentin de Kock looks very, very ominous at the moment. He's leaving well. He's getting forward well. He's picking up the pace of the wicket really well. He's playing within his little cocoon early. He doesn't look frantic like he's looked in the SA20, and looks like he's camping in there, bed and breakfast. He's looking like he wants a big one today.
He does indeed. He started off really well. Like I said, he's not been frantic at all. He's played proper cricket shots. The bowlers have just given that little bit of width and he's played on it, but when they've got it a little bit full as well, he's hit the ball straight back past the bowler. 3 terrific drives so far in this innings from Quentin de Kock. Good start from South Africa.
And he's got previous as well, as Quentin de Kock hit 100 against England at this ground back in 2016 as Archer was in to bowl at the start of his 3rd over. Defensively played by Bavuma. 12 not out here on TalkSport 2. Quentin de Kock has moved to 18. And, you know, when you look at Quentin de Kock's, essentially his success rate, his conversion rate in ODI cricket, I mean, he's hit 17 ODI hundreds. I mean, that's up there. And he's only played the best part of 130 ODIs. I mean, he's up alongside some pretty big names who played a lot more games, as this is a fraction shorter from Archer on the body of Bavuma, who plays this square of the wicket to Brook on just in front of square leg. 31 without loss. Then South Africa winning the toss, deciding to bat first. Any surprise there at all, Mickey Arthur, that they went with the bat first?
Absolutely not. I think the wicket looks really good. I know England like chasing, but I think South Africa are a better team when they bat first, get a score on the board, because I think South Africa's strength is certainly in their bowling attack.
Well, that's what we've been hearing about South Africa for the best part of 12 months or so. They came to England, of course, in August. Well, they played some limited over stuff as Archer is in. This is straighter and rocks back to Bavuma. One bounce and over the boundary for 4. Bavuma moves to 20 here on TalkSport 2. That's appreciated by the crowd that have turned up today. And South Africa moved to 35 without loss.
Well, Mickey Arthur, we're talking about Bavuma. He's good on the short ball. Jofra Archer tests him out. First one really is bowled short, and he was so quick. His footwork was so good, and he pulled it away. One bounce over square leg for a boundary.
I think Bavuma has spoken in the past about the short ball, hasn't he? He said that being a slightly short man, you know, it's the first thing that bowlers go for. They see him at the crease and think, right then. And so he says he's become quite well versed in dealing with the short ball over the years, because that's literally the first thing bowlers go to. He certainly dispatched that. Nicely done from Bavuma, who positions or readies himself, and Archer again short, and a stifled yelp behind the stumps as Bavuma tried to clip that fine, didn't get anything on it, and a wide has been called.
Yeah, that's always been the thing with Temba is and I know analysing against him, and we went there with Sri Lanka. We played at Centurion Park, and we had Lahiru Kumara, Gakul Kasun Rajita, Dushmanta Chamira, guys who bowled with real pace. We thought we'd challenge him with the short ball, and we had South Africa in a little bit of trouble early on day one, and Temba came in and played the short ball incredibly well, and he sort of attacked it. So he can play it. He's got a good technique, Temba.
One slip in place as once again good length and a scampered single from Bavuma. It looks like a good track to be batting on today, Goffey. I mean, Archer's just moving through the gears slightly, but as comfortable a start as you could have hoped for from a South African perspective.
Yeah, and what's been impressive so far from South Africa, they've not really looked to use their feet, run down the wicket and try and do something extraordinary. They've just played real cricket shots. They've waited for that little bit of width and hit the boundaries. They've played some wonderful straight drives, and let's not forget there, we've just seen, they've quick singles, so vital.
Archer again to the left-handed Quinton de Kock, who again, it's a little bit of tip and run. Bavuma calls de Kock through for the single. He'd already started scampering, and it's another single. And as you say, they're rotating the strike nicely. They're picking off the short ball or the bad ball. And that's South Africa here on TalkSport 2, moved to 38 without loss.
Goffey, you're so right when we speak about short, sharp singles. That kind of tells you about the attitude of the batters at that particular time. It tells you about their mindset. You always say the ones and twos are the hardest runs to get in the game. It's easier to hit the bad ball for 4, or easier than manufacturing a 1 off a good ball that they've been able to do the last 2 balls.
Last ball of the 6th over, short delivery again. Bavuma on the paw. This is a leading edge that has flown up over where second slip would have stood and has disappeared all the way for 6. So there, real aggression from Bavuma. And the 6th over comes to an end. A good one for South Africa, who have moved to 44 without loss.
Well, that's an interesting shot. A little bit quicker probably from Jofra Archer. Bavuma looking to hit him over mid-wicket once again, but gets that thick outside edge. And guess what? It sails away for a 6. Bit fortunate, but hey, you take anything in this game.
Well, I tell you what, it reminds me of a story about Malcolm Marshall back in the day, and he used to essentially set batters up with essentially a slower bouncer, which he'd allow the batter to think he got on top of and pulled away, and then they'd nip in the faster one. Possibly that's what we just saw then, but Bavuma's body shape for the first one, exactly where you want it to be, but certainly a little bit of fortune as he got a little bit of the hurry up there. Right, first ball of the 7th over. This is again, it's wide, and David Willey has got away with that. No timing from Quinton de Kock, who will feel like he's let the bowler off there. Fielded inside the circle by Sam Curran, and that could have disappeared to the boundary in a way that we saw in the last over.
Yeah, I think the thing with David Willey when he bowls, he's a skillful bowler. He can swing the ball. He hasn't got much pace these days. That's not his biggest strength, but he does bowl good slower balls. And as I said, he normally does get a breakthrough, especially in the shorter format, T20, but this is 50 overs.
Willey is in again. This is fraction straighter going across the right-handed Temba Bavuma, who picks out short cover, no run. And, you know, one of the strange things that we've got with this match is that you have players who have just been playing in the SA20, where you've been, of course, Goffey. They're match ready. And then you've got players who haven't played for a month, like Temba Bavuma. He last played in Australia in a test match. David Willey hasn't played any cricket for 2 or 3 months, November I think it was, since he's last played. So, you know, it's not quite, you know, not every single player is in exactly the same position. Willey again, and Bavuma is forward defensively again, and this is what you were saying, Goffey. They're not, apart from that shot from the last ball of the last over, they're not trying to create something out of nothing here. They're quite happy to play correct cricket and pick off the bad ball when it comes.
Well, I think they have to as well. I think they have to have a bit of responsibility when you look at their lineup. They've got quite a long tail, haven't they? So they're going to rely on that top 6 to get the runs. These are 2 experienced players now, Quinton de Kock and Temba Bavuma. So they've got the start now. Now it's about creating that partnership.
45 without loss as Willey is in. He's not quite getting his line right. This is down the leg side and comfortably clipped away by Bavuma, who moves to 24 from 20 deliveries. Quinton de Kock going at a runnable 20, and South Africa 46 without loss.
Yeah, it's all about tempo of your innings. In 50 over cricket, it's about tempo. I think where a lot of teams have gone wrong, particularly watching 50 over cricket over the last year, is they've tried to play 50 over cricket like they play 2020 cricket. This is a very good platform. You've got time.
Willey again, cut away from Quinton de Kock. Fielded down at 3rd for another single.
You've got time to construct an innings. You've got time to give yourself a chance and get in, particularly on a wicket like this, because as you say, Goffey, South Africa don't bat hell of a deep. I think Parnell's at 7. So the top 6 have to do the job. And if you're going out and being a little bit careless up front, you're going to get yourself into a little bit of trouble. I'm just trying to calculate out what I think a good score in here is going to be, and I'd think you need to be upwards of 300.
Last ball of the over, and again drifts onto the pads. Does David Willey, and Bavuma looks in good touch, and maybe with a point to prove after not being picked up by an SA20 team, has clipped this away for another boundary. 7 overs gone here on TalkSport 2. South Africa 51 without loss. Jared Kimber.
Yeah, just looking at the first 10 overs, obviously England are the fastest scoring team in the world in the first 10 overs of ODIs. They score at a run a ball. India's the next quickest at 5.4, then Sri Lanka at just over 5, and South Africa is just under 5. So they're over a run and over slower than England are when it comes to this. This is not usually how they start. So they're really capitalising on this. And the reason they don't usually start this way, John, is because they don't actually have anyone batting from number 7 on down. Their number 7 is Wayne Parnell, who averages 20 in 1 day with a strike rate of 77. They usually try and conserve. But I think England have just given them a few loose balls, so they're not taking massive risks. And I'd say they've probably missed 2 of the loose balls, but they've hit pretty much everything else for 4. Got a little bit of luck there as well. But this is definitely not how South Africa usually start in one-day cricket. They usually go very, very slow and churn through the gears, and then they let their middle order attack from around the 30-35 over mark if they've got wickets in hand.
Jofra Archer hasn't played for England in 18 months, 5 matches in the SA20. David Willey hasn't played since the 22nd of November. So maybe that just gives you an idea why England haven't quite been on the mark or on the money as they otherwise would be. As another good length ball going across Quinton de Kock is played defensively down to 3rd, fielded, and de Kock comes through for 23. Do South Africa undervalue Quinton de Kock, do you think, Jared? If you look at his record, 17 ODI hundreds from 135 matches. I know this isn't like for like. Jack Callis hit the same amount of ODI hundreds in best part of 350 ODIs.
He batted a little bit slower, so it might have taken him a little bit longer to get his hundreds, for being fair.
Archer in second ball of the 8th over here on TalkSport 2. 52 without loss, South Africa. Quinton de Kock 22. Temba Bavuma 28. Darren Goff and Mickey Arthur have been replaced alongside myself, John Norman, by the Durham batter David Bedingham and his teammate. Well, not quite teammate, I suppose, but fellow Durham man. He's not even a Durham man, actually. An Ashington.
Yeah,
Ashington
an Ashington
man.
man. Yeah, I'm going to have to lose about 3 or 4 stone to get another chance of being David's teammate.
And about 20 years. On the pads by Archer. And this is played beautifully. So straight to the boundary. David Willey with the chase. That's not exactly what he wants as he takes a rest from bowling his allocation. But Bavuma looks in good form. And Harvey, this looks like a flat pitch.
It looks like a flat pitch. I was going to come back hard at you there, but Bavuma's come very, very hard at Jofra Archer. And it's very good to see, to be fair, because I think, I'd love to know what David thinks of the way Temba Bavuma gets treated from the South African public. But normally, it's de Kock that's the aggressor and Bavuma that bats around him. But it seems as though Temba Bavuma has used the pace of Jofra Archer on a flat pitch and used it very, very well.
Bavuma readies himself as Archer is in, and he's continuing with this short of a good length delivery just outside off stump, which is played defensively. If you want to get in touch with us here to insult Steve Harmison or me, John Norman, you could do so. Get in touch on social media at cricket_TS. Get your Harmy cusses in.
There'll be many of them, I'm sure there will.
And David Benningham's alongside us here in the commentary booth for this match. You've been doing a few nets alongside Ben Stokes recently, haven't you? As Archer is again played defensively from Bavuma. Gets on the front foot this time, but the ball squirts out to points. How is the England skipper looking?
Well, it's been quite interesting. He's been training for the test, obviously, over in New Zealand, but it basically has been hitting a couple underarms, and then from about minute 5, it literally just tees off and just tries to hit every ball for 6. So I think going over to New Zealand, I think it will be a very exciting time for viewers.
Absolutely. Last ball of the 8th over as Archer is in again, and Bavuma, possibly for the second time today, looks a little bit inconvenienced as he tries to play this to the leg side, but gets his feet in a tangle, possibly surprised by a little additional bounce, and it just squirts out to the offside. So no run to finish the 8th over here on TalkSport 2. South Africa have started well, but you mentioned that tour. Of course, that is exclusively live on TalkSport 2. Me and Harmy will be jumping aboard the Big Bird in a week or so's time. Sam Ellard as well. Neil Manthorpe will be there.
It's going to take us a week to get there as well. Pray for Sam Ellard. I think we leave on the 6th and get there on the 9th or the 10th. I think could have about 3 hangovers by then, so God knows what state Sam will be in when we get to Auckland, when we eventually get there. But I think it's going to be not just that tour, John. I think it's going to be a fascinating summer. I think it's going to be a great summer, and then to cap the whole thing off, this side bookending it, the World Cup, hopefully retaining a chance to retain their title. That's some exciting times for England cricket fans.
Absolutely, and what all cricket tours need is relevance, and there's certainly going to be a lot of relevance attached to a lot of the cricket that's going to be taking place over the next few months or so. Moeen Ali into the attack and defensively played by Quinton de Kock on the pads, but played out to the offside. Moeen Ali, who's been playing in the UAE for the last month or so, and this is a full delivery, punched up to long off by de Kock, who moves to 23. So the England test skipper looking pretty good. I mean, what happens when he's going in there for a bat? Does everybody line up to have a bowl at him, or is it everybody lining up to watch him have a bat in the nets?
I think Stokesy is more of just he enjoys being thrown at and slung at. I don't think he really enjoys facing bowlers. He just literally likes to tee off, and basically just everyone gets there early and watches him because it's quite entertaining.
Moeen Ali about to bowl over the wicket. Square leg has just been pushed out. There's no slip in place. I'd like to bring in Jared possibly at the end of this over just to have a little look at Moeen Ali, because let's see where he is within this ODI setup. This is tossed up and crashed through the covers, dispatched really, and all the way for 4. South Africa move to 61 without loss, and Themba Bavuma's bright and breezy start continues. I was having a little look, Jared, at Moeen Ali's figures. I mean, bring you in as well, Harmy, but has his role changed within this England setup? Because for the first 4 years of his career, he was being asked to bowl 8 overs on average a match. Tossed up again, and is this going to go to a fielder? It is! Superb catch by Sam Curran, running across to his left at mid-on. Themba Bavuma, well, his confidence has got the better of him. I think possibly you would have heard that. No connection or no timing whatsoever on the attempted lofted drive, and Themba Bavuma walks off with a shake of his head. That's a disappointing way to go.
Yeah, disappointing way to go after you've just got over the initial burst of the new ball from either end of David Willey and Jofra Archer. Now Josh Butler turns to spin. He got a half volley the ball before, and if anything, David, that was a little bit fuller. And has he tried to hit that too hard? Obviously you can hear the sound. He's plinked it. It's at the bottom of his bat. Is it difference between the two balls? One he kept his shape, and the other one he completely lost it.
I think with Themba, his strengths lie square of the wicket, so most of his boundaries today have come square of the wicket. So I think he'll be quite disappointed in that, where I think he should probably be looking to hit that hard along the turf. But in saying that, bright breezy innings, but I think he'll be disappointed with that shot.
Yeah, it was very disappointing. I was just in the middle of asking Jarrod Kimber about the role that Moeen Ali plays within this ODI side. First 4 years or so, actually got our scorer Gary Morgan to have a look at this yesterday, and certainly, let's have a look. Yeah, 2014 to 2018 he was averaging 8 overs per match, 78 wickets at 45. The last 3 years he's averaging 6 overs a match, 17 wickets. Now you can add 1 to that, but Jared or Harmy, I mean, how do you see how his role has changed within the side?
I was going to throw an even more on to Jared on that one. Is that because of how good Adil Rashid has bowled in the last number of years, because of he hasn't had to take the lead role, Moeen Ali?
No, I think it's more to do with before they saw him as the 5th bowler, right? And then Stokes was the 6th bowler, and then they got to a point where they started going, well, actually, let's be smarter about this. In this matchup, you're going to bowl 10, and in this matchup, you might not bowl at all. And if you look at it now, Bavuma's okay against off spin, but it's probably his weakest, form of bowling. That he doesn't dominate it, and he doesn't. He's not going to scare anyone, so you're not worried about him smashing you out of the park. In this case, even less so. And they were thinking, you've got a left-hander against a cock, probably one of his weaker forms of bowling. He's probably worse against it in T20 than he is in one dayers. But again, they're thinking left-hander. So in this case, they're going to bowl him more. In other cases, they won't. I think when they were bowling him around the 8 to 10 overs, he was getting found out a bit more.
Full again by Ali. And scuffed really to mid-on by Rassie van der Dussen. Came into the South Africa side when we were in South Africa back in 2019-20. Impressed in that test series and was brought into the ODI side following it. And that's a dreamy cover drive there by van der Dussen. Again, a touch ball from Moeen Ali, but it was the width on offer this time that allowed van der Dussen to come forward, and he has smoked that to the boundary for 65 for 1. You're listening to TalkSport 2's live and exclusive coverage of South Africa versus England. Many different ways of listening to us. If you are joining us, you may well be doing so on DAB, digital radio, possibly online, but you can also listen to us via your smart speaker or by the free TalkSport app. Swipe left for TalkSport 2.
Just on that, so I've talked to some of the Chennai people and some of the England people before about Moeen Ali, and there's always this thought that when you buy him as a 5th bowler. It never quite works out because he just doesn't match up against everyone brilliantly, and he's not a very good defensive bowler in one-day cricket at certain time, and T20 cricket as well. But if you have him as your sixth bowler, he's perfect. So Chennai, having him with Ravi Jadeja at the other end, and sometimes even with Mitchell Santner in the side, means they can just pick who they want at any one stage. And because he's batting so good, you don't lose anything. But I think that's a much better role for him, rather than going, you're going to have to bowl 10 almost every game, and good luck, and we'll see how you go.
And that's why Stokes is a must in the World Cup, because Stokes gives you the option of the 5th, 6th, 7th bowler of Moeen Ali, Adil Rashid, Ben Stokes, and then a little bit of Liam Livingstone. That's why Stokes is huge for that, for selection for India.
9 overs gone here on TalkSport 2. South Africa 65 for Warren as Quinton de Kock next his ball, which lifts from Jofra Archer through to Jos Buttler. Lets it alone. 23 from 25. Alongside Rassie van der Dussen, who comes into this series. He was a player of the series back in July when South Africa were visitors to England in the ODI series. Scored a big 100 at Chester Street. So should be there or thereabouts. But it's Quinton de Kock as the South African flags flutter in the breeze. And Archer is in again. Start of his 5th over. And once again, Quinton de Kock this time covers up. And it's no run. I imagine this may be the last over that we're going to see of Jofra for a bit.
Yeah, I think so. Get his 5 out of the way. Maybe he's come back for 1 or 2 in the middle, and then he's 2 overs at the end. Interesting Van der Dussen character, because when he came in that, you mentioned that 2019 series when we were over there, he rubbed England up the wrong way, didn't he? He really got under England's skin. He was the one that really caused England problems from a personality point of view.
Archer again, and defensively again by de Kock. Maybe just going to see this one out. Van der Dussen, would it surprise you to hear that in the history of ODI cricket, only one person has a better average than he across every single side and every single player? Can you guess who that one person is, though? I'm looking at Jared there, but David Bedingham, if you know.
I like to think of myself as a stats badger, but I've got no clue.
Archer again, short and pulled away for 6. Quinton de Kock latches onto that. I'd like to see the speed gun, but either way, 6 from the bat. De Kock moves to 29. South Africa 71 for 1.
Just dragged down, wasn't it? There was no real big effort into it. Maybe Jofra's getting a little bit tired. He's not used to bowling more than 2-3 overs in a spell. It's just dragged down a little bit. And David just mentioned about Temba Bavuma being very good square the wicket.
Archer again, Fuller played beautifully by de Kock, and that is disdainful from the batter. Doesn't even pretend that he's going to run. Doesn't even stay in his crease. He turns his back and walks back to the wicket, and the ball whistles away for 4. 10 runs from 2 balls, and South Africa 75 for 1.
You can just see the margin for error on this wicket is literally nothing. Drop it a touch short, he gets whacked over the square leg, pitches it up, gets hit straight back past him. So I think it might be a long day for bowlers.
The camera's just picked up Jofra Archer, whose shoulders have dropped. Welcome back, Jofra. Last ball of the 10th over, and a play and a miss from Quinton de Kock. That was neither one thing nor the other, and if he got out like that, he would have been cursing himself even more than Temba Bavuma in the manner of his dismissal. Just 1 wicket if you're just joining us here on TalkSport 2 to fall today. That was Temba Bavuma when a few moments ago. Quinton de Kock, though, has continued the battle. 33 from 30. Rassie van der Dussen 4 not out. And after a word from Steve Harmison, I think it'll be Mark Butcher.
Yeah, Jofra's bowled 5 overs, and do you know what? It's been a good 5 overs. Great to see him back playing. That last over probably typifies where Jofra's at in his rehabilitation and coming back. He's been playing 4 over, 20 over cricket. This time he's bowled a 5 over spell, and in that last over he's bowled 2 or 3 just balls with no conviction, possibly because he's a little bit tired. He dropped one short with nothing on it, went over the top for 6, and then he pitched one up with nothing on it, it went down the ground for 4, and then that last ball, a little bit more on it, and it zipped through, and I thought it was a little nick on it, and Jos Buttler did say I was out, but obviously nothing there.
Hughes back into the attack. And is knocked back with a square by Rassie van der Dusen for a couple.
You okay, Butch? Butch, you sounding a little bit squeaky there.
I've got nothing in my ears right now, so I wasn't sure if you could hear me or not. Top edge on the reverse sweep from van der Dusen. He just gets over the head of Adil Rashid at backward point, and they get through for a single. A little bit of wrist head. Looks a little tacky for the spinners. Moeen Ali has just made that delivery hold up and straighten just a fraction to the right-handed van der Dusen, who attempts to play left-handed and gets a top edge and is rather lucky to escape with his wicket intact. South Africa off to a terrific start. 78 for 1. Loss of Temba Bavuma for 36, the only wicket. And ominously for England, Quinton de Kock looking in good nick. He just defends that delivery from Moeen Ali into the ground. And again, there's no run. Pitch looks flat, Steve Harmison.
Yeah, doesn't seem to be any movement laterally, and there's not a great deal of spin for Moeen, but I'm not sure he's looking for spin.
Yeah, that one fired in a little flatter, and de Kock just rocks onto the back foot, and in that wonderful way of controlling the bat face of his, just ladles the ball past the men on the one on the offside, and they come through for another one. Very warm welcome to David Bedingham on his TalkSport 2 debut. I'd rather be out sunning yourself than wearing your long coat here in London, as another single is knocked into the offside by Rassie van der Dusen. But a couple of shoulder injuries in the off-season for you. How are they going? How are you recovering from them?
I think the worst is over now. I think I had them in October, November, and
Moeen Ali just in again, and that's on leg stump. De Kock just knocks it into the leg side, back with a square for another single. It's another nice over for South Africa. 4 singles and a 2 from it. They're 81 for 1. Current run rate is up at 7.36 runs per over, and South Africa looking comfortable, having won the toss and decided to bat first. Yes, go on, shoulders.
I reckon the first week after the ops, I reckon my missus hated me because I couldn't really do much at all. So she was basically doing everything.
Oh, don't elaborate. I mean, I've got a picture in my mind as to what you might have been asking Mrs. Bedingham to do for you.
No, I mean, I had the one shoulder done a month after the other, so it wasn't too bad. If you get what I'm getting at. But since the first month, it's literally just been in the gym doing rehab. A lot of boring stuff, but maybe about 3 weeks ago I started batting, so at least we eventually got to the fun part, so I'm grateful.
Good stuff. And when do the pre-season matches start? I mean, the team seem to be going back earlier and earlier in the county season. I was at the Oval a couple of nights ago for a celebration of the ACE project with Ebony Rain for Brent, and the big tent was out there on the middle, and they were looking to get out there and bowl and bat outdoors with frost on the ground. Sam Curran is in for his first bowl of the day and is right on target. Lovely length and line, and de Kock, just punches that one to extra cover, and there is no run. Durham must go away on pre-season. They can't be playing up there in March, surely.
Well, last year, because of COVID, our pre-season was actually to Yorkshire and then to Northants. But luckily this year...
Glamour.
Yeah. But luckily this year we're off to Zimbabwe on the 1st of March, so looking forward to it.
Fabulous. Sam Curran in again, and de Kock allows that ball to come alongside him and then just drops the bat on it, knocks it down to third man for a single. It's fielded by Jofra Archer. The glamour of Yorkshire and Northamptonshire for pre-season.
But to be fair, Butch, it never gets above 8 degrees, 9 degrees until June anywhere in Durham. So you've played there many times in the early part of the season. So, being 1 degree or 2 degree, it's still cold.
Yeah. One of the only times I think I wore a beanie hat on the field instead of the chocolate brown cap was at Durham.
Australian. That was a cold week, early games of the season. Snowed, didn't it?
David Boone, just the look on his face. I think he'd ever seen snow before.
He hadn't.
captain of Durham at the time, as Sam Curran shuffles in and bowls that delivery just probably about 6 inches outside the line of off stump. Rassie van der Dussen, who is a very, very fine one-day international player of South Africa.
A good one from that, but
knocks it into the offside for no run.
He says, not only am I a 37-year-old and never seen snow before, but I've never driven in snow before, so somebody's going to have to come pick me up because I don't fancy driving in it.
Booney, there was a smattering more of colourful language in that sentence from David Boone, I would imagine, as Curran is in once again, and that's a slower ball. Rassie van der Dussen almost sweeps it out to Harry Brook, who makes his England one-day international debut today, out at square leg on the fence, and he flings that in, and South Africa come through for another single. What about Sam Curran, gentlemen? I mean, what a tournament he had in the World T20, and what a paycheck from the IPL as well. Has he impressed you? Has it impressed you that somebody of his pace and size can be so effective in these white ball games? We'll get that in a moment as he just shuffles in and beats Quentin de Kock on the outside edge as he tries to run it down to third man, and there's no run.
Yes, I think he has, because I think with his size and stuff, I think the only way you can almost skin the cat is by with some like trickery and mystery. And I think obviously he's got a very good Yorker. He's got a stock ball because he's played lots of first-class cricket, and he's obviously got a couple slow balls. And I think that combined with hitting a lot of sixes, I think is quite a good match.
Yeah, he certainly. The thing that impressed me is he's in once again, shuffling through the crease, and again it's bang on target, and de Kock can only defend it into the offside for no run. That's the end of the 12th. It's 83 for 1 here in Bloemfontein. South Africa choosing to bat first and getting off to a really excellent start. De Kock 36 from 37. Van der Dussen is just getting underway 9 from 7. I think that the most impressive thing about Sam Curran for me is the way he reads batters. It almost seems as though he's seen their cards. He knows what they're going to play, and he reacts accordingly.
I think he likes the biggest thing for me, the character from him, is he likes a contest. He loves a contest, and I think that's why he's suited in 2020 cricket, Jared.
Yeah, well, I mean, also, he started bowling almost algorithmically in T20 cricket, didn't he? They started taking the boundary into it and everything. But I just wanted to talk about Rassie for a minute.
Van Moeen Ali into his third over is punched out to the fence on the offside by Rassie van der Dussen, and they will pick up a single.
So in one-day cricket, he currently averages 69. So plays with over 1,000 runs. Only Shubman Gill, which is what John Norman was asking us before. None of us were going to get it. I was going to get Baba Azam. He only averages 59. What a loser. Ryan Tentascata from TalkSport.
Moeen Ali around the wicket to the left-handed de Kock. De Kock on the back foot just punches it with a straight bat to mid-on, and there is another single.
Ryan Tentascata 67 in one-day cricket. Probably some feasting on some fairly ordinary attacks there at times, although pretty good player. So those are the guys who average 59 and above. So at the moment, Rassie is second all-time. And just one other thing I want to mention.
Moeen in again, and that's full of delivery. Rassie van der Dussen a little deceived, I think, because he stayed back to a ball he might have come forward to. Moeen Ali picks it up in his follow-through, and there's no run.
Is that we believe that Joss Buttler has the squeakiest pads in cricket. So if you're hearing that noise, I thought it was your mic before. I believe it's his pads.
I mean, again, that one a little bit more flighted, and again Van der Dussen stays back. Probably would have been a half volley had he gone forward, and thick outside edge runs down to third man, short third man, and again there's no run.
Yeah,
it's quite annoying.
It is annoying.
That's all I can hear now.
I thought it was Coffee's wallet going for breakfast, but
Moeen Ali in again, and Van der Dussen does get forward this time and opens the bat face, knocks it between Willie and Rashid in the covers, and they pick up a single. 86 for 1 now, South Africa. Speaking of feasting, there are a couple. It's the home of the Dutchman, isn't it? In the Orange Free State there in Bloemfontein. There are a couple of big old beasts sat there in the crowd. Looked like they might have eaten 1 or 2 buffalo in their time, or bison. As Moeen Ali drops one on a length. De Kock is happy to defend it into the offside. That's the end of the 13th over. South Africa 86 for 1. De Kock 37. Van der Dussen 11. The only wicket to fall is that of South Africa captain Temba Bavuma. He was brilliantly caught, smartly caught, diving away to his left by Sam Curran off the bowling of Moeen Ali for 36. Other than that, there have been precious few alarms for the batting side under lovely blue skies, which are broken up by a smattering of cotton wool like cloud around the place. There's a very gentle breeze, about 30-31 degrees out there in the middle. And well, in comparison perhaps to the SA20, where the crowds have been boisterous and lively, it's a little bit more, how should we say, county cricket in May perhaps than it is franchise cricket at the height of the summer. But nevertheless, there's plenty on this one, particularly for South Africa. They need wins in order to qualify automatically for the World Cup. As Curran is in, delivery on middle and leg is defended into short mid-wicket. Moeen Ali picks up, flings it to Jos Buttler, who in turn flings it to Jason Roy, and the ball makes his way back to Sam Curran as he returns to his mark.
Just thinking on the toss, Butch, South Africa win the toss and the bat first. I'm just going off the way England play cricket. In the last sort of 3 or 4 overs, it's slowed right down. England have taken the bar to a massive high level in 50 over and 2020 cricket, because they just keep going from ball one all the way through.
Curran with the short ball. It's another one of his tricks, Sam Curran. It perhaps catches a lot of batters by surprise that Sam Curran at his pace and size would run in and test out the middle of the pitch, but Van der Dussen, I think, was shocked, because he could have pulled it away or even cut it over backward point or down to third man, but just didn't seem to react quickly enough. Let it pass harmlessly through to Jos Buttler. And so that's a nice bit of trickery. Another bit of excellence from Sam Curran, who then bowls the off-cutter, left arm over, off-cutter, slower ball, which Van der Dussen can only chop to extra cover, and again there's no run.
I think the point I'm making is the pressure on South Africa to win this series is huge, and if England bat first and get a big score by keep going and going and going, have South Africa taken the negative route and winning the toss and batting first to possibly stay in the series and get confidence through Arrett, rather than England batting first and getting a far too big of a score.
Yeah, I do wonder selection-wise for South Africa again, as Curran is in, and Van der Dussen can only chop this away on the offside, that the run rate has slowed down appreciably since England have taken pace off the ball with Curran and Moeen Ali. But South Africa, by not picking the young guns like Levi Stubbs and Duor Brevis, two of the cleanest hitters of a cricket ball going around the franchise world at the moment, it just feels a tiny little bit negative, a little bit old-fashioned. Would you go along with that, David?
Yeah, I think so. I think they've both been playing well as well in the SA20.
Curran again, and de Kock is very happy just to play it defensively, not really looking to score in the mid-wicket, and there's no run.
And I think going forward, in the next 5 to 10 years, or now until the next 10 years, I think they'll be massive players. So I couldn't see the harm in just playing them or bringing them with anyway, and then if there's an issue, play them. If not, at least they can learn off guys like Rassie, Quinny, and those types of players. So yeah, I think it's quite negative as well.
De Kock stands there with his bat in the air, a short ball, and I think that might have taken a glove or a fine top edge. Yes, Sam Curran does it again. I was just saying a moment ago, the short ball seems to shock batters in international cricket from Sam Curran. He always seems to get it on the right line, he always seems to get it the right height, and Quinton de Kock has feathered that through to Jos Buttler, and England have their second.
The right height, Butch, that's the key here, the right height. He's got it, it's around about the badge. Quinton de Kock standing upright in his crease. The ball would have hit him on the badge of the helmet. It's just looped, possibly a little bit higher than that. It's just looped at him. It hasn't quite come to him as quick as Quinton de Kock thought he was going to. He has to wait on it. He tries to shovel it round the corner, and you get a little fine top edge on it, and a safe catch by Jos Buttler. And a key man for South Africa goes, and England's key man. He always opens the door to Sam Curran.
Yeah, that's a huge wicket. Quinton de Kock goes for 37. He'd got himself in 37 from 41. It's 87 for 2 now, and I coined the nickname for Sam Curran the Cincinnati Kid during the T20 World Cup, because he just seemed to be able to read the hand of everybody that he was bowling at, and he has done it once again, David Beddingham.
I think it just comes down to the batter not knowing what he will do. I think he can bowl a slow ball, he can bowl a bounce, he can bowl a Yorkie, he can bowl a good length ball. So if I was facing him, I wouldn't know what to expect. And I think if he's just bowling bounces, you can whack his 128 km/h balls, but because his trickery and his mystery is there, guys can't line him up, which I think is a massive strength for him.
Yeah, huge strength, and he is a great asset for Josh Butler and this England white ball unit. As Aidan Markram makes his way out to the middle, strike rate of 87, an average of 28. Aidan Markram perhaps flatters to deceive in all formats of the game to South Africa. You watch him play and you think he should very much be up there among the world's best, but there is a sort of a lack of consistency, or at least a lack of being able to turn the starts and that obvious quality into tangible returns. But he has a huge position in the South African batting lineup up there at number 4, and has a big job to do now to carry on the momentum that they've had from what has been an excellent start. Pitch looks good. There is precious little in the way of help for the bowlers, but England are chipping away as Moeen Ali starts his 4th over. Van der Dussen just punches it into the offside off the front foot for a single, and Aidan Markram will get the chance to face his first ball.
Just on Markram, his numbers don't look great, but I think he's a fine player. You know, he played I will say that because he played at Durham. But I wonder if this SA20 is going to help him, because he's got a leadership role in the SA20, and there's a lot of talk about him potentially, if Bavuma or Elgar come out of the captaincy of South Africa, Aidan Markram would be the man that would take over the leadership role.
And going to get a slip in place for Aidan Markram, who this is something he does really well, uses his feet to the spinners. He actually gave himself room on the back foot, outside leg stump, to open up that offside, and he's away very first ball. David, I mean, what do they say about Aidan Markram in state cricket over there in South Africa? Is he an unfulfilled talent at the moment? More than that, and second as Moeen bowls to Van der Dussen, who again just punches it to the left of David Willey, extra cover, and they come through for a single.
I think in one-day cricket, I think he gets treated a bit unfairly. I don't think he's got a solid run over 5 to 10 games ever, and I think when he plays consistently, he could open, he could bat 3, he could bat 6, he could bat 4. So I think his best spot is at 4, and if they can just trust him there for a run of games, I think he will average 50. I think he will strike at 100, and when you're doing that, I think you'll win your country games.
Yeah, trust in selection and in leadership has certainly been a big part of what has turned England's Test match cricket around of late, as Markram again just uses his feet, so nimble, so quick against the spinners, to get himself off strike once again. 90 for 2, halfway through, sorry, 2/3 of the way through the 15th over. Moeen Ali again to Rassie Van der Dussen, who can't beat Sam Curran there at short. No, it's Jason Roy, sorry. Quite sure they ever get mixed up, the size of the pair of them at short mid wicket. And it's another dot ball. This time Van der Dussen opens the face and gets it backward a square on the offside. They'll come through for a single, tidy over from Moeen Ali. South Africa 92 for 2 in Bloemfontein. Jared, you got some numbers for me on Sam Curran?
Yeah, so World Cup, he played in 6 matches. He took 13 wickets and an average of 11.38. Like Mark Butcher in South Melbourne, I would have thought. Went at 6.5 runs and over in those as well. I think the most interesting thing is he turned himself from a guy who usually bowled 2 or 3 up front, and then maybe 1 at the end, to essentially a death bowler. And remember, he'd been let go by Chennai, and then eventually went for an absolute fortune. So in 6 games, he completely changed how everyone thought about him as a T20 prospect. So it was an incredible turnaround.
Yeah, incredible turnaround, wonderful tournament, and a huge part as to why England hold both white ball trophies in international cricket. 50 over world champions in 2019, and 2022 T20 champions just recently in Australia. Different ways to listen here on TalkSport as Sam Curran is in, and pace on delivery, back of a length. Van der Dussen punches it into the offside, into the arms of Jason Roy, and there's no run. DAB digital radio, of course, TalkSport 2, then online at talksport.com via your smart speaker, and of course the free TalkSport app. Swipe left for TalkSport 2. Sam Curran is just starting to drag this game back the way of England at the moment, as I'm joined by Mickey Arthur in the summariser's chair. Curran on target again, and Van der Dussen takes a sharp single to a delivery that just misses the stumps at the bowler's end. he will rotate the strike to Aidan Markram. Van der Dussen 16.21. Markram just arrived, 2 from 2. Good afternoon, Mickey. How are you?
All good, thanks, Butch. Yeah, you're 100% right. He is starting to drag the game back the way of England. I love the way he's starting to construct his overs, pace on, pace off, full, short. He's certainly keeping the batsmen guessing. South Africa will be disappointed, I think, at 93 for 2 after 15.2 overs, and 2 batsmen in the 30s both out, which is disappointing. You need one of them going on.
Beautiful looking drive from Aidan Markram. It's well fielded by a tumbling Ollie Stone at mid-off. Ollie Stone in the 11, but hasn't had the ball in his hand as yet, and that sort of sums up Aidan Markram to me. That there's classical stroke play. He looks to have all the time in the world, but those numbers perhaps don't reflect what you see there in front of you as a player. As Curran is in short, back of a leg, Markram has both feet off the ground as he tries to drill that through the covers off the back foot, but can only mistime it to extra cover.
Yeah, you're spot on with that, Butch. I think he's one of the guys that is kind of flattered to deceive a little bit, because you watch him bat, he constructs the best 30 you'll ever see, but then gets out. And he plays some phenomenal shots. And you always feel that he's just 100 away from really kick-starting his career. He's a wonderful talent.
Certainly is. Another one runs in towards him, Sam Curran, and that's a fuller delivery. Maybe a tiny hint of the ball moving in the air back towards the right-handed Markram, who gets it off the inside half of the bat. And again, there's no run. Just a bit of pressure building here. South Africa, going at 7.2 in the power play, have now dropped down to just above a run a ball as England start to wrestle things back. Now, how's Barbados? How's Derbyshire? How's the project going up there?
Barbados is wonderful, thanks, Butch. Really, really enjoying it. It's a nice project, and one that I'm really, really enjoying. The players are great. We're working damn hard.
One across Markram, who punches it out towards the offside sweeper. Ben Duckett picks up and hurls it back in, and single scored, 94 for 2. And that will be time for the players to enjoy a drinks break out there. It's not sweltering hot by any means, certainly hotter than it is back in the UK. Chris Wokes with his high-vis bib on comes running out with all sorts of goodies for the England fielders, towels and energy. What do they do? What do they do with those things? They've got those little sachets of stuff. Do you have those in the Derby dressing room? I know you've always got right in front of the curve there at Derbyshire. What are they that they bring out for nutrients for the players?
We are. It's a county of choice now, Butch. We are right in front of the curve. All it is, it's just an energy shot, really. It's like a little liquid, like a little goo that you open the sachet, and instead of having to drink a big bottle of Gatorade or something, you just flush it down with a little bit of water, and supposedly it does the trick. I don't partake though.
Well, I mean, just have Darren Gough sit down next to you when you're talking about shots, but of the not of the type that perhaps we might have enjoyed on one or two tours.
TVR, Butch. A little TVR just to set off the day.
Oh, beautiful. Well, whilst the players are taking a well-earned break, Jared's got something for us.
Yeah, South Africa are 2 wickets down. A normal one-day side, 2 wickets down, you wouldn't be too concerned about. It's worth remembering they have Wayne Parnell batting at number 7. So he's got an average of 20 and a strike rate of 77. I think he's a slightly better player than that, but he's played a lot of ODIs and he hasn't made it work. And since the last World Cup, there are 20 ODI teams in the world. And New Zealand averaged 48 for their number 7. So their number 7s are doing great. South Africa averaged 13.5 runs from their number 7 position and scoring at a strike rate of 63 in that time. They're the 19th best number 7 in the world. They're above the Netherlands and just behind Nepal and USA. So when you're talking about, they are basically, and the same thing's happening in Test cricket, they're essentially forfeiting the number 7 position to have 5 frontline bowlers, which means when they're 2 wickets down, they can't really afford to lose another couple here, which is why Rassie averaging 70 is basically, he's basically doing 2 batters' jobs in order to get them that other number 7 in. But it's a really risky strategy, and if you want to see how bad it can go, you probably want to look back to the game against the Netherlands in the T20 World Cup. It doesn't work. If you can put pressure on them, and take wickets, they really do struggle.
Yeah, and it also makes the decision to leave out the likes of Levi Stubbs, who bowls a bit of off-spin, particularly with the World Cup coming up in India, all the more interesting, or all the more perplexing. We've got football, we've got cricket coming up here on TalkSport, as you would expect. Just a reminder that we'll bring you 9 commentaries from the FA Cup across the TalkSport network this weekend, beginning tonight with Arsenal's trip to Manchester City. Arsenal just turned over the red half of Manchester. Can they do the same to the blue on TalkSport from 7 p.m? We'll also bring you Manchester United against Reading on Saturday night, and Liverpool's trip to Brighton on Sunday. The sporting action that never ends here on TalkSport. For now, though, on TalkSport 2, we're concentrating very much on this 3-match one-day international series between South Africa and England. South Africa in a state of flux, as they seem to be, as always, and these games have particular significance for them. They really need, they need a series win for sure, and they might need a little bit more than that to qualify for the World Cup proper. England already qualified, but are looking to try and get their ducks in a row in just 13 matches that they have between now and that tournament starting. Moeen Ali begins after the drinks break. Missed fields off his own bowling, and Aidan Markram will pick up another single. I've got Darren Gough and Mickey Arthur alongside me. I'm your host, Mark Butcher, here on TalkSport 2.
Yep.
Lots and lots of questions to be answered for both teams here. For England, really, it's how do they fit in all of the talent into an 11 or a cogent 15 for the World Cup, as Rassie van der Dussen reverse sweeps fine down towards the third man boundary, and it's really well fielded by Dawid Malan, who flicks it back, and South Africa will pick up 3. And how do South Africa perhaps change a mindset? Rather, they've got players, they've got very good players, they've perhaps left out a couple of dynamic young ones, but how do they change their psyche in terms of playing a more on the front foot brand of cricket, particularly with the bat?
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm not sure they've got the batting depth. What they have got is the bowling depth. So that they've kind of, their strategies hinged around their bowlers, and Jared made point of it earlier that they've gone for the 5 specialist bowlers, which is a risk strategy, but I think it's the way South Africa need to play.
Moeen Ali wide of off. Oh, that was a teaser. Aidan Markram opened up the gate there to that wide, slow delivery from Moeen Ali, and it just turned. Markram somehow managed to smear across the line to get a bit of bat on it, because otherwise there might have been stumps everywhere. Beautiful bowling from Moeen Ali.
Yeah, good start from Moeen Ali, actually.
That's good, Mo.
A little straighter, a little tighter to off stump, and Markram knocks it down to long on for a single.
Yeah, I think with Moeen Ali, I think this is the hardest part for a batter during this part of the innings. We've seen it's a flat pitch. I don't think it's got much pace in it, and if you mix the pace up in the middle overs with spin and lots of cutters, it can be very hard to really, because it's a big ground, big boundaries, so there's got to be lots of 1s, lots of 2s and 3s. We've seen them so far this innings, so they've got to carry on in that vein, South Africa.
Moeen Ali again, just bowling the ball, attacking the stumps anyway. Rassie van der Dussen punches it at the left hand of Jason Roy, who just fumbles it a little. They come through for a single. That brings up the 100 for South Africa. 100 for 2 from 16.5. It's an excellent start. The run rate has dropped quite significantly, though, from since the power play finished. The first 50 came up in 42 deliveries, the second in 59. And South Africa just looking to rebuild after the loss of the set Quentin de Kock. As Moeen Ali is outside off stump. Markram hits a stinging drive at David Whitley at extra cover, but again there is no run. Another decent over from Moeen. And South Africa 102 from 17. The match is beautifully poised on what looks to be an excellent batting track. And I am going to make way now for Andrew McKenna. After a word or two from Goughy, of course.
Yeah, I mean, listen, a good start from South Africa. Lost a couple of wickets, has dragged England back into it. I think both teams will be happy at the moment. Even Stevens, very good pitch, quite flat. It can be hard in the middle overs when you don't get a lot of pace in the pitch. So this is an important stage of the game. Moeen Ali, 1 for 29, but I think he's both slightly better than that. Sam Curran's come into it after a disappointing SA20 so far, but 3 overs, 1 for 5. pretty good from Sam Curran.
Yeah, we're going to see it. It's going to be pace off through the middle. It's going to be the off spin. I expect to see Adil Rashid come into the attack pretty soon, so it's going to be kind of pace off all the while.
Curran to start the 18th over, in towards the hip of Van der Dussen, turn around the corner, and they will take a single through square leg. 101 for 2 here on TalkSport 2.
I'm going to ask you, Mackie, you're an intelligent man. What's the word they use? When you look at Markram's name, right, it's spelt the same forwards as it is backwards. What is that?
Palindrome?
Isn't it weird, that? Markram?
Very good.
Brilliant.
Coffee. Great spot.
Fantastic, eh?
Never spotted that, Coffee.
Probably a lot of people wouldn't have. I'm very observant.
Or you're as backwards as you are forwards.
It's always one of our strengths.
Curran in, around the wicket to the right-handed Markram. He's punching to mid-off to Ollie Stone, who, again, we've still not seen him bowl yet. We're in the 18th over.
Yeah, Ollie Stone, it's not his wicket. I'm not sure we're going to see too much of Ollie Stone today. Pace on has been the least threatening of the bowling that we've seen. I expect, as we said earlier, cutters and the spin of Moin and Adil Rashid.
So in club cricket terms, he's collecting the tea money and getting the flags in afterwards then. Curran goes in. That is an absolutely enormous hack by Aidan Markram. And in whichever way you want to do it, forwards or backwards, it goes off the inside edge to backward square leg for a single. He was aiming towards the moon somewhere. 102 for 2.
It is, but listen, it's a game for all shots. Cricket, no matter who you are, you'll lose your rag now and again as a bowler or a batter, and you do something you shouldn't do. It's just whether you get away with it. It's your day. But I'll tell you what, I've been really impressed by Markram. I think he's a fantastic talent. Good player, stands quite upright, hits the ball in the right areas.
He's watching at the non-strikers as Van der Dussen just sort of ducks a little bit, allows a shortish one from Sam Curran to go past his chest through to Joss Butler, no run.
And he's another one you might be able to tell with Mickey. I mean, he didn't get picked, did he, for Australia? I don't think he played in the Australian series, which really surprised me because I think he's got the game to succeed in Australia.
I couldn't agree more with you. And I said earlier to Butch, I think he's one innings away. He probably hasn't done as well as he should have in Test cricket, but I always get the feeling he's an innings away from making it.
Curran in, it's a short ball, a slower ball that's been dug in. Markram will, Van der Dussen will hammer it to deep backward square, and they will come back for a couple as Harry Brook, tumbling around the boundary edge, pulls it in and sends it back in. 104 for 2. We're in the 18th over here on TalkSport 2. Remember, you can get in touch with us via social media. If you've got any thoughts on what the boys are saying or how the game's developing, at cricket_TS, you can always get in touch with us here, and we'll do a few of those. Let's do a few more bits and pieces during the interval as well. Final ball of the over. It's Van der Dussen. It's just short of the fielder at short mid-wicket. It's Moeen Ali. He's gone for the pull. It got big on him. I think it's taken the bat up near the stickers, and that might be fortunate, because if he got it any lower, it probably would have carried to Moeen. It was dug in by Sam Curran. He's gone for the pull. Oh my good! I mean, that literally is on the half volley. If he gets any more of that, it's straight at the fielder.
Good point there, Dave. That's the key to survival, isn't it? Miss hit it. You need that little bit of luck as a batter. Same as a bowler. You could bowl a long up, hit it straight down deep mid-wicket's throat, and you got one for on in the bag. You're away. Same for batters. Sometimes you just need that little bit of luck. Miss hit one that fell short of the fielder, and you're away.
Exactly right. The thing for me, though, it would have been another batsman with a start that's just got out. You need a guy like Van der Dussen who now needs to go deep for South Africa. Otherwise, they're not going to get enough runs.
By the way, on the old palindrome cricketers, if you've got any more, drop us a mention on at cricket_TS. The rule is, though, no Google allowed. You've got to actually remember them from off your head. Don't sit on Google, because it takes the fun out of the whole thing. Right, Adil Rashid to bowl some leg spin. The 19th over, he's in, and he starts with a leg break and he's short and wide of off stump that Aidan Markram does pretty well to reach, actually. Hits it out to the cover sweeper, and they will take a single. 105 for 2 here on TalkSport 2.
Adil Rashid coming into the attack, an area he normally comes in after around this time, 17, 18 overs. top performer for England over the years.
He spins himself a couple of catches at the end of his mark and then comes in, bowls over the wickets, hurries on a little bit to Van der Dussen. He's in behind that, pushing out on the offside, no run. If you have just joined us, your radio or your smart speaker or however it is you're listening, it's not playing up. That squeaking noise is Josh Butler's pads, because he's right next to the stump mic when he's bending over. That's what that squeaking noise is that you can hear. Van der Dussen goes on the reverse on this occasion, down on one knee, laps it round to backward points. No run on this occasion. So yeah, there's not interference, or it's not your speaker or your radio about to pack up. It's Josh Butler's pads. Rashid on his way in, right arm over. Van der Dussen again has aimed something big into the offside, but it's taken the inside half of the bat and just dribbles out on the leg side, and there's no run again.
Just get a feeling he's almost setting him up here for the googly, isn't he? He's drawn him wide, he's drawn him across the crease, and I would expect in the next ball or two the little Google to try and be the wicket-taking delivery.
Rashid is in. That's the leg spinner again, just bringing Van der Dussen forward. 5 balls of the over gone, just a single so far. So is it this one, or does he keep him hanging a little bit longer?
It's right. It's something Adil Rashid does really well as he's gained experience over the years. We know that's his wicket-taking ball. The drift back into the right-hander.
Rashid then to finish the over, gives that one a little bit of air. Markram's pushing it back to the bowler Rashid, who doesn't take cleanly, and Markram was backing up, was very close, that ball actually to ricocheting off Rashid's hands onto the stumps at the non-striker's end. It misses, they take a single. 19 overs gone here on TalkSport 2. South Africa are scoring at just under 5.6 an over. They've got 106 for 2 on the board. These are the thoughts of the TalkSport 2 commentary team. Of course, that is Mickey Arthur and Darren Goff.
Wasn't that a great over? Beautifully constructed over of leg spin. Dragged him across the crease, didn't he? Dragged him across the crease, changed his pace, didn't bowl the googly. He kept that one in his locker, but a very, very well constructed bowler. Adil Rashid, Goffey, and you'll know, having with him at Yorkshire, he's a complete package now, isn't he?
Absolutely, but one thing what they don't realise about Adil Rashid is his batting was so good back in the day, but because of the
Curran in, shortish ball to Van der Dussen, who pulls out to mid-wicket. Brook Fields, and they will just take a single 107 for 2.
Because of the depth of England batting, he's kinder, and his only preference now is just to play white ball cricket. His batting kind of gone down. He's coming in at 10 with 1 or 2 overs to go, but he's such a good batter. He's such a good cricketer, Adil Rashid. Really, really is.
Are you twisting his arm to play some white ball for you? I mean,
he's trying, mate, for the last 12 months. It's not going to happen, I'm afraid.
Sam Curran, left arm over, that's down the leg side, and that will be a wide to Aidan Markram. That noise you can hear is Josh Butler throwing the ball underarm at the stumps at the striker's end, and he's actually knocked the stump clean out the ground. Safely home was Markram, but we're going to need to do a bit of tidying up.
I think we all know, don't we, as working in cricket, but the importance of a good leg spinner in any side, in any format. They're fantastic performers, the wicket takers, no matter what pitch you play on. If it's flat, they've got that variation, and if he was available, I'm sure England would pick him in test matches as well.
Curran on his way, goes in. It's a quick short ball to Markram. Markram bails out on that one pretty quickly and allows it to go through to
the shoulder
to Josh Butler. That is 1 over shoulder height, says Murray Erasmus. Hubert Welk on Twitter's drops us a message saying it sounds like there's a dolphin keeping wicket with Josh Butler's pads. It's not a bad shout, actually.
Well, new pads, isn't it? Straight out of the wrapper. They would have sent him different colour to what he's been keeping in for Pal Royals.
Sam Curran's on his way once again. Markram punching up to mid-off. Possible try at the striker's end from Ollie Stone. Misses. I think he would have been home anyway. With Markram, single taken, 109 for 2. Do they still do that thing nowadays, Goffey, where at the end of the tour they just basically deposit all the kit. They used to do that, didn't they? So you didn't have to worry about the excess baggage coming home or whatever. You could fill up your coffin or your kit bag with some personal gear.
Yeah, you just leave it for the people that need it, especially in South Africa. Lots of kids want to play the game. It's an expensive sport, cricket. You leave it all for them.
Curran in, leg side-ish again. Van der Dussen turns down to fine leg to Jofra Archer, who fields single taken. By the way, Jofra Archer, you're mentioning about the kit. Jofra was actually netting in his Cape Town gear the other day, so with Cape Town pads on. So maybe his stuff hadn't arrived.
No, what tends to happen there is that the bowlers just can't be bothered to get pads. They probably double up with someone in the batting lineup. There's always enough players. One of the batters is not playing. I'll use his pads.
Well, I refer you to our esteemed colleague Mr. Harmison, who never even bothered to used to take it, did he? Because he had the dartboard in the kit bag instead, as he says in his quite excellent autobiography. Shortish ball from Sam Curran, pulled away by Aidan Markram in front of mid-wicket, and it rattles away for 4. Markram goes to 12 from 16 balls. South Africa wants 14 for 2.
Really good shot that from Aidan Markram. Back into position, got his weight through the ball, got his weight coming forward, rolled his wrists and hit that with power. I think the key is we saw Bavuma get in, we've seen de Kock get in and look very, very comfortable and then get out. South Africa need one of these two to go on and get 100, because that will set them up with something that I think can challenge England later in the day.
Final ball of the 20th over from Sam Curran. Again, round about sort of waist height, dropped into the offside by Markram, no run on that occasion. So 114 for 2 after 20 overs. So that's 5.7 an over, 75 for 1 after the first 10. So Mickey, as a coaching group, obviously you want the feedback from the guys out in the middle, but we were talking earlier on the day that it's got to be a score starting with a 3 that South Africa post. So where would you be thinking at the moment?
Yeah, I'd be thinking we've had 2 starts and they haven't gone on. So the emphasis now would be on chipping, it would be hitting pockets, it would be running hard, it will be taking the innings deep. We know South Africa have Parnell at 7, so they don't bat particularly deep. These 2 have got to take the innings as deep as they possibly can to set up the likes of David Miller later on in the innings.
Of course, it's Miller's 150th one-day international today. We'll be hoping he doesn't have to come in and bat too early. Adil Rashid then for his second over. Slip in place, that is Moeen. For the right-handed Van der Dussen. Rashid goes in. Now Van der Dussen moved very early across his stumps so that he could play it into the leg side. Rashid responded by putting it even wider. And so Van der Dussen just allows it to go through to the England keeper, Jos Buttler, squeaky pads and all behind the stumps. Rashid comes in, and again Van der Dussen goes early across and completely cloths it into the leg side to David Milan, and there's no timing and no run.
Yeah, it's quite clever actually from Van der Dussen. He's realised Adil Rashid's strengths. That googly coming into the right hand, he's trying to get across his stumps so he can play the sweep shot. Didn't play it so well that time though.
Rashid in, pushing forward into the offside. Van der Dussen well fielded by Jason Roy at extra cover. Picks it up cleanly.
Great bowling, Dilly, great bowling, Dilly!
He might have taken the skin off his elbow there, or his wrist, judging by the way he's got up. Jason Roy. He might enjoy batting on this surface, by the way, in a bit. The bloke who's a shorter runs might fancy this one. Rashid in, slightly shorter, but maybe a bit quicker on that occasion. Van der Dussen hurries this one down to long on for a single. Sam Curran's down there, 115 for 2. Jason Roy is still ringing out that right wrist.
Bit straighter, Jace.
Nothing obviously happened when he fielded.
Not too much.
Might just be a hard surface, of course.
Jace.
Altitude, heat.
No rush, too far. It's too far.
Rugby ground just over the road. The Cheetahs play. More rugby later, of course, here on TalkSport 2. Sale Sharks taking on Bath. Van der Dussen waits as Markram pushes into the covers. Jofra Archer pick it up cleanly out on the extra cover boundary, but he was able to get it in the air, so it's just a single. 116 for 2 in the 21st here on TalkSport 2.
One senses something just developing here. Something's going to happen. There's going to be a big shot, or there's going to be a high risk taken. If I was coaching now, I'd say just hang in, take it deep.
Rashid is in. Leg spinner turning away from Van der Dussen's bat. Hit to Jason Roy, who recovers. And there is no run. Adil Rashid has now bowled 2 overs for 4 runs. South Africa 116 for 2 after 21. Markram's got 13 from 18 balls. Van der Dussen 27 from 39. The men dismissed. Quentin de Kock and Temba Bavuma. Bavuma the first to go. Caught at mid-on by Sam Curran off the bowling of Moeen Ali for 36 from 28 balls. Quentin de Kock bounced out by Sam Curran, getting a feather through to Jos Buttler. 37 from 41, so 61 for 1, 87 for 2. And South Africa, as we say, 116 for 2 after 21 of their 50 overs. Just a pause in play before we start a new over, and Ollie Stone is into the bowling, and he's got a wicket first ball. Markram has driven one to short extra cover. Maybe England were just waiting for the exact moment to get Ollie Stone on. He strikes with his first ball. It's 116 for 3, and Markram goes for 13. Steve Harmers.
Yeah, great start for Ollie Stone. You see the smile. We see the smile on his face. It's beaming. Lad who's had a lot of injury problems. Talked about Jofra Archer's injury issues. But I tell you what a catch this is by David Milan. He's at extra cover. He's had to dive to his right and he's caught it just above the turf. And Ollie Stone, 86 miles an hour. Been out injured for quite a while. I wouldn't say it was a half volley, David Benningham, but it was a full ball that Aidan Markham, when he gets back and has a look at it, thinks, I probably should have hit that for 4.
I'm not gonna lie, when he actually hit it, I thought it was 4, but obviously there's always a risk when you hit the ball in the air. There's a chance you'll get caught, and unfortunately he was. Good catch from David. So yeah, I think if I was Markram, I'd be quite disappointed because it's a good pitch. Another batter got in, got out. So yeah, I think they just have to look for that batter that will score 100 and get the score to pass 300, because at the moment I think they're struggling.
Right then, Harmy. Fast and Nasty coming on as 4th change in the 22nd over. Your thoughts on this one as TalkSport join us here on TalkSport 2 with South Africa 116 for 3.
I'm convinced Jos Buttler would have liked to have gotten Ollie Stone on a long time before the sort of 22nd over, but because Moeen Ali came on inside the power play, bowled the 8th over, and then Adil Rashid bowled very, very well. He had to come on just to slow things down. Basically, South Africa have dug themselves in a hole for the last 7 or 8 overs. And I think this is good captaincy by Jos Buttler, just holding that fast lad on, that fast lad back. You've got your 2 spinners on. They're running out of overs. You want to keep them for later on when they start to go through the gears a little bit. So to have somebody in excess of 85 mile an hour to come on as your 4th change bowler, I think that's very, very good captaincy from Jos, because I'm sure you would have wanted him on earlier. But I think because of the way that the game's gone, circumstances developed and gone with the 2 spinners, I think it's worked perfectly for England and for Jos Buttler.
So Ollie Stone's about to bowl his 2nd ball in the match. He's got a wicket already. He comes in and bowls to Heinrich Klaassen, who is the new batsman, pushes safely down the pitch, and there is no run. So Temba Bavuma dismissed for 36. Quentin de Kock out for 37. Now Aidan Markram going for 13. The men that England have got out so far. South Africa winning the toss and batting earlier on. It is a ground Bloemfontein where the side batting first have won the majority of the recent games. Klaassen is facing this one from Stone. Off the back foot, punches out into the cover region, and it's fielded by Ben Duckett, and there is no run. So South Africa would have enjoyed winning the toss and batting first, but as Steve Harmson says, they just seem to have got themselves into a little bit of a rut at the moment. Jared Kimber.
Harmy, it's quite interesting Ollie Stone's role, because essentially what he's trying to do is do the Liam Plunkett role. Now that Liam Plunkett's in Philadelphia.
Stone, right arm over, that's quick, it's outside of off stump, hit hard to duck it in the covers by Klassen, no run.
So that fast bowler hits the pitch hard. You could see that was a cross-seam delivery, maybe stayed in the pitch a little bit, or whatever happened on the one that actually got the wicket there. They've got Mark Wood, that's probably plan A, isn't it? But because Mark Wood's not always going to be fit, Ollie Stone is plan B. He just hasn't done it enough at this level, but he has all the skills to be that sort of guy. Comes in, hits the middle of the pitch very hard, and scares middle order batters who like to play the spinners a lot more.
Klassen waits for Stone outside of off stump. Klassen lays out to the cover sweeper, who is Duckett, and Klassen takes a single. 117 for 3, 1 ball left of the 22nd.
Yeah, and it's a great point Jared makes, that England have built a game plan around their quick bowlers in the past that's been successful for them. I think in the plan A would be Jofra Archer to take the new ball, Reece Topley, Chris Wokes, David Willey to open the bowling with them, and then have that 90-mile-an-hour bowler of Wood in the middle to go with the spin twins to really sort of put pressure on the opposition.
Stone beats Van der Dussen with the final ball of the 22nd over. South Africa 117 for 3. If you want to carry on listening to the cricket, well, of course, your DAB digital radio via talksport.com, your smart speaker, or indeed the TalkSport app. You can swipe left for TalkSport too. We'll be here throughout the day bringing you the cricket 3-match series. First match today, the second is on Sunday. Hope you can join us for that series.
The Sam Curran's the interesting one here, because everyone else makes sense. Jofra's going to take the new ball. David Willey's taking it at the moment. Ollie Stone's going to bowl in the middle in that enforcer role. Sam Curran generally takes the new ball. 44% of his overs for Surrey are in the power play, right? But England have decided that Sam Curran's never going to bowl in the power play ever again, and he's a death bowler and a middle overs bowler. So how they fit him in? He came in, the 12th over today, so he probably bowled that first spell. Maybe when Stone might have generally bowled it, but how they fit him in going into the future is really interesting.
Rashid to bowl to Klassen, hanging on the back foot, hits hard down to long off. Jofra Archer does the fielding, just a single, 118 for 3.
I also think off the back of that, when you go to the subcontinent and you've got your two spinners, you've got Sam Curran taking pace off the ball, you need your fast lads in Archer and Wood. Sam Curran might have to open the bowling.
Rashid throws this one wide of off stump. Van der Dussen hoiks it across to the leg side, out towards deep mid wicket. Duckett will field, and again it's just a single.
Well, I mean, Sam Curran gives them the left arm. He gives them the slow balls, and now he can bowl at the death. That's a pretty good variation. You can fit him in anywhere, and it's not like he's a specialist who has to bowl in the middle of the death.
But he also, if you've having Stokes in there, you'd have Livingston in there, Mo and Ali in there.
Rashid bowls, shorter ball, hammered back by Klassen to Rashid in his follow through. He knocks it down. There's no run.
So then you're picking 2 out and out bowlers, and then you've got the likes of Curran, Livingston, Adil Rashid, Mo and Ali, Ben Stokes as options to have. Lengthens your batting, and also you've got loads of options on pace and on variation of pace off it.
Rashid goes in, leg spinner to Klassen, gives himself some room, plays it along the floor to Jofra Archer at long off and takes a single, 120 for 3.
Because we've got to, let's be fair, Ben Stokes is going to the World Cup for England. He's going to the World Cup for England. He's
currently retired.
He's currently retired. I've got no doubt Ben Stokes is going to the World Cup with England if he's fit.
If only there was a teammate of his here.
Rashid in, bowls to Van der Dussen, turns it back to the bowler, and there's no... Now we do actually have a bit of an insight here. Because David, you were watching...
I didn't realise David played at Durham.
Well, no, not only that, he was watching Ben Stokes' net yesterday, he was telling us, and at the end of the over, he's going to take us through Ben Stokes' approach to test match preparation. Rashid goes in. It's been hit by Van der Dussen into the leg side. It's going to go through wide cow corner and away for 4, actually. Van der Dussen will go to 32 from 43 balls. South Africa 124 for 3 after 23 overs. So, David, tell us what you witnessed the England captain doing yesterday.
Well, firstly, he rocks up at the ground about 10:30 in his Bentley. And then he kind of leisurely just strolls in, puts his pads on, not much of a warm-up, gets Paul Collingwood to throw him 10 to 20 balls where he actually blocks. And then after that, he just gets guys to sling at him. And from ball one, I reckon he just tries to hit every ball for 6. So it's quite entertaining. It's a good watch. And also quite dangerous inside indoors or whatever it is.
So that's how the England captain has warmed up for the Test series against New Zealand, which is, of course, exclusively live here on TalkSport 2. He's left for New Zealand today, we understand. So that was his basic preparation. Have a 10 to get your eye in and then just lash it everywhere, which sounds remarkably like... I remember watching Steve Harmison and Andrew Flintoff in Jamaica many years ago, having a practice competition. Their batting practice, David, was actually a competition. I'll tell you the story in a second. Stone is going to start a new over to Klassen, beats the man at cover and will be fielded by the sweeper as they take a single. We're at the University of the West Indies in Jamaica, and there was like a concrete sort of changing room pavilion at the far end of the ground. And Flintoff and Harmison's batting practice was who could smash it over the hut the most times.
Yeah, we weren't allowed to play golf, that was the problem, so we were just practicing our golf swing. That's the best when, to look at best when fresh and,
In goes Stone again. Back foot from Van der Dussen out to the cover sweeper. He'll take a single to take him to 33, 126 for 3.
But I think on the Stokes preparation and where you are, with that, I think it's such a big year for Ben from a captaincy and a managerial point of view. I just can't see him, as long as England manage him right, don't play him in any of the one-day games leading into it, and just basically say once the Ashes is finished, the World Cup's next on your calendar, then I don't see any reason why, one, he'll not say no, and two, you'll not want to try and play to defend the trophy.
Stone is in, and Klassen carve out to the cover sweeper for a single. 127 for 3. Yeah, so the England boys have headed off to New Zealand. They're actually having a bit of an R&R session in Queenstown first, bit of golf. So they've gone early to get themselves acclimatised. To go back to Harmy, I've got to say, David, he might have been messing around when it came to the batting, but he seemed to go all right with the ball when they took to the pitch at Savannah Park, because he took 7 for 12. So it appeared to work. I've got to be fair to him. Stone to Van der Dussen. Yeah, there's sort of a private game going on between 3 people at the moment. Stone's bowling. Whoever is batting there hits it straight to Ben Dickett. He's the cover sweeper, and they take a single. It happens again. 128 for 3.
We're just seeing on our TV screen, David, we're seeing 2 different ways of playing spin from Van der Dussen and from Klassen. Klassen wants to hit it onto the offside, and Van der Dussen wants to hit the spin onto the leg side. Very similar positions.
Stone comes in once again. Klassen will guide this backward of point. Bit more work for Duckett to do, but he gets around well to his left, actually. And again, we'll keep it to a single. 5 balls, 5 singles so far this over.
I actually really like the way that Klassen plays spin. I think if it's full, he tries to hit it really straight and really hard. And as soon as he sees a bit of length, he rocks back quickly, and he can hit it both sides of the wicket. I think with Van der Dussen, he's almost limiting himself off the back foot, just trying to hit it through mid-on. But Klassen almost, because he plays it maybe a bit later.
Stone in. Shortish ball. Van der Dussen tries to pull this one. Gets it out to Harry Brook on the square leg boundary for again a single. 6 balls, 6 singles. Ollie Stone's 2 overs, 1 for 7. South Africa 130 for 3 here on TalkSport 2 after 24 overs. Carry on your point, David.
But in saying that, I've heard that both of them are very good players of spin. So I don't think it's an issue that he's doing that. I just think maybe he closes himself off where Klassen doesn't.
Yeah, 2 different ways of playing the same type of bowler, but England are using, especially Adil Rashid, wrist spin bowl. He's bowling into the wicket. He's bowling short because he knows it's not going to get up. It's not going to sit up. So if anything, it's sort of skidding on. So England are using the shorter ball, skiddier tactic.
Rashid to start a new over, brings Van der Dussen forward, and that takes the outside half of the bat, goes to the fielder at cover, no run.
I think it almost just shows you how experienced Rashid is, where he will adapt to every wicket and every batsman. I think that comes through experience of playing against guys and playing on different surfaces.
He goes in, gives that one a little bit of air, bringing Van der Dussen forward. Again, I think he's looking for, well, certainly straight, maybe even mid-on. It ends up at mid-off, and they take a single 131.
I think you have to play that way because of he's bowling into the pitch, and you don't want to be going across back too much because then you're going to open the stumps up, as well as Van der Dussen's maybe he's going to get his right leg in the way.
Rashid to
That's lovely, Rash.
Well, you can hear it. Josh Butler's loving that one. Good air, good position. Play to long off, single
Where
taken.
Klassen's looking to play on the offside a little bit more, so he's opening the stumps up, so he's leaving his stumps exposed, so he can free everything in his hands. Where Van der Dussen's a little bit different, he's going a little bit more across the stumps, which his right leg, his back leg's in play, because he's trying to hit the ball on the leg side.
Rashid short one. Van der Dussen, I think that was the googling. Read it, it stayed down on him, and he's able to sweep it around to the leg side, but again, straight to duck it. It's singles at the moment, or nothing from a South African point of view. The run rate just under 5.4 and over, 133 for 3. We're in the 25th. Klassen, 7 from 11. Wait for Rashid. Again, stays deep in his crease, takes to long off. Jofra Archer does the fielding. Single taken. 134 for 3 with 1 ball to come.
Watching Klassen face Finn, it just looks so fluent and so comfortable. Rassi also looks pretty good against Finn, but just watching how Klassen rocks back and just plays it through the offside is actually really, really good.
Final ball of the over from Rashid.
Good stuff,
Van der Dussen keeps his left elbow high as he hits it down to Sam Curran at long on for a single. We're at the halfway stage. 135 for 3 South Africa. They won the toss. They elected to bat. Some more thoughts from Steve and from David. I'm getting out of the way because the boss is coming in. John Norman will pick up the ball by ball.
Yeah, I just think South Africa dug themselves a little bit of a hole, and now just starting to build that partnership up where Josh Butler might just be thinking, get one more wicket here, and that is South Africa really behind the 8 ball. Would you think Archer? Would you go with Archer for a couple overs, David?
I think I'd definitely be looking to take 1 more wicket earlier because Parnell batting at 7. I reckon he's more of a number 8 or 9, so they're quite short in depth with batting.
Start of Ollie Stone's 3rd over, and played away comfortably so by Russi Van der Dussen, who moves to 39.
So like if they can take another couple wickets here, Miller's in early, and then obviously Parnell's in next, who doesn't have much experience at 7. Magala's on debut, so it's almost like they almost have to consolidate for a bit longer than they want to, and on a really good wicket against a really good England attack, both batting and bowling, I think they need a high, quite a high score, so it'll be tough.
Little flex of the knees from Klassen as he awaits this delivery from Stone. Rocks back, pulls the ball to square leg, where it's fielded by Brook for another single. Klassen moves to 9. Van der Dussen 39, 137 for 3. It's been a strange old game, really. After the first 3 or 4 overs, I think we're all expecting a score around 350 on a ground that you've played on, David. You were confident it was a flat one. Let's get ready for a run fest, really. But as the ball has got a little bit older, run scoring has got a lot more difficult. Fuller from Stone inside half of the bat as Van der Dussen is forward, and Brook fielding once more at deep square leg. Another run to the score. Van der Dussen's ODI average has moved up to 71. Jared, did you find out who was top of the list? When I was on about 3 years ago, I said that Van der Dussen is second only to one person in terms of averages in one-day cricket. He might even be top now.
I was going to say he's gone up. He's gone over 70 now, Rassi. So Shubman Gill, I still think, has him by a couple of runs.
He does. Shubman Gill. New in at 1 again. Touch Fuller from Stone. Short cover. David Milan, I think it was, fields. No run, but Rassi Van der Dussen, is not exactly one of those names that, jumps out at you when you look at that team sheet. You look at Miller, you see Quinton de Kock, but scoring runs.
Yeah, he scores runs, but it's one of them ones where you're not going to be worried about the way he scores the runs. He's not, if he bats 80 balls, he's going to get 80, 85 runs, where Miller bats 80 balls, could get 120, 140.
Stone is short and pulled by Klassen. He's targeted mid-wicket and he's going to get lucky. Brook running from deep square leg, can't get to the ball, pops into the outfield just in front of him, but that would have been another South African batter getting themselves out rather than the England bowler. Very fortunate there, Klaasen, who moves to 10.
Yeah, just seemed to get high up on the bat. Skidded on from Ollie Stone. Ollie Stone's quite a tall man, 6'2", 6'3", but he doesn't use his height that much. He collapses in his bowling action, and it's literally, if anything, it's skiddy at you.
140 for 3 as this time Klaasen, when he tries to come forward, he almost seems surprised by the pace, possibly a little bit of lift, and the ball squirts out to a deep backward point. No run.
Just a quick one, David, on batting in the middle. You're talking about, right, stop the game, flat wicket. You're thinking, right, big score. We've said that. But when you've got a field the size of what Bloemfontein is, it's the biggest outfield in South African cricket. How hard is it to get that big score? Because when you're in the middle, you're thinking 6s and 4s, but can I get it over the boundary? So then you have to sort of run it around. How difficult is it when you're in the middle to work out what a good score is on a surface like this?
I have to wait for a second as Rashid is in to bowl his 4th over. Tossed up. A leg break, I think, with Klaasen, rather Van der Dussen forward. Big expanse in front of him at mid-off, and takes a comfortable single.
Well, what I think is quite cool about the new rules is that from overs 10 to 40, you're only allowed 4 guys out, I think, or 5 guys out.
Rashid again. And Klaasen this time is forward, no run.
So there's always one spot in the field that you can take a calculated risk, where I think back in the old days it was 5 straight out, so you'd almost have to think about clearing the boundaries. But I think now with the 4 out or the 5 out, there's always an option where you can take a lower risk option.
This is a fraction shorter. Klaasen happy to play this on the back foot, exposes the stumps. Archer fields it long off.
But it just seems since the 10th over, England have not given South Africa anything.
Squeezed them very well, haven't
they? And I think the way that Rassie plays, he almost gets in first, and I think on a really good wicket, playing into really good England top order, it's going to make, it's going to be tough.
This is a touch more air from Rashid, but once again, the batter is drawn forward, and Jofra Archer fields inside the boundary at long off.
And England have bowled well. England have bowled really well. They haven't given too many full balls for the seamers to hit through the line of the ball, and the spin bowlers have bowled into the surface, which has been very difficult. And he can't rock back and hit it for the big boundary, because obviously the boundaries are a decent size.
Klaasen faces. He does try rock back and hit the boundary, and manages to clear the rope. Ben Duckett will field the ball on the other side of the boundary. Short delivery from Rashid, picked off by Klaasen. He moves to 18, and the score 149 for 3.
Again, Klaasen picks up length so quickly, rocks back, and hits it out the middle of the bat. And to be fair, Harmy, it's a massive boundary, but it just made it over. So it just shows you how big the boundaries actually are.
I think I could have hit that ball for 6. It was a rank long up. It was a shocker from Adil Rashid.
What about the follow-up? The last ball of the over, I think, was the googly. Klaasen playing back, trying to expose some of those big spaces in the offside. Hurried up a little bit to turn into the right-hander. No run. Good over for South Africa, though. 9 coming from it. 149 for 3 here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, good over. Good partnership starting to build. 2 batsmen we described playing 2 different ways against the spin. Klaasen looking to open up the offside, and Rassie van der Dussen playing more leg side. There's no right way or wrong way to play it. It's just feeling your way of manoeuvring the ball around the crease and not digging a hole for yourself. And when you get a short ball, you've got to put it away, and I think they're starting to do that nicely. That's why I think possibly, David, Jofra Archer, somewhat different. You mentioned the tail of South Africa. He could be somebody in Josh Butler's mind right now of, can I break this partnership?
I think what Butler's done well, as soon as there's a partnership, he changes it up quite quickly. So
Ollie Stone, short delivery, and Van der Dussen is almost too soon on that, but I think it bounced a little bit more than the batter expected. Ugly looking shot for no run.
When there was a partnership between, I think, Van der Dussen and Markram, he almost brought Stone on, and then Stone took a wicket. When there's a partnership between Quinton de Kock and Bavuma, he changed it up by bowling a spinner. So I think he's captained really, really well by always looking to take wickets.
Yeah, Moeen Ali took a wicket in his first over, and so did the man bowling now, Ollie Stone, defensively played by Van der Dussen. Stone, who we were commentating on back in 2018 when he made his debut for England against Sri Lanka, and we were all impressed by the pace, the hostility actually. Really, it made batting look very uncomfortable at times. He's unfortunately been struck down by injury over the last 4 years or so, but back playing franchise cricket in South Africa and now for England as well. Third ball of the over. Again, it's short. This time Van der Dussen, although it looks like he takes his eyes off the ball momentarily, he's happy to pull this to square leg for a single. And 150 up for South Africa. Midway point of the 28th over, they got off to an absolute flyer. 75 for 1 after 10 overs. They've crawled along pretty much since. They added just, 39 runs in the next 10. 114 for 2 after 20. But a partnership of note between two very dependable batters within their lineup has taken them to 150 for 3, midway point of the 28th, as this ball is punched to Jofra, Adil Rashid at mid-off, and another run is added to the score. A reminder, more live and exclusive international cricket coming up on TalkSport 2 in the next few weeks. We've got the second ODI on Sunday, that gets underway at 7:30. Wednesday is the third ODI. We begin coverage at 10:30, and we'll also be bringing you every ball of England's 2 Test series in New Zealand, and that gets underway on the 16th of February. Stone wide of the crease this time, angling into the right-handed Klaasen, who comes forward and does not add to his score. Klaasen, I suppose, when you consider where South Africa are as a side, and short of confidence, a little bit of chop and change. They've lost 3 wickets today on a pitch which isn't doing a great deal. Run scoring slightly more difficult than it was in the first 10. All 3 batters, certainly 2 of the 3 have got themselves out. And with that weak tail, Jared Kimber earlier today saying that South Africa averaged 13 at number 7.
13.5. Let's give them their full average.
Well, depending on whether you're short delivery again, and I tell you what, Van der Dussen perilously close to inside edging the ball onto his own stumps. Actually deflected back onto his pad and away. But the point I'm making, whether they're a half glass full man and they average 14 for the 7th wicket, or a half glass empty kind of guy or gal and they average 13, is a lot of importance on this wicket. And Van der Dussen is their informed batter, and Klaasen is extremely consistent. He's got to double figures, I think, in his last 8 ODIs. So this is how they've got to play for the next 5-10 overs.
So we talk about the tail. So Parnell averages 20 in ODI cricket with a strike rate of 77. So he's not averaging 20 because he's smashing it everywhere. He's averaging 20 because he's not very good at batting. Magala averages 14.5 in List A cricket.
On off stump, and Van der Dussen, or Klaasen rather, has come perilously close to picking out the lone fielder at deep mid-wicket. The ball bouncing just short of Ben Duckett. And once again, it's a strange approach at times, South Africa. I've just been saying how well they're playing sensible cricket. That's not the way that you want to get out if you're going to get out. Rashid, who was smashed for 6 in the last over. Again, lots of flight and loop. And this bounces a 5th stump line and played along the ground to Archer. The score moves 154 for 3.
Yeah, so Magala, I think he averages 19 in first-class cricket, so he's not terrible, but again, if he's batting number 8 in ODI side behind someone who can't bat, and Rabada's about the same, he averages about 15 in ODI cricket. It's a very long tail.
This is turning away from the right-hander. It pitches middle and leg, moves back towards off-stump, but played comfortably enough. There is turn, but it's slow turn, and this partnership continues. 36 from 7 overs.
Yeah, and you look at 27.5 overs gone, 150 on the board, you're thinking, right, they've got to double this. To stand any chance of beating England, they've got to get somewhere close to 300. But when Jared's told me numbers like that...
Tossed up again, and this is nicely drilled down the ground to long on by Van der Dussen.
It's huge. It's huge that this partnership stays together, and that's why I think from an England point of view, I might just have a look at Jofra for an over or 2 to see if I could break it.
They're reversed now.
Archer bowled the first 5 overs with the new ball. This is dragged down a little bit again by Rashid. And another single, the 5th of the over so far. Would you go with that, David?
Yes, I think if I was England, I'd almost want Miller now. And looking the other way, if I was South Africa, you almost want to give him 12 to 15 overs to bat, especially with the long tail. So if I was England, I think I agree with Harmy. I definitely bring on a strike bowler, and I reckon that's Archer.
Rashid is in, and Van der Dussen moving across the crease. This is well played. It wasn't a great delivery. It was dragged down again, fielder inside the circle, just square of the wicket. And once Van der Dussen managed to beat him, and he would have been mindful of exactly where he was, there was no stopping the ball. So Van der Dussen moves one shy of 50. Good end to the over for South Africa, who find themselves 160 for 3 here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, that's a good shot. He's nearly on both knees when he's hit that. And he's tried to hit it because the pitch is so slow, and Abdul Rashid's dragged it down. It's sort of sat up nicely, and he's been able to hit it where he wants, which is behind square. They've got the man a deep mid-wicket for Klaassen, who's trying to pull the ball in front of square, but Rassie van der Dussen is letting the ball come to him as much as he possibly can when it's shorter, and he's trying to hit it square of the wicket, if not behind square, and he could hit that anywhere he wanted.
Ollie Stone is going to bowl the start of his 5th over. 1 wicket, 14 runs, and up on his toes is Klaassen. No run to start the over. Klaassen, who is behind Faf du Plessis only in the SA20 in terms of run scoring. South African batters, that is. Darren Gough, the man who knows a lot about the SA20, he's been broadcasting for the host broadcaster Supersport throughout. Sitting down, he's just replaced David Beddingham and also Steve Harmison, as Klaassen readies himself. Short again, and has he picked out the fielder? No, he's picked out another maximum. Seemed to have all the time in the world, possibly his heart in his mouth, as Harry Brook was running along from deep square leg, but he's cleared the boundary. He's got the 6, and the score moves on, 166 for 3.
Yeah, what a good shot this was. Ollie Stone, cross seam into the pitch. Klaassen so quick on that shot against spin and seam, gets on the back foot and pulls it away. He's really good. That's his go-to shot. We've seen it a few times already today in Bloemfontein. 75 metres. Very good player, Klaassen. Really impressed by him. As you said, John, saw him in the SA20.
Fuller and it's crunched into the turf and up and over Ollie Stone, who doesn't feel from his own bowling, but no damage done. Adil Rashid just scampers across from wide-ish at mid-off. No run.
Yeah, as I said, with Klaassen, really good on that short ball, mid-wicket area, whether it against spin, quick on his feet, gets back and across, and it's deep. But against the seam there of Ollie Stone, wonderful shot of a mid-wicket for 6. Fantastic.
28 from 27, Klaassen. And it's just for a little punch to Adil Rashid, wide of mid-off. You enjoy it, the SA20? You seem to. I mean, I tell you what, if you've got a crowd in, it doesn't matter what is happening. If you're watching it on TV, you're interested. And the South African crowd have been in for the SA20. They're not paying a lot of money. There's a little word of encouragement for some people. But, you know, for a new tournament, the locals seem to have bought into it. The broadcasters certainly have. The players have. You must have been impressed by what you were commentating on throughout that tour, that series so far.
Yeah, fantastic tournament. Been really impressed by it. Saw some wonderful players. The pitches have been the one downside to the tournament.
I see Van der Dussen, he's going to come through for the red ball run. Kevin Peterson would have been impressed by that. As soon as he hit the ball, he wanted to come through, and possibly the reason for that is it means that he reaches 50 again. Frightening consistency from him. The player of the series when South Africa took on England in 50 over cricket back in July. And Van der Dussen is performing just when his team need it. 1250 and 39 ODIs. And South Africa 168 for 3.
Fantastic knock, 63 balls, wonderful player. Slow start actually in the SA20, what we've just been talking about. But he came into form the last couple of T20s.
Last ball of the over and no run. So Klaassen ends at 29, Rassie van der Dussen 50. A partnership of 50, 51 actually in 8.5 overs have just taken the pressure out of this match from a South African perspective. They were teetering a little bit when Aidan Markram picked out short cover for 13. 116 for 3 then. 30 overs in, 168 for 3.
I'm going to say, when you look at this partnership now, this is the big part for South Africa. A partnership of 52 from just 53 deliveries has put South Africa in a good position now. You say after 30 overs, 168 for 3. Realistically, you could double that as long as you can keep wickets in hand, which they've got. But remember, South Africa have got that long tail. They've got Miller, who's an excellent player, coming in next. Parnell, yeah, he's number 7. I'd say he's probably 1 too high. But then Magala, Rabada, Shamsi and Nokia will bring up the tail. It's a long tail, but if they can keep this partnership going, they'll be looking around that 300 plus mark, and I think they'll need it.
And they've certainly got some bowlers in there, haven't they? You know, we hear that a lot about South Africa. That's where their strength lies. Hasn't helped them a great deal in the longer format, but it's got to help them in this shorter format, because we've got a 50 over World Cup at the end of the year, October, November. England, of course, defending champions. There's a great line in Neil Manthorpe's latest piece. He said, South Africa used to be under pressure to win World Cups. Now they're under pressure to even be in them.
Which shouldn't be the case, you know, John. I mean, they're a good lineup. I've been impressed by some of the players I've been lucky enough to see this last 3 weeks.
Maybe that will rejuvenate them slightly as Rashid is in. And both of these South African batters more than happy to get onto the front foot and play. Rashid, big ground as well, and another single taken.
Yeah, I mean, the potential of him. You say you need a good, strong domestic league and domestic tournament, and I think that's the last 3 weeks has ignited South African cricket.
That's good.
Klaassen playing on the back foot, can't beat the fielder, stationed relatively close to the wicket, and kind of shortish extra cover. Jason Roy, there's a story that we'll be following closely later on today.
That's a big innings for Jason Roy.
Again, real attacking line this time from Rashid, just outside off stump, played comfortably enough. But I suppose from a South African perspective, I mean, you've been watching a lot of the youngsters come through, but this is not a young ODI side, is it? I mean, Bavuma's 32, De Kock, well, okay, 30, that's okay. Klaassen 31, Magala 32, Maharaj 32, a little bit closer to the wicket there, spinning away from the off stump of Van der Dussen, who will take another single. David Miller 33, I mean, where they're going to be when he retires. Wayne Parnell 33, Van der Dussen 33. They're going to have to blood some youngsters at some point.
Well, listen, they will do, and there's no doubt. I talked earlier, they've got Jordan Herman, Deval Brevis, Ryan Rickleton, Grant Rolifson.
Well, there's a big shot for a leg before, and given. Klaassen propping forward on the sweep to Rashid. Now they may review, but the batter reaction suggests he knows that he's out. Goffey gave it immediately. And just as a partnership was starting to bear fruit for South Africa, England have struck. Klaassen isn't going to review this. It was tossed up again by Rashid. A lovely little bit of drift into the right-handed Klaassen, who was down on the sweep. It dipped, he missed, the ball hit the pad. And I think when we watch this on replay, when it does go upstairs, it's going to be 3 reds and you're out, son.
I'm not so sure he'll go upstairs on that one. I think he knows, pretty adjacent. In fact, he's walking off now, dejected. Did so well, Klaassen playing so well, good player against spin. Sweep shot is his strength, and getting back on that back foot and hitting it over mid-wicket. But it's a huge wicket for England as Klaassen dismissed by Adil Rashid just as he were getting going. He goes for 30 off 32 balls. LBW Adil Rashid, and the score now is 171 for 4.
Wicket for England. England doing exactly what they did in the Owen Morgan era, which was something that Darren Gough and players of your vintage will remember was a difficult prospect for England teams of the past, which was to take wickets in the middle part of a 50-over game. You'd be all right picking up 1 or 2 in the with the new ball. Picking up wickets through the middle part of an innings in 50-over cricket was always difficult for England teams until Owen Morgan's captaincy, until his era, when the likes of Liam Plunkett and Adil Rashid, Moeen Ali allowed England to have a cutting edge in that period of the game where batting teams were consolidating and knocking the ball around, and that has made a huge difference to their potency in this form of the game. A lot of the talk is obviously around the batting strength and the strike rate, etc. of England teams, but their capacity to take wickets outside of power plays and the death has also been a huge factor. David Miller is the new man to the middle. So often the hopes of South African totals or run chases rest on the shoulders of this man, who's often held back until the last 15 to 20 overs of an innings. He strikes the ball in a fashion that very few can. I mean, if you're in the hospitality areas or commentary boxes right behind the bowler's arm, as Rashid is into Miller with a slip in place, first ball he defends out towards backward point, you're in big danger because the man can knock buildings down when he hits it properly. Rashid out of that over, then just the 3 singles and the wicket from it. South Africa 171 for 4. England chipping away and grinding that run rate back down below a run a ball, and they appear to be in control of this one-day international, though the ball does seem to have just gripped a little bit more once the lacquer has come off it, Darren Gough.
It does, and I think one of the things you talk about there, Butch, is about the bowlers, where England are so strong now. It's that now where the slower balls, the cross seam, the wobble seam has become a part of everyday play now. We've seen whether it's be a test match, a T20, an ODI, and that's been the difference. Now you've always got to look to take wickets, and the best way to slow the run rate down is by having that varied bowling attack and taking wickets all the way through.
Yeah, South Africa now in a bit of a quandary. Van der Dussen is 52 from 65. Miller just new to the crease without yet getting off the mark. But the next man in is Wayne Pannell. And you've got Sisalo Magala coming in at number 8. They really are short at that bottom end. So you've got 2 batters for whom a lot rests for South Africa, and Jofra Archer into the attack, because Josh Buttler senses that another wicket here could really break things open for England. Scampered single from the first ball of his 6th over. He got through 5 in his opening spell, which will please everybody. Not only is Jofra Archer back in the team, but he was able to get through one more than a T20 allocation in his first spell, and he's got 5 to go.
Yeah, it's progression. You start off with 4 overs, he's up to 5. Next thing, he'll be bowling 25 in a day. It happens that quick, Butch.
Hopefully not. Hopefully England will have learnt their lesson about the way to use Jofra Archer. They're one of their key assets. They've certainly handled Mark Wood much better under Ben Stokes as Archer is in, and that's a little bit quicker. Just hurried David Miller up into that front foot defensive stroke that ends up in the hands of Point, and again there's no run. 172 for 4 here on TalkSport 2.
Such a big wicket, that last one. Adil Rashid getting Henrik Klaasen, very good player against spin, just misjudged the length, didn't he? A little bit full to be sweeping, and Adil Rashid got that important breakthrough.
As Archer glides in once again and generating pace from nowhere, again keeps Miller honest on the defensive, and there's no run. I tell you what, you must get a pang of jealousy watching Jofra Archer run in and bowl, because I know you had to run in and bowl every ball like it was your last, didn't you, to generate the speed. It just seems to be utterly effortless watching him get to the crease. And goes in again. Quick delivery, quick bouncer. Miller not quite the no-look hook, but almost takes his eye off it, and in the end manages to control it down to fine leg for a single.
You know, it is every time I watch him, it's just like art, isn't it? He runs in, it's so smooth. But it just goes to show, you know, fast bowling's hard. You've got someone who's got such a lovely approach and it's so relaxed. Not much effort seems to be put in, although there is. But look at the injuries he's picked up already in his short career. Fast bowling is hard. And when you have to turn up day after day and deliver ball after ball, it takes its toll eventually. You end up like me.
Not doing too badly, Goffey. In it towards leg stump from Archer that time. And Van der Dussen knocks it around to Harry Brook, who makes his debut for England in one-day international cricket today. It's backward square leg, and they pick up another single. I mean, I've been talking to a couple of pals, you know, not cricketers by any stretch of the imagination, about the stresses and strain that go on to fast bowlers, and kind of you equate it to maybe javelin throwers. So javelin throwers in the course of a tournament, they've got 6 throws, haven't they? And they put maximum effort through that left side of the body if you throw with the right hand, and there are injuries aplenty for those guys. Archer in again, it's leg stump, this time to the left-handed Miller, and knocks it round the corner for a single. But with fast bowlers, if you get through 20, 25 overs in a day, you're doing 140, 150 versions of throwing the javelin, and then you're expected to do it all again the next day. That's the end of the 32nd over, 175 for 4 South Africa, 18 overs to go. The 12 men are out there on the park, refreshing the players. It's a pleasant day in Bloemfontein, about 30 degrees, light breeze. It's not blistering as it can get out there in the heart of South Africa. And England relatively comfortable, you would imagine, with the situation at the moment. South Africa won the toss, decided to bat first, so 175 for 4. Second drinks break from 32 overs. Jared.
Just on what you were saying there about the fast bowlers, we're obviously starting to get the information coming through on sports science, but I was listening to someone who works with athletes in America, and he works right across all the major American sports, including all the Olympics, and he said that baseball pitchers are the ones who are the most in the red zone, because in order to pitch a baseball, you have to put 100% of effort in. And I would say that cricket bowling would really be another one there, where you're always on the edge of injury or always slightly injured at any stage. And most sports, you don't need to be at that red zone all the time. You know, you oscillate up or down. You see footballers walking around at certain time. In pitching and fast bowling, I just don't see how there's a rest. And, you know, we haven't done all the science at the moment. There's obviously a book about how it would be much better for fast bowlers if we went back to the old back foot no ball rule, so that you don't put as much stress through your front leg. But realistically, I'm not sure there's ever going to be a way that we're ever going to not put a lot of pressure on fast bowlers' bodies.
Oh, it's a nasty job. I reckon the fast bowlers that I remember playing against who were able to go through the gears to that extent were the Great West Indians in Courtney and Kirtley, who, because of their stature as much as anything else, the height that they delivered the ball from, were able to kind of shift through the gears and still be effective. But no, exactly. That's why I mentioned you, Goffey, because for you it was a case of every ball is knackers out, if you'll excuse the
red zone. The red zone, I believe, is what we were calling
it. That what, yeah, sorry, that's the scientific
you're trying to say I'm not very tall, aren't you, Butch? That's what you're trying to say. When you haven't got the long levers and you haven't got the long legs and you're short like me, basically every ball was an effort. It was, and as you say, you talk about the injuries that fast bowlers get. And a baseball player, you know, I would say it's probably mainly that right arm if you're right-handed and the elbow. With a fast bowler, it's the elbow, the shoulder, the front foot, the ankle, the hamstrings that are stretched, the back, the force it's put under. It takes you a few years. You go through those teenage years and the work rate goes up, and that's when you're finding now a lot of the fast bowlers get stress fractures or multiple stress fractures in their early teens and 20s.
Well, that's the other
20s.
problem. Is
diagnosis has changed with that though as well, hasn't it? Because I'm guessing that somebody like yourself, or I remember running into yourself and Dominic Cork back in New Zealand back in '91 or something like this. You guys at the beginning of your career and before I'd really played any first-class cricket at all. Now, in those circumstances, you guys would pick up injuries and you wouldn't have them diagnosed as stress fractures, would you? You'd kind of play through them, or play with bad backs and all these types of things. But now, the minute that happens, they're flagged and players get taken out of the firing line, don't they?
Yeah, you get taken out before you get injured as well now, because they're looking at your load management and everything else. And what's happening in American sport is they're actually looking at the way that players stand, turn, jump, and do everything else to predict what injuries players are going to get. We're just getting to, I think the ECB's just getting to that technology in cricket. So you can see a bowler's action and be like, well, he's going to get injured exactly here. Can we fix this before he gets to that section? Whereas before, if you had a sore back, you may not know it was a stress fracture, and you may actually continue to bowl with it anyway. I mean, fast bowlers are always sore, right? You'd know that, Butch.
I was always sore. Yeah. Sore in the head, anyway. But as I've always maintained, the reason that there are more captains who tend to be batters is that who, with the right mind, would have chosen to be a fast bowler. Take of that what you will, Mr. Goff. Moeen Ali is back into the attack. 1 for 29, his figures from 5. Oh, and that one turns. That one turned. He's around the wicket to the left-handed Miller. Angled in from wide on the crease. It pitched just outside off stump and then turned and beat the groping outside edge of Miller. That's a pitch just baking under the sun, starting to offer a little bit of grip for the slower bowlers. And Moeen is a little bit flatter this time. Again, that one held and turned a bit on Miller. And Miller is now 2 from 7 and not looking particularly comfortable at present.
Well, you know it's not going to be easy when you're coming round the wicket, Moeen Ali, wide of the crease, and it's still turning back past the bat. Moeen Ali bowls it down to mid-on. The fielder picks up.
Yeah, Moeen has controlled things well. Came on his first change for Josh Butler, just to slow things up for South Africa, and England have pretty much taken control ever since. If you've got an opinion about fast bowling, about the length of Darren Goff's legs, or anything that might be relevant, get in touch with us at cricket_TS or at TalkSport2. Let us know you're listening. Let us know how you feel England's prospects are, or what their team might look like going forward as we enter the last gubbins before the World Cup in October in India. Single again to Rassie van der Dussen. 177 for 4 now. We're in the 33rd over. Josh Butler just exhorts his players to keep concentrating, keep pressing here. Wasn't the easiest of starts for Josh Butler when he took over from Owen Morgan in the Netherlands.
Catch it.
I say the Netherlands part of it was relatively straightforward. Another single down the ground to Miller. But after that, a bit of a roughing up during the English summer in T20 and one-day international cricket. But of course, it was all right on the night, wasn't it? Double world champions, won the World T20 in Australia. Van der Dussen on the reverse sweep, knocks it fine of Rashid at short third man. He chases it down, flips it back with a backhand flick, and the ball ends up back in the hands of Josh Butler by way of a relay throw. 180 for 4. Miller is 4 from 9. Van der Dussen 57 from 69. Perhaps the last two high quality, dangerous players for South Africa in the middle at the moment. Darren Goff alongside me. Jared Kimber just chipping in with his knowledge of American sport and its sports science. I was speaking with Liam Plunkett actually, funnily enough, a couple of days ago. He's heavily involved in the American model over there as they try and build up towards the Major Cricket League. So strength and conditioning coach himself, so he knows a little bit about injury and how to detect and to prevent it in fast bowlers. If you're listening, Pudsey, hope all is well out there in the States, in Philadelphia. Single from the first ball of Jofra Archer's 7th over.
Their first tournament starts this summer, so they've raised more money in 1 year than the CPL has made in its entire history. There's a bit of money in US sports, so I'm sure Pudsey will be getting some of that as well. But he's based out in Philadelphia, and so he's been working with the minor league teams. It's really interesting. It's like some cross between club cricket and semi-professional cricket. They were broadcasting those games out there.
Archer grooves in and pushes Van der Dussen back. He firmly pushes it off the back foot to extra cover. Dowd Malan fields and there's no run.
We're all available for this series, right? Like Goffey as a coach, he's an analyst, you as a commentator.
Absolutely.
We put that out now?
Absolutely. I mean, there's one thing, there's all sorts of machinations around world cricket at the moment, and franchises sort of overtaking bilateral series in terms of their prominence and importance, as Archer, the TheraBands on, they're not TheraBands, are they? What do we call the tuba grips on both arms? Protect the elbows, and either from impact on the grass or from other types of stress injuries. Pushes Van der Dussen back again. Again, there's no run. But the English summer, obviously the Northern Hemisphere summer, has been the one thing that English cricket has had all to itself, hasn't it? It's kind of been our one big selling point. As again Archer's in. This time it's a leg cutter. He just ran the fingers down the left-hand side of the ball to take pace off it. And again, the ball hits the field on the offside, and there's no run. But of course, if Major League Cricket takes off, then there is going to be yet another sort of weight upon players and where they want to go and earn their money and how they want to play.
Well, all these leagues coming up, there is a bit of a concern, but players will suddenly say, but they don't want to sign any contracts.
Archer in again. Oh, that was a leg cutter again, but quicker this time. He didn't cut as hard down the left-hand side of the ball, just enough to make it grip and beat the outside edge. That is a beauty. High skill.
Absolutely high skill, and this is what he's good at, Jofra Archer. It's been a bit expensive today on his comeback for England after such a long time out, but he'll just be glad to be in his 7th over, and it just goes to show, but he has got that skill and knack of taking wickets and bowling good deliveries with the old ball on a flat pitch.
3 men saving the single on the offside, 2 on the leg, short again, and Van der Dussen cannot get away from Jofra Archer. That's a really good over with the old ball. 181 for 4 from 34 South Africa. England still in command. Just 1 or 2 signs perhaps that the surface is slowing up, so things might not be quite as straightforward chasing unless things change dramatically under the lights in Bloemfontein. But encouraging signs for Jofra Archer in his 2nd spell.
There's an interesting story recently that wasn't covered very much because it's not a very famous cricketer, but there's an Australian off-spinner called Chris Green, who you probably would have called before, Butch. He bowls off-spin. He's
possibly the best-looking cricketer on the circuit.
He's a very attractive man.
Yeah, he's got Aidan Markram might be up there. You've got.
I don't think Markram's on that level.
Ben Folkes, perhaps. Ben Folkes. I mean, but Virat. Fair. People would say that Virat Kohli is right up there. That is a fabulous shot. Oh, and almost pulled in by Ollie Stone, diving one-handed down there on the fence at long off. Miller didn't leave his crease. He just stood there and belted this turning delivery from Moeen Ali, and it very nearly cost him his wicket. But it's 6 for South Africa.
Absolutely wonderful cricket shot, Butch. Trying one-handed catch there on the boundary, gets a hand on it, but the power of the shot and the quality of the shot deserves 6 for me.
Nicely timed this time from Miller. Hits against the spin down to long on, and that's another single. So signalling his intent now, Miller. I think he feels that things have got to get a little bit of a shift on. He does have that slight concern in the back of his mind that South Africa don't have a massive amount in the way of batting after him, but he knows that they're going to have to take 1 or 2 risks if they're going to post a target that's going to stretch England in the 2nd half. Chris Wokes is the man on the field, actually. It wasn't Ollie Stone. Wokes not playing in the game, is on as a substitute fielder. Reverse sweep will bring Van der Dussen 2. 190 for 4 now.
Yeah, so Chris Green, good-looking man, off-spinner, T20 player, played 123 consecutive T20 professional games, and then played his first ever first-class game for New South Wales. So he never played first-class cricket, 175 games in total. And the reason he played, Goffey, is because he wanted a contract.
Moeen finds a length again. Van der Dussen just knocks it into mid-wicket, no run.
So when you get T20 contracts, they don't come with things like insurance and training facilities and everything else. And so he was covered in New South Wales, but I think he wanted a little bit more a job security.
Bit shorter from Moeen Ali, and Van der Dussen uses his feet, gets himself outside leg stump, cuts it away to Brook. on the offside sweep.
So there are a lot of players now that I think at that top level, that Trent Bolt level, so we know he knocked back the New Zealand contract. He'll be looked after by Mumbai and play for 2 or 3 franchises with Mumbai. But the players under that level, Goffey, I wonder if some of them will try and maintain their state contracts.
Oh, edge. Beautiful, sharp turning off break to the left-handed Miller, who edges the ball. Lands just in front of slip. Jason Roy is in there at slip. Don't think it carried to him. Excellent captaincy from Butler to realise that South Africa are down to their last turkey in the shop and keep that slip in. But that is the end of the 35th over. Almost delivered England another wicket. That of David Miller. The score is... Can't see it, man. What is the score?
Is it 191 for 4?
Well, it is 191 for 4. And England will rue. There was half a chance, wasn't there, to dismiss Miller. Diving Chris Wokes down there long off, but it ended up going for 6, and South Africa have decided it's time to put their foot down.
One thing I'll ask you, Jared, because I'm going to leave my commentary stick now, is but the thing is, a lot of these guys now have insurance, cricket insurance.
Jofra Archer, who might need a bit of insurance out there on the offside boundary, because that has been flayed away by Rassie van der Dussen. A little bit of width from Archer, a little bit short, and that has been punished. 64 from 78 now for South Africa's premium one-day international player, Rassie van der Dussen. 195 for 4 then.
So the insurance plays a big part on this now. So if they miss a tournament, the insurance payments they get are pretty big.
But that's the top level players. It's that middle level that might be interesting.
Archer in again. This time it's overpitched. It's still the same line though, so it's wide. And van der Dussen has just given an exhibition. Front foot drive through extra cover, followed up the back foot cut through point, and that is consecutive boundaries. South Africa 199 for 4 now. Goffey leaves us. Mickey Arthur takes his place. And it looks, Mickey, as though South Africa have decided now is the time. We can plod along no longer.
I think so, and I just wonder if that coincides with maybe just a little bit more pace on the ball.
Archer in, and that's closer to off stump, but it's been nicely played out towards point, and they scamper through for a single. So 9 runs from the first 3 balls of Archer's 8th, and South Africa are brought up to 200 with 14 and a half overs to go. 200 for 4.
Yeah, I think pace on the ball, I think that certainly helped the stroke play. Van der Dussen's played very, very well. They need him to go on. They need him to take that innings deep. And we've always spoken about the one Achilles heel is perhaps that we got Parnell in next. So you would think Van der Dussen and Miller need to take this pretty deep now.
Still pushing for wickets. Archer adjusts his line to the left-handed Miller, who pushes a little bit off the bottom of the bat to mid-off, and they scamper through for a single. So 10 from the over so far. South Africa just pushing along a little bit. Again, just to recap the significance of these matches for England, not so much beyond getting miles in the legs of some players, trying to work out 1 or 2 combinations, whilst the likes of Root, Bairstow, Mark Wood are unavailable. Short ball from Archer, and van der Dussen allows it to pass the middle of his back through to Josh Butler, and there's no run. But for South Africa, it's highly important. Decided that they would forego 3 one-day internationals against Australia in order to get the SAT-20 or SA-20 off the ground, and as such have left themselves in a position where they may not qualify for the World Cup in India in October.
Which would be a disaster for South African cricket.
Leg cutter again from Archer, and that bit and bounced and is really nicely played down to third man by van der Dussen. End of the 36th, 202 for 4. Van der Dussen 70, Miller 13, and there are 14 overs to go, Jared.
Well, I've got a pro batter and a pro coach here. I want to ask you something about Aiden Markram that CricViz found, Soham found over there. Top 4 batters in ODI cricket usually average 30 runs in their first 10 balls, and then they average 41 runs in their next 10 balls. Butcher's already rolling his eyes. He's not interested. Mickey's all like, oh, what's Jared going to say here? Aiden Markram averages 52 in his first 10 balls in ODIs and 25 in his next 10 balls. So he's getting set, he's getting in, and then up when he's facing between the 10 and 20 balls, man, he's giving his wicket away. That has to be psychological. That can't be a technical fault, I would assume. I found 3 other players, Mickey, Devon Conway, David Warner and Temba Bavuma, all have similar patterns.
Moeen in his 8th, reverse sweep is well fielded, sharply fielded by Adil Rashid, helping his mate out there at backward point. There's no run.
But obviously that is not a normal trend. Usually you get better as you face more balls, not worse. Take it away, Mickey. You can fix him right here.
Moeen Ali into Rassie van der Dussen, a man who does not have a problem going on. He sees things through to South Africa more often than not. I mean, again, I've touched upon it with Markham before, and it's a pattern. He does the same thing in Test match cricket. He gets in and gets out. Moeen in flighted, quick single, and direct hit might have been interesting there, but none was forthcoming.
I think that's exactly right, and that's a good point that you make, Jared. I think it's all about tempo. It's all about tempo of the innings, and he starts at a really good intensity, and then his intensity seems to drop off just slightly. Your intensity drops off as a batsman, you leave yourself susceptible. Most good players go the other way.
Moeen Ali aiming at the leg stump from round the wicket of the left-handed Miller, who knocks it with the full face down to long on for another single.
Well, if you look at the other 3 guys I mentioned, Conway, Warner and Bavuma, they all like to knock the ball around and steal singles for a couple of minutes, and then when they get in, they start to hit boundaries. It makes sense they'd have a drop, because when they're taking the bigger chances, they might go out. That's not what Markram is doing.
Moeen Ali in, and Van der Dussen looked like he wanted to belt that one for 6, but in the end got a little close to it, but drilled it down the ground, along the ground. It burst through the hands of Moeen Ali, all the way down to long off for 4. Excellent piece of batting. 208 for 4. To current Derbyshire coach Mickey Arthur alongside me. Former coach of South Africa, of course, for 5-6 years, back in 2005, 2010, before a lot of fun you had with the Australians. So how are you going to fix him? How are you going to, super coach, going to fix Aidan Markram and that drop of intensity? As Moeen Ali fires one in at the leg stump of Van der Dussen. They come through for a single. It's the end of the 37th. 209 for 4.
I think it's, as we said earlier, it's about actually sitting with him and working out exactly how you construct your innings. Now, as you know, Butch, in your time, about innings construction, about tempo of innings, that's the most important thing. He's got all the shots, he's got all the range. We said it earlier. I think he's probably 1 innings away from really making it. But we've been saying that for a long time now, and that's a problem. That's why he's not in the Test side, because he just doesn't have the weight of runs. We always talk, certainly for me as a coach, it's about your intensity at the wicket. His intensity seems to drop off. Your intensity drops off as a professional batsman. In international cricket, you get yourself in trouble.
It's almost like he goes into strike rotation mode, which Rassie does, right? But Rassie does it in a very intense, purposeful way, and it's almost like he's got an algorithm to his batting, whereas Markram goes into strike rotating like, okay, well, I don't need to focus now, and then later I'll hit a bunch of sixes and I'll catch up, which we know he can do. And in that little middle bit, it's almost like he hasn't turned into his brain that actually you still have to, even if you're just hitting the sweepers, you have to do that with a certain intent. And that shot today was sort of like a half shot, wasn't it? Where it's kind of pushing in one direction, the ball went off in the other way. I know it was a cross seamer and it probably held up on the wicket, but it just didn't look very good.
You know what you've just described there to me is that
your entire career.
No, well, potentially. Potentially. But it's somebody who doesn't find it as much fun.
Yeah.
It's kind of like there are bits that he enjoys. Sam Curran is brought back into the attack. He has the excellent figures of 1 for 17 from 5. And his first delivery is chopped away into the offside for no run. You've described somebody there who he's getting off on the early part of the innings. You go out there, you get off the mark. The field perhaps is up because he's a top order player, and then actually just doesn't find that he finds it a little bit moribund, a bit dull, and therefore doesn't quite have the same kind of intensity around doing that workaday part in the middle part of the innings, which if you're going to bat a 4, you have to be unbelievably good at, right? Curran, slower ball, chipped in the air. Jofra Archer with the shy at the stumps. The elbow looked okay there, but he misses, and South Africa scamper through for a single. There are heads in hands or hands on heads all around the field for England at the moment, because they felt that there was a real chance of a run out which would crack open the South African innings.
We always talk about the intensity. So the new batsman, whenever a new batsman comes to the wicket, he's got to raise the intensity rather than dropping the intensity. And perhaps that's something that could help Aiden out, is if his partner just kept him going, because he's almost the kind of guy that deals in boundaries. He forgets about the ones and twos, and it's the ones and twos that take the pressure off. If you get in your ones and twos, the boundaries come.
Yes. Shuffling through the crease, and that's nicely played by Miller. Again, just knocks it to the left of Jason Roy point, and they come through for another single. 211 for 4 in the 38.
So I said it wasn't technical, but perhaps I wonder now, maybe that is something that he could look at with the coaches and the analysts, of whether when he's actually strike rotating, if there is technical issues, maybe he's chipping the ball in the air too much, or maybe he's not doing safe strike rotating. Because he's so good at the boundary. Once he gets in, he hits boundary. He hits them whenever he wants to.
Comes at Sam Curran. It's an off cutter. And Van der Dusen pumps it out towards Brook in front of square on the leg side boundary, and they pick up another single. I mean, it's got to be psychological, because there's nothing. You watch him play over a small window of time, and he just looks to have everything that you would need. But I've been saying that for the last 7-8 years watching him play. So the fact that there has been very little in the way of progress, seemingly, is something that you'd have to put down to thought process and psychology. Is another slower ball from Sam Curran gets dug out by David Miller to mid off, and there's no run.
Yeah, I agree totally with that, and the amount of he's so frustrating as a South African cricket lover, and hopefully trying to watch this team develop, is you watch him bat, and suddenly he chips one and he's caught long off, and you're thinking, how did that just happen? After he's hit some brilliant extra cover drives, he'll just chip one and get out. And the only one thing I can think of is tempo and intensity at the wicket.
Curran in, and that ball just tailed in a little bit of reverse swing. Curran went for the Yorker, almost hit Miller on the boot. He dug it out to mid-wicket, no run. I just heard the umpire, I think Maria Erasmus, just saying that they're going to check the front foot, so it isn't quite over.
I get the psychology you're talking about, Butch, and I don't disagree. I do wonder that me and Mickey have both talked about the chipping element. I'm wondering if that plays a part. But then the other thing is, if you look at someone like James Vince is probably one of the best boundary hitters in world cricket. James Vince's problem is he can't get off strike and he can't rotate. If he could match those two, he's an absolutely top world-class player. And if not, he's slightly low. I'm just throwing it out there. Markram might just be someone like that. Because he's so talented at the other parts of the game, he hasn't developed that side of it yet.
Yeah, South Africa 212 for 8. I would agree with you if I didn't think that Aiden Markram was one of the better rotators with the spinners on. That there is. So there's elements of both, I should imagine. 212 for 4. 12 overs to go. We've got FA Cup action for you on TalkSport. With Arsenal's trip to Manchester City tonight from 7 o'clock. Big Arsenal fan yourself, Mick. How does that happen?
I do love the Arsenal, and it happened when TV started in South Africa. We used to get on a Monday night. We used to get all the highlights of all the.
But you say when TV started?
When TV started in South Africa, that was a long time ago. I was a young boy.
What year was this? Here comes David Willey around the wicket to the right hand of Van der Dusen, who knocks it square on the leg side. The intent is there. He's looking for 2, and because of the wide open spaces here at Bloemfontein, he's going to get 2. Excellent running.
If my mind doesn't let me down here, I reckon it was the early 1970s. TV, and we used to get on a Monday night. You used to get all the highlights, and all my mates who used to pick a team. We used to live for watching those highlights. And of course, everybody went Liverpool, everybody went Man United, whatever. And I decided, from a young boy there, I was going to go the Gunners, and I've supported the Gunners ever since.
Well, having a terrific year this year as David Willey is in, and Van der Dusen tries to give himself room to access the offside, but can only pick out Moeen Ali, add extra cover. So who were the big stars for Arsenal in the 70s? I mean, we're talking sort of Charlie George type era.
Charlie George,
Liam Brady maybe.
Yeah, and then we moved into the Steve Bowles and the Tony Adamses and the Nigel Winterburns and Dixons and Siemens and. Those were the guys that I continue to be impressed by.
Yeah, and Tony Adams, the back of the bus boys, the Arsenal teams of that 80s side before Arsene Wenger came along. Pulled out to mid-wicket, that last delivery from Willie. Another single to South Africa. Miller 15, Van der Dussen 81 from 93, 215 for 4.
I have an affinity now though with the good old Derby County as well.
Well, you have to. I mean, you haven't got any choice, mate. So you'll be casting an eye across or up Brian Clough Way with a little bit of envy at the Nottingham Forest team and having a good old time of it in the Premier League.
Yeah, and of course there's a great divide there across that 852.
Is there ever?
But I'll be there on Monday night watching them play West Ham.
Good man. Willie is in, and Miller just drops the bat on that, kills it out towards point, and they scamper through for a relatively straightforward single. 216 for 4. Just feel that South Africa are building something quite nice here. 171 for 4 was when the last wicket was taken. So what are we, 29, 47 run partnership. 45 run partnership, I should say, between these two, and they're just starting to make things look a little bit more straightforward out there. England desperate for a breakthrough of some sort before we get to the kill zone, as Van der Dussen gets that one off the inside half of the bat to Adil Rashid at mid-on, and there's no run.
I'll tell you what's been very noticeable is when there has been pace off, it has seemed a lot harder to score. Where you look at South Africa's attack, a lot of them, either the Rabadas and Norkeys, all sort of pace on. So they're going to rely a lot on Shamsi today, Parnell perhaps with his cutters.
Lungi Ngidi, I mean, England could not pick Lungi Ngidi's slower ball all the way through the summer last year, so he's going to be a major weapon, you would imagine, as well. Nicely played, pinged off the toes of Van der Dussen. Jason Roy tumbles and fields, picks it up cleanly, but the fact that he had to roll meant that he couldn't get up to his feet and release the ball, so they come back for 2. End of the 39th, 218 for 4. And South Africa just building here. It's just a question, I suppose, of whether they lost or gave away too much momentum out of the early power play to really put a commanding score on the board. Although, as Mickey Arthur quite rightly says, there does seem to be a bit of hold and a little bit of grip as the ball has got, or the balls, I should say, there's a new one at either end, have got a little older. So perhaps it might not be the 350 plus pitch that we were reported to earlier on before the game started. We were hearing from the ground that it looked like an absolute belter and that you'd need 350. It might not be quite as run thirsty as that. As Sam Curran, left arm over from both ends, Curran into Miller. Third man up inside the circle fields, and there's no run. Do we get any change in conditions when the lights go on in Bloom, or are they not going to have a massive amount of effect today?
I don't think they'll have a massive effect. Certainly, the lights will only go on fairly deepish into that second innings. I don't think on a wicket like this it's going to have. If anything, looking at this wicket, for me, it's going to slow down.
Which is why South Africa won the toss and decided to bat first, you would imagine. Short ball from Curran. And again, another high-class, aggressive batter, unable to get anything on that short ball. It was a slower ball bouncer this time from Sam Curran, and unerringly he gets the ball head height or just above, which causes batters real problems. He got rid of Quentin de Kock early on in the piece when de Kock was set on 37 from 41 with just such a delivery. Bag of tricks coming out once more for Surrey and England. Sam Curran is again, this time pace on, 80 miles per hour, no more no less, causing David Miller to miss time, but he'll scamper a single into the leg side off the inside edge. 219 for 4.
South Africa are building quite nicely. If these two can be there at over 45, you think they can certainly put something on that's going to challenge England. One or two of these guys get out, I worry about the batting depth of South Africa.
Parnell, Magala and Rabada to come. pulled into the leg side, and you heard perhaps there on your radio sets, or however you're listening to us here on TalkSport 2, the shout of "Oh no!" That was Rassie van der Dussen realising that he pumped it straight to the fielder out there at deep mid-wicket. Just getting a little red in the face now. Remember Rassie van der Dussen making that superb 100 on that incredible day in Durham last year, the one-day international, where the mercury went above 40 degrees up in the northeast. Miller whips off the toes, and it goes straight to Dawid Malan at mid-wicket. Again, there's no run. 220 for 4. There were people, the tough old Northerners, being carried out to the ground in their droves up there at Chester Street during that one-day international.
I can imagine. We fielded that day at the beautiful Barbados in Cora County Ground against Notts, and Duckett got a double 100, and we had a couple of bowlers crawling into the dressing room that night as well.
Yeah, Rassie van der Dussen ran for his life. Obviously, huge wide open spaces there at Chester Street. Played a gem of an innings. Dot ball to finish the 40th. That's Sam Curran's 7th done. 1 for 22 for him. 220 for 4. Miller and van der Dussen at the crease. 17 for Miller. 84 for van der Dussen. Rassie said to me, I spoke to him at the end of the game, interviewed him for his man of the match performance. I said, wow, that must have taken some stamina. He said, us South Africans are used to it. I said, you sure? That seemed pretty extreme to me. Anyway, talking of extreme, I'm going to make way and allow Andrew McKenna to take my seat here after a word or two from Mickey Arthur.
Yeah, no, that even for tough South Africans, that day was pretty hot, which South Africa 220 for 4, setting themselves up nicely here. You would think at 8 and over they can get themselves to 300. 10 and over gets them to 320. In that ballpark figure there, you would think that would be a very, very good game of cricket later in the day.
Absolutely. Intrigued to say you saying that it was warm in Derby that day, Mickey, as someone who grew up in the area, that's breaking news, because I'm fairly sure that the County Ground Derby is the coldest place on God's earth for 99.9% of the time. But anyway, that's another thing entirely. So, final 10 overs. Time for the happy hour to get underway. 52 for 1 in the last 10 over block. First 10 overs, 75 for 1. There was 39 for 1 between 10 and 20, and 54 for 1 between 20 and 30. David Willey will start, and van der Dussen will pull it around backwards, go well fielded by Ben Duckett. Diving away to his right-hand side, uses his hand to stop the ball underneath him, gets back and returns it. 2 taken, 222 for 4, and Rassie van der Dussen goes to 86.
He's been very good, Rassie van der Dussen, at 86 of 97 balls. He's played exceptionally well. One would think, having watched him in the SA20, that he was also a little bit too frantic, a little bit like de Kock in that. In the 50-over game where he's had time, he's been very, very good today.
Willey over the wicket to van der Dussen, who just opening it out in front of him, pushes to Moeen Ali at short cover and will take a single. 87, he goes to 223 for 4. Just a smidge over 5.5 and over is the run rate. In terms of the bowlers used, Willey, Archer, Moeen Ali, Curran, Rashid and Stone, the 6 men used by England so far. Willey and Archer wicketless. 1 for 51 for Moeen, 1 for 22 for Curran, 1 for 37 for Rashid, and Ollie Stone 1 for 22. Took a wicket with his first delivery, did Ollie Stone, getting Aidan Markram driving to Milan at extra cover. There are plenty of options for Captain Butler yet. Willey goes in, short ball, slower ball, bouncer. And bounces up. Miller's not able to... Oh, now that's a late call from Mangane Yele. He's called it wide for height. And 224 for 4, therefore.
Yeah, I think the margin for error for bowlers is so small these days. I do think there's probably a wide.
It was a knuckle ball, wasn't it? That he dug in, and actually, seeing it from side on, it was higher than it looked from behind the arm, as it were. But Interestingly, he managed to dig in that knuckleball.
He did. He actually bowled that knuckleball really, really well.
In he goes again. Off the back foot is Miller, punching towards extra cover. Duckett will come off the boundary. Single taken, 225 for 4.
The interesting time now in the partnership is how long do these two go together? Do we say in their communication in the middle, do they say, okay, Miller, this is the time you go, Van der Dussen, you bat until the back end of the innings, or are they still happy to take it to overs 44, 45 as a partnership and then put the foot down?
In goes Willie over the wicket. Van der Dussen, he's not an elegant player at times, and that was a funny shot. He sort of crabbed across his stumps and paddled it to very fine leg to Jofra Archer. There is no run. I'm inclined to think he was actually initially thinking one shot and realised he couldn't play it and actually amended to another one.
I think because he took pace off the ball. I think because he took a lot of pace off the ball. I think that forced a change in thought process and a changed in shot.
Willie is on the way. Van der Dussen turns this off of his pads through square leg where Duckett will field, and that is now 4 overs since a boundary for South Africa. 226 for 4, 40 overs and 5 balls. So this is the time that ideally you would think they'd be wanting, but of course those 4 wickets come in. Still to bat, Wayne Parnell, or can bat, absolutely no doubt about that. Sisanda Mangala, Kagiso Rabada, Anrit Nokia and Tabraiz Shamsi, in whichever order you want to perm those 4, to be perfectly honest. Willie in, Miller actually comes down the pitch a little bit to meet Willie there, and hits it out to Moeen Ali, who's sweeping on the leg side. Just a single. 41 gone therefore here on TalkSport 2, 227 for 4.
I think in the partnership now, if they can get themselves 7 and over for the next 4 overs, get them to over 45, and then it is almost hallelujah time. Then both of those players can go. You still then have Parnell. You've got a Rabada who can play a little bit down the order. So I would have thought if they can go at 7s for the next 4, get themselves to 45, and then that, if they can springboard on and have a good last 5, you're getting 50, 55 in the last 5. It'll put them in a really good position.
By the way, loads of live sport coming up this weekend on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. Obviously, we're here now bringing you the cricket. Rugby Union tonight in the Gallagher Premiership. Sale against Bath from 7:30 here on TalkSport 2. But there's a small matter of 9 commentaries from the FA Cup this weekend across TalkSport and TalkSport 2. We start tonight, Arsenal-Manchester City on TalkSport. So it's absolutely loads of sport coming your way. Oh, and there's also boxing tomorrow night as well. So if there's not something for you this evening or over this weekend, you're probably listening to the wrong station. Jared Kimber's our analyst.
And Macca's probably commentating like 70% of that, everyone. So if you're enjoying him now, I'm sure he'll be doing about 4 more. I've just got something on David Miller and Rassie at the death.
Okay. Adil Rashid to start the new over. Oh, Miller hits that hard, but down to Archer at long on for a single, 228 for 4.
So we say things like they won't want to lose a wicket now, which is obvious because they have no one batting behind here. But the interesting thing is, in the last 10 overs since the start of 2020, Miller is averaging 74 in the last 10 overs, and Rassie is averaging 60.25. They're both scoring at strike rates of basically 140 in that time. So they have mastered the ability to get in, get set, and then push on without losing any wickets.
Rashid in, bowls, and Van der Dussen plays with a straight bat past the bowler down to long on, and they will take a couple.
So if you haven't seen South Africa play a lot and you see them 4 wickets down coming into this part of the game, you'd think, well, they're in trouble. But these two are used to doing this, and they've been doing it. I would say they are saving South Africa's bad selection policies over and over again, because those numbers do not look normal. For instance, Glenn Maxwell, who's been incredible, is averaging 37 with a strike rate of 180.
Wow. Rashid in. That one seemed to drift away a little bit from Van der Dussen. He hits out to Willie, the cover sweeper. They're going to come back for 2, and Miller has beaten the throw. Rashid actually got pulled a little bit away from the stump, so he wouldn't have been able to take the bails off anyway, but Miller was cantering home, and that's 2 more, 232 for 4.
So this is going to sound stupid, Macca, but I would say
not for the first time. I feel compelled to add
that I think Miller's actually being he's been constrained by this, because so often he knows he has to chip it around at this stage. He could probably score even quicker if they, because he's set by the time of these innings.
Rashid, bit of air on this one. Van der Dussen pushing forward to long off for a single.
But instead, he's in like what you would call hyper accumulation mode, probably for the first 5 overs, and then the last 5 overs he probably whacks it a little bit more. And that means that because he's been averaging 70, which is still ridiculous, it means that they haven't been penalised as much for having the 5 bowlers in their side.
Rashid, wide of Miller. It turns back into him off the back foot. He hammers it to the edge of the cover circle. No run.
But it's not an ideal game plan.
No.
Just keep averaging 70 at the death and we'll be fine.
I mean, it's interesting. We remember, I mean, we can say this and we can sledge him because he's not in the commentary box, of course, our old mate Neil Manthorpe. Absolutely, I'll come back to that in a second. As Rashid bowls to Miller, hits to a long on for a single. Do you remember the game where Razzie van der Dussen was batting at a strike rate of about 4 and Manners absolutely went for him big time? It was the India One Day International.
Had to replace the mic from all the spittle.
I mean, there was venom and bile coming from Manners, and from a very mild-mannered individual. This was something quite special. And then Razzie van der Dussen flicked a switch and became A.B. de Villiers / Adam Gilchrist / Chris Gale, their love child, and leathered it to all parts and made about 1 million off 25 balls. And poor old Manners had to eat humble pie. But it is that sort of the way he plays thing, isn't it? In the fact that, he's not going to go out and tear it up from ball 1, but what he does do is he backs himself to make it up towards the back end, and that's really what South Africa kind of need here, isn't it?
And you can do that in the 50 over game, and he's done that really well. The 20 over game doesn't allow you that, obviously, that same amount of time. Very interesting stats that Jared. I'd like to see it one step further and to see what they average at what strike rate, if you can, overs 45 to 50.
Right, Jared loves nothing more than a challenge, so we shall set him on his way for that one. That Razzie van der Dussen, by the innings, was in a T20 in Delhi, and he ended up making 75 from 40 balls. Completely changed things. Let's take you through the scorecard because we're having a bit of a delay at the moment. So, South Africa won the toss and elected to bat earlier on. Temba Bavuma, first man out, caught at mid-on by Sam Curran off the bowling of Moeen Ali for 36. Quinton de Kock made 37 before he was caught behind off a short one of Sam Curran. That was 37 from 41 and 87 for 2. Aidan Markram, third man out, caught by Milan off the first ball that Ollie Stoner bowled, 13 from 19. That was 116 for 3, 171 for 4 when Heinrich Klaassen was absolutely stone cold LBW to Adil Rashid, 30 from 32. He's the last man out so far. And we're back underway with Ollie Stone bowling to David Miller, who's going to go to 22, turning this one on the leg side, 235 for 4. Miller's got 22 from 30. Jared, do you have those numbers already?
I do. So in the last 5 overs, Rassie's strike rate is 150 and Miller's is 163. So even though that's a jump up, as I said, Maxwell's is 180. So Maxwell has batters behind him, and they just say, Glenn, just go out there and smack it, we don't care. These two have to keep... I know it sounds ridiculous to say 163 is someone just chipping it around, but comparatively to Maxwell it is.
Ollie Stone goes in. Oh, it's a shortish, wideish one that Van der Dussen tried to play through the offside, but did not time, and it just dribbles out on the offside. And there's no run. Mickey Arthur's moved out of the summariser's seat. I'm gone double-headed next to me. David Bedingham and Steve Harmison moved back in for the last portion of this innings.
Yeah, what Jared's saying there, it's so important that these two stay at the wicket because you're looking at 235 for 4.
Stone goes in, and it's drivable from Van der Dussen. It's partially saved by David Willey at mid-off, who actually pushes it on to Jofra Archer, who is at long on, and they'll come back from a couple, 237 for 4.
And as well as Razzie van der Dussen has played, and David Miller can turn 22 off 30 balls into 60 off 43, 44 balls. But you go the other way and lose a couple of wickets, it could be 260 all out. And I think that's why this partnership is so crucial for South Africa.
In comes Ollie Stone. Right arm over. It's a quick off cutter on that occasion. Shortish one that Van der Dussen will pull around the corner to Jason Roy. Fields on the leg side. Van der Dussen goes to 96. 238 for 4.
Looking at the surface, and you mentioned Jason Roy, probably the most under pressure player in the England team. I don't think he'd be I think he'd be quite happy with the surface that he's going to go and bat against the new ball on. If he was a middle order batsman, I would say maybe there will be a little bit more pressure on, but the new ball coming onto the bat, I think he'd quite enjoy this surface.
Stone goes in. Miller pushes into the offside. Will take a single to the edge of the circle where Roy is fielding. 239 for 4.
I think Roy, coming from playing for the Pal Royals, he's been probably the last month has been playing on a wicket that's very slow and low and turny. So I think, as Harvey said, I think he'll be very excited to get going on this pitch, especially with the brand new hard ball and pretty good surface.
Could be exactly what he needs, therefore. Interesting. Final ball of Stone's 6th over. It's gone full and straight, looking for the Yorker. Van der Dussen clips to mid-on. Roy will field, and they come back for a couple more. Van der Dussen goes to 98. 241 for 4 here on TalkSport 2. 7 overs of the innings to go. 5.6 the current scoring rate. Just
They'd want 300. You'd say 285, 300 will be the score that South Africa will, I feel, as though they need to get to have any chance of winning this cricket match. If they lose a wicket, get 265, 270, then I think England will have too much for them. If they can get in and around that 300, then with the scoreboard pressure of the slower bowlers taking pace off it, the wicket getting tired, we might just have a contest on our hands here.
Adil Rashid goes in, bowls. Miller swings through this one, taken on the pad. Joss Butler appeals, but nothing doing on that. This is Adil Rashid's 9th over.
Boy, Rush!
Have we had a review yet today?
No.
It's the strangest game of one-day international cricket ever. There's been no reviews. In goes Rashid to the left-handed Miller. Swings at this one. This is another leg break. And Miller misses that one, takes him on the body, and there is no run. Yeah, we've had no DRS, no real stoppages. Yet we're only in the 44th over in 3 hours 10 minutes.
No, the only LBW that was on our phone, that was stone dead.
Yeah. Miller goes back, he's beaten by Rashid. There's turn and bounce there on that occasion. Rashid bailed out of the appeal because it was actually going to bounce and turn too much down the leg side. Miller genuinely beaten there.
I think it's almost good signs for the South African spinners, seeing maybe taking a bit of wear and tear, but in saying that Adil Rashid's a quality bowler, so I don't know if it's the surface or if it's...
Rashid in again, that turns from roundabout off stump. It's hit hard off the back foot from Miller. You hear him straight away going 2-2. Sam Curran will field down at long off, and they do indeed come back for 2. 243 for 4. But that is 4 balls of the over gone, and those are the only runs from this over so far.
I think you look at that shot, the way David Miller's scampering back for 2, and that tells you how big these boundaries are. On another surface, on another ground, that might have been 4. Just misses extra covers, left hand, and he hit it quite hard. But on this ground, it's a massive outfield.
Miller goes back, tries to pull the shortish one from Rashid, and completely gets his timing wrong. It's right down the queue end, dribbles to long on, where Jofra Archer fields, and they will take a single. 244 for 4. Now then, Rassie van der Dussen. You can hear the clapping starting. He's 98 not out. 107 balls it's taken him to get this far. Adil Rashid goes in and bowls him a leg break off the back foot, hits it into mid-wicket. He's calling for 2 straight away. They're going to take on the arm of Jason Roy. No. Wise decision. 99 Van der Dussen, 245 for 4.
Good he didn't run himself out then, not just because he might not have made his 100, but also because as it currently stands, Macca, he has the highest batting average in the history of ODI cricket. So he has to get a nod out here. I hope this message has been passed on by the PR people and everyone else. But currently, Rassie's batting average is just over, it's almost 74, so 73.8, the highest in the history of cricket. So really important to get the nod out here, Harmy.
I know you mentioned Maxwell's strike rate, but where does the strike rate stand with others who are like top 6 in that number?
So there's only Shubman Gill. He's only played a few games, obviously, only 21 games. He's got a batting average of 73.7 with a strike rate of 109, so handy. But the only player in history with a batting average of over 50 and a strike rate over 100 is AB de Villiers, who's, basically AB de Villiers and Viv Richards look like they both played in the wrong era, about 20 years removed from their own era.
I think I know who I'd rather bowl at, Matt.
Van der Dussen, 99 not out, short ball from Stone, and bails out of play in the pull shot, no run.
So Rassie's down at 90, which I think during his career would be slightly below the global average, but not far away. I think it might be 91 or something like that. I think I looked it up the other day. So he's basically exactly the same speed as everyone else, but never been dismissed.
Says a lot about Rassie van der Dussen. If you went and asked a question of cricket fans around the world who's got the highest average, I bet you no one would say Rassie van der Dussen. Here he is then, 99 not out. Stone bowls him, pushed into the offside, all along the floor out to the cover sweeper, takes the single. He's 100 not out from 110 balls, takes the helmet off, raises the bat, points it at the dressing room, no wild celebration whatsoever. 246 for 4, fourth one-day international 100 for Rassie van der Dussen.
Yeah, fantastic innings by Rassie van der Dussen, and Jared's mentioned his numbers, highest average, but this is a phenomenal innings in the context of the game and the context of South African cricket. They need to win this series and they need their big players to stand up. They've stuck with the older guard, they've got them in a mess. 11th in the world rank and the championship rankings.
Stone goes in, Miller pulls this one leg side, 4 runs. That's hit the advertising around the run so quickly. The 250 comes up. Miller goes to 30 from 37. We're halfway through the 45th over.
Sound of that off the bat was just beautiful, wasn't it? It was unbelievable. And no matter how big the boundaries are, that was going for 4 anywhere in the world. That was beautifully struck. It was a short ball. But to go back to Van der Dussen, 100 of 110 balls. South African cricket is under pressure in 50 overs. Don't want to go to Harare to have to qualify. We've heard all the permutations of that. They have to win this series. For somebody to go and get 100, hats off to him. He's batted beautifully so far.
Stone goes for the Yorker and pretty much lands it. It tells you how good players are nowadays. Miller still gets that out to deep mid-wicket in a hurry, fielded, and it's just a single. 251 for 4. Just to go back to it, I mean, if you ask cricket fans around the world who's got the best average in ODIs, I bet you might get even a few South Africans might say Rassie van der Dussen. You'd have to be a proper cricket badger to get that, wouldn't you? John Norman, for instance.
I'd almost be thinking about Baba's, Virat Kohli, those type of guys. I don't think I'd be thinking of Rassie, but to his credit, he's been doing it for a long time now, so I think he deserves more credit that he's got it.
Barbara Azam's 4, Virat Kohli's 5. They're both 58, 59. And as I said before, TalkSport 2's own Ryan Pentascata is number 3.
Ollie Stone goes in, short ball. Pulled round the corner from Van der Dussen, straight out to duck it at deep square leg. Just a single, 252 for 4. Well, maybe Nasser Hussain should take credit for all of this, because of course it was his masterclass on the outfield at Port Elizabeth all those years ago. Just completely dissecting Rassie's technique as Rassie was stood 4 yards away from him going, oh really?
It was so intense, wasn't it? Remember, I interviewed Rassie afterwards and he was just as intense taking me through why he was upset at NASA, but never quite said, that was disrespectful, but just sat there staring at him going, no, you're wrong.
Stone in, low full toss is hit into the cover sweeper by Miller. He'll go to 32, 253 for 4.
But we know he's a pretty intense guy in general, and he's someone who's taken a long time to become a top-level professional. And if you look at his record, every year he's improved himself, and he's one of those people who tries everything. And it's kind of robotic what he does, isn't it, Harmy? But it's perfect for the way he bats.
Yeah, absolutely. The robotic is the right word. He is. His game is very wooden. He hits the ball straight down the ground from a. It's a little bit like a young kid that's been coached on the bowling machine. Hits the ball square the wicket nicely. Hits the ball down the ground well. I think this innings has been very, very simple. England have bowled into the pitch, and he's been very, very quick at getting back in depth of the crease to pull the short ball from Adil Rashid, and then the full ball, he's been quick to get a big stride in and hit the ball down the ground. We've seen the wagon wheel on our TV screen.
First ball of the next over is from Adil Rashid, and Miller, well, he's beaten by it. It turns and bounces, goes over middle stump through to Joss Butler. I'm going to get out of the way because John Norman will take you through the final 5 overs of this South African innings.
Thank you very much, Andrew McKenna. Yeah, what a fine knock from Rassie van der Dussen. You know, we like the ebb and flow of Test cricket, but there's been an ebb and a flow about this ODI as Rashid is in and forward. Miller hauling this ball outside off into the leg side for a single. He came to the crease, van der Dussen, and we were all expecting 350 on the board for South Africa. 75 for 1 when Bavuma miscued a lofted shot to Sam Curran's left. But actually, the pitch, and maybe the conditions, maybe the ball just slowed things up. And possibly that played into van der Dussen's hands a little bit, who is calling Miller through for a quick single. He's paced the innings well. He's been going at just shy of a strike rate of about, I don't know, 95 or so for majority of his innings. South Africa, though, have got exactly the men at the crease that they need with 5 overs to go. David Miller, who we know can go to strike rate of around 150, 160, and a set. Rassie van der Dussen with 102 next to his name. 255 for 4. Where do you see this one going, David Beddingham?
Excellent rush.
I think for South Africa, that obviously like these two in. I think they could almost go now, because I think a score of 280 will probably find themselves well short. But if they can just take a couple of risks and get themselves to, I don't know, just over 300.
Miller winding up for the big heave, aiming towards deep mid wicket, but gets a thick inside edge. A fielder stationed at a shortish fine leg, despairing dive to his right, and the ball gets past and through. 4 runs added to the score.
Yeah, and it's look, when you look at this over, you'd think 2 balls left of the over. Adil Rashid's bowled very, very well. Up to that point, he had bowled 9.4 overs, 1 for 50. You think just see him off, but no, Miller's had a go. He knows his team needs the runs. He's gone for the big shot, and he's got that element of luck that this partnership probably deserves.
Rashid looks a little aggrieved. Milan with a despairing dive, but couldn't have been expecting the ball to come towards him, as Miller this time plays back and across, punches the ball to Jason Roy, stationed inside the circle around mid-off. Little note of I don't know, appreciation, I suppose, between Miller and Rashid at the end of the 46th over here on TalkSport 2. South Africa 260 for 4. They need 50 from the last 4, really. They need to get over 300.
It's such a good surface, and I think the England's batting is so strong that I agree with you. I think they need 310 minimum, and then with a couple early wickets, with some pressure, I reckon South Africa might be able to win from there. But without getting past 310, I think it'll be a tough ask.
The world feed, obviously listening to our feed, and they're just flashing up the fact that Rassie van der Dussen tops the averages in ODI cricket. TalkSport 2's Ryan Tenderskata in at 3, and Harry Tector of Ireland, there's another name that really jumps out, alongside the Babar Azams and Virat Kohlis and AB de Villiers of this world. Harry Tector, who we covered extensively during the summer, plays for Ireland, a real talent. He's recently been picked up by a domestic T20 league as well, and he's there on the list.
Yeah, he's there on the list with some very, very big names. 2 notable names from yesteryear. Michael Bevan, 53.58, and Jonathan Trott, believe it or not, 51.25. And two players. Michael Bevan, unbelievable, shortest format player, but a lot of people wouldn't have put Jonathan Trott on that list, even though he only played 68 matches. Everybody's seen him as this test number 3. He was a fine one-day player as well.
Jofra Archer in to bowl over number 9 of his quota, and the 47th of the innings. This is hauled round again to kind of a wideish long on for a single. I think I'm right in saying that Jonathan Trott Jared, you'll be able to confirm this. Jonathan Trott, I think it was joint quickest to 1,000 ODI runs alongside Kevin Peterson. I'm going to say Viv Richards, but maybe it was just an English record. Just have a check of that. He was actually...
In terms of games
In
played.
terms of innings.
Yeah, it wouldn't be in terms of balls.
It wouldn't have been in terms of strike rate, though. He certainly performed a job, though, didn't he? 261 for 4, South Africa, with Rassie van der Dussen, 102 not out, beaten on this occasion by Jofra Archer, targeting the leg side, and this nips in, hits him high on the leg, and squirts out for a leg bye.
This one's going to hurt. I think it hit him in the unmentionables. Oh, it did, yeah. Straight in the middle. He managed to just... David Miller shouting one to get him down the other end.
Retire hurt, keep that average.
Rassie's just trying to just get his breath back as he saunters down the other end.
Round the wicket set now for Archer, full of delivery. And Miller takes a comfortable single. Singles all the way from England, they don't mind. They'll give up 6 and over, they'll give up 8 and over from here. It's the boundary balls that really South Africa need and that England are defending. Oh,
we've got a free hit.
I tell you what, there's a big opportunity here. You may have just picked it up on the umpire, Mike, but a no ball has been called from Jofra Archer. I think that might be the first one of the innings.
Over the step.
He has overstepped, and so that means a free hit. And it's van der Dussen. I think South Africa would have preferred David Miller, but let's see what happens as Archer's in. Short, slower bouncer. Now, was that too wide? It was. Sails over the head of van der Dussen. I was wondering why he aborted the shot. Well, he knew that was too high, so Jofra Archer will have to bowl this one again.
Yeah, just a little bit high from Jofra, a little bit more pierce in it. It was high. It was Rassie van der Dussen. He's a tall man. Talking about being robotic and tall at the crease, but that was a long way over the South African batter's head.
So Archer to bowl this one again is in. Short again, and van der Dussen, wow, he's picked this ball up from outside, I'd say a 6th stump line, and he has dragged this up and over deep square leg for 6.
That's an unreal shot. Bagged it by Archer, hit it into the trees. I think he's almost off both his feature.
You're right.
Great shot, yeah.
94 metre 6 from Rassie van der Dussen as he moves to 108 and the score 273 for 4 here on TalkSport 2. So an expensive 9th over from Jofra Archer, who's gone for 67 inside edge. More fortune going the way of South Africa. There's a chase to the boundary, but it looks like Sam Curran will just stop this from going over the boundary at fine leg. So just another single to the score. A partnership of 102 from 96 balls. And whatever happens within the context of this game, South Africa showing that they can certainly put on a fight, certainly in home conditions, against the top team.
Yeah, absolutely. Against the top team, and this partnership's been fantastic. Klassen played very well before that.
Touch fuller. Van der Dussen moves a fraction towards leg stump, tries to haul this up and over again. Duckett fills at deep square leg.
And that was always going to be, the challenge for this South African team. Talking to Neil Manthorpe on the Cricket Collective during the week, and many times we talked about South Africa in Australia, and the bowling side of it was never ever a problem. Can you get runs on the board? And hopefully from a South African point of view, they're going to have 50 overs where they've got runs on the board.
Well, Jofra Archer's got this horribly wrong. It's an attempted slower Yorker outside off stump. It's ended up being a more than family friendly loopy full toss with plenty of width on show, and Miller has just smashed this through the covers for 4, and
I want to see
it
this
was
again.
over waist height as well. So a
convinced.
no ball.
No, John, I'm not convinced this. I'd like to see this again. He's given it waist high, no ball. Just as we see it coming, it looks as though it is quite high. Oh yeah, it's miles over. I'm thinking it's Rassie van der Dussen. It wouldn't have been if it would have been him, but
he's a tall man, but not that tall.
Not that tall. No, that is waist high, full toss. And when you said before you wanted David Miller on the free hit, Well, he's just had one there, and he's about to get another one.
I think that would have been over waist high for Marco Jonsson, or perhaps even Peter Crouch. Either way, Miller on strike, the left-handed Miller, and this is what I think Archer was attempting the ball before, and it's a Yorker on off stump, dug out by Miller. 1 run to end the over, and South Africa are looking odds on now to post that 300 plus score. 283-4-4, 47 overs in.
Just the Jofra Archer before this game, everybody's talking about Jofra coming back. What do you want to see with Jofra, and what do you want to see? This is what I wanted to see. I didn't want to see him have a struggle. I'm not bothered about how many runs. It was more, for me, it was more the overs he bowled rather than the runs or anything he's gone for. And that there, for me, the end. He made a couple of mistakes, and he gets a free hit, and he switches it on, bang, Yorker, nailed when he's a bit tired. That's what I wanted to see. The rest of it, I'm fine.
That is fantastic, because there are going to be people who possibly aren't going to listen to all of our coverage today on TalkSport 2. They're going to have a cursory look at the scorecard, and look, let's say Archer's next over doesn't take a wicket, goes for 6 or so. They're going to see 10 overs, no maidens, 0 for 95, 91. They're going to think, whoa, what happened there? But we know that actually it's moments like that former fast bowlers and current ones will see as an indication of where he truly is, rather than just taking your reading from a scorecard. Cut away beautifully, powerfully by David Miller, but picks out Brook, I think, at deep point. He moves to 47, and a big innings from Miller. David Beddingham alongside myself, John Norman on commentary, Durham batter. He's a guy that you were saying off air, when he does decide to walk away from international cricket, you're not sure that South Africa cricket fans have ever really realised what a gem they've got, and they're going to miss him when he goes.
I think he's been so good for...
Curran is in, full, and Van der Dussen could be about to perish, and it does perish. It's Ben Duckett running in from the cover boundary. That was high in the sky as Van der Dussen tried to smash this over extra cover, got a leading edge, and the catch has been taken in the deep. But he's done his job, has Van der Dussen. Came to the crease at first drop, and he walks off the field in the 48th over with another century against England to his name. But it's Sam Curran who has struck. England have taken their 5th. South Africa 281 for 5.
So I think, speaking about Miller, I think over 150 games now, his record is, I think he averages over 40 with a strike rate of over 100, winning multiple games for South Africa, being a very good leader in the team, very good fielder. So I think guys like Stubbs can maybe come into the fold, but I still think trying to do what Miller does consistently straight away, I think it'll be a tough job for Stubbs. But in saying that, he does have a lot of talent, and I'm just hoping as a South African fan that Miller can still stay around for a while yet.
And the Miller that, when he does go, that he is missed. The innings is like Van der Dussen has just played there. The likes of Stubbs and Brewers and Miller type, they don't get a chance to explode the way you want them to. If players like Rassie van der Dussen can't, they've got to be more consistent with them sort of innings. So the Bavumas, the Van der Dussens, they play these innings as Klassen play the innings as what Rassie's done on a more consistent basis. To have them power players to then, like what England have done, to get a total of 280, 290, what they should be getting consistently, to then take it out the park 340, 350 and taking games away from it.
The big point though is this. Well, there's two massive points. Firstly, is Van der Dussen still top of the batting averages, Jarrod Kimber?
No, he's second.
Secondly, will South Africa increase their 7th wicket partnership with Parnell in, plays this back to Curran, who fields from his own bowling. It currently stands a 7th wicket. If there's another one here at 13.5, we got 2.5 overs. If there's another wicket, to find out if that's going to go up or down. But Wayne Parnell is a new batter after Rassie van der Dussen. Fine knock has come to an end. 134 against England at Chester Street, and 111 today in Bloemfontein. Full toss, and we might have to have a little look at that. In fact, it's been called by the square leg umpire. Another waist high full toss this time by Sam Curran, and it means that South Africa are going to have a free hit.
I'm pretty sure then that Wayne Parnell called 2, and David Miller went no, and you could hear Parnell go, "Well, come on. No, it's all right. There's only one run here. There was definitely 2 in it, but he realised he was a chance of a free hit, so he wasn't moving."
I thought Miller just started laughing when he said 2 there.
That might have been what that noise was, yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Well, it wasn't as clear-cut as the last waist-high full toss, but free hit it is. As Curran is in short, it's a slower ball bouncer and pulled away for a single by Miller. And Parnell, as he runs through, probably says, "I would have smashed that for 4."
Yeah, you would have. Well, when you look at it, if you have got a choice of who wants to be on a free hit, I think David. If you're asking about who would be top of the averages, and you didn't think it would be Rassie van der Dussen, well, if you wanted a free hit, there wouldn't be many names other than David Miller at the top of the list.
I'm giving it straight to Miller.
Curran is in, and again he's really banging this into the pitch. Parnell will take a single. He moves to 2 and scored 285 for 5.
But speaking about Parnell and his record at 7, obviously in ODI cricket it's not great, but I've been watching him in that SA20, and I'm pretty sure in the first game I watched him, I think he got like 27, 28 off maybe like 9 balls. So I think like obviously having him bat for 10 to 15 overs in one-day cricket not great, but maybe this type of 2-3 overs could actually suit him in South Africa.
Last ball of the over for Curran, and this is cut away nicely by David Miller. England will be happy with the end of the over though. No boundaries from it, just 5 runs and a wicket, of course, out of Rassie van der Dussen, who's departed for 111. David Miller still at the crease, 48. Wayne Parnell 2 not out, and South Africa still eyeing score in excess of 300.
You look at, just seen a replay of Rassie van der Dussen's dismissal. He was deceived, yes, by Sam Curran. It was a fantastic catch by Ben Duckett, and England have took a couple of good catches. David Milan took a good catch. Ben Duckett's just took a nice catch there. So it just shows that even though this team has just been sort of put together in the last sort of 48 hours, the skill level is still very, very high from this England side.
So 2 overs remaining. Miller at strike, and it's Archer back, and it's that Yorker again. Played back to the bowler. 76 wicetless, 76 runs from 9 wicketless overs so far from Archer, who bowled the first 5 alongside David Willey. Moeen Ali coming on to take the first wicket of the day. But as Steve Harmison has just said, there are signs that Archer is back. It's great to see as again Miller tries to heave this delivery, which is on a good length. They can only get an inside edge, which flies to Moeen Ali. So 1 more run to the score. England will be happy with where they find themselves though. 10 legal deliveries left in the match. South Africa 287 for 5.
Yeah, we talk about Jofra being 80% fit when you talk about it there, but we're nearly halfway through the 49th over. He's just bowled 2 balls in excess of 87 mile an hour.
Parnell facing, he gives himself room, and he's got himself out. David Milan at backward point takes a comfortable catch. Jofra Archer does take a wicket. Parnell races off, but with 2 next to his name. And England strike again.
And that average now from number 7 for SA probably goes down to 13 rather than 13.5.
Yeah, and it's brilliant for Jofra Archer when you celebrate the Rassie van der Dussen century in from a South African point of view, because it's been a fantastic innings. I think you celebrate the Jofra Archer wicket. It's his first wicket back after 18 months. And it's brilliant to see. The boy's run in, he's going to bowl his 10 overs. He's bowling a couple of balls in excess of 90 mile an hour. He's hit his Yorkers. Yeah, he's gone for a few runs, but he's now back on the wicket trail. And for me, that's brilliant to see for England fans. His first game back, he's got a wicket. It's a huge summer for English cricket. We're going to need Jofra Archer in the majority of the games, the big games going forward. And he's back in the wicket column. I'm over the moon for the lad. I really am. And he's worked so hard to get there. It would have been nice if it had been Quinton de Kock or even Rassie van der Dussen himself.
The first innings is over and done with South Africa winning the toss, batting first and posting 298 for 7, built around a fourth one-day international 100 from Rassie van der Dussen, who now averages better than anyone else in the world in the history of the format. He made 111 from 117 balls before he was dismissed by Sam Curran, one of 3 wickets for the man of the tournament in the recent World T20, Sam Curran. 3 for 35 from him. Jofra Archer welcomed back into the England ranks with a slightly chastening day, but I suppose if you look at it from the point of view that he managed to get through 10 overs without any mishap to body or mind, his 1 for 81 is welcome news to England fans nonetheless. None for 38 for David Willey from 6, 1 for 51 from Moeen Ali from 8, Adil Rashid 1 for 55 from 10, and Ollie Stone with 1 for 37. Contributions from quite a number of the top order from South Africa without going on to make big scores. 36 from Bavuma, 37 for de Kock, Klaassen with 30, and there was that excellent partnership towards the back end of the innings for the 5th wicket between Klaassen and Miller that got South Africa up to close to 300 but not quite. I've got Mickey Arthur and Darren Gough alongside me here for the lunch break. We think we're going to be around about 20 minutes or so. Just briefly on this game then, 298, 299 the target, par, below par, above par. Where do you see it, Mickey?
It's par, but certainly no more than that. South Africa are going to have to bowl well, I think.
A very good afternoon to you. Welcome along. It is TalkSport 2 and it is one-day international cricket. South Africa against England in the first of 3 matches. These are the games that were delayed from December of 2020 when COVID struck, when everyone was in Paarl and Cape Town. It's now Bloemfontein and Kimberley as we get this series going. Just a small matter of 782 days late. South Africa have batted and they have put 298 for 7 on the board from their 50 overs. Rassie van der Dussen, the top scorer with 111 from 117 balls. Jason Roy and David Malan are out in the middle. So I suppose the big question is Jason Roy going to score enough runs to keep his position in the side? We've been talking about it quite a lot in the build-up. It's been the media question. If you want to get involved on that one, @cricket_TS, give us your thoughts. Prediction time. Do you think Jason Roy will score enough runs to keep him in the side for England? There's an awful lot of players looking around at the moment. Well, he's going to be facing Wayne Parnell first up. The left armour has got ball in hand. Mickey Arthur and Steve Harmison are with myself, Andrew McKenna, in the commentary box. We were making the point earlier, gents, that actually this might be the surface with a brand new white rock that Jason Roy actually might fancy. He might play into his hands a bit, Harmon.
Yeah, especially the way Jason Roy bats. You wouldn't like to be coming out 25 overs in where the ball's 12 overs old, soft, slowish pitch, and his hands get out in front of him and away from himself, where he's really been in trouble. But I think this surface will probably suit him. I think he's got enough currency in the bank. World Cup winner, even though he hasn't batted that well, and even in SA20 he hasn't batted that well, but I still think he's still one of our best options at the top of the order of attacking, especially in 50 over cricket. I think he's a wonderful 50 over opening batter.
Well, we'll find out. One slip in place as Jason Roy waits. Parnell left arm over the wicket, bit of shape back into Roy. And Roy actually is just coming weight forward to that one, just drops it in on the leg side, just took a little half a step towards the ball, get some momentum going into it. No run.
Yeah, just to go back onto, onto Jason Roy. I think he's a wonderful white ball player. He will be feeling the heat now because there are a lot of young players queuing up in England cricket at the moment, looking for his position. I suspect, though, he's good enough. I suspect him to score.
Well, he's pushing back down the pitch as Parnell pitches this one up. Bavuma fields it mid-off, no run. Carry on, Mickey.
Yes, so just to in 50 over cricket, he has been phenomenal for England. I agree around the fact I do think he's got enough currency in the bank. World Cup winner, he's played really well for England over a period of time. However, there are some young bucks now looking and hunting their place, and let's not forget, got to find a position for Johnny Bairstow as well. So it's going to be interesting.
Parnell is on his way for the third ball in, left arm over, all swinging back into Jason Roy, but it swings on to the middle of the bat and it's punched through wide mid-on for 4. Jason Roy is away with a boundary to the third ball that he faces, and that was an absolutely beautiful shot and completely controlled as well.
Yeah, that's the thing, it was controlled because an out of form Jason Roy that either bowls him or hits his front pad and his head's nearly in backward point hands, and he'd have been off balance and everything. That looks beautiful from Jason Roy's point of view. I agree, he has the currency, but he's only got the currency.
He's in cover driving this time. Bavuma will have to go wide at mid-off. Single taken. England go to 5 without loss. Roy has them all.
He's only got the currency till Johnny Bairstow's fit. And I think what we've seen, somebody's pulled rank here in David Milan. David Milan sees an opening spot at the top. He's probably working the theory that if England go down the route of a Joe Root at number 3 in the World Cup, that sort of type of player, then David Milan has to then go and open the baton. So with Milan going to open the baton, that's also putting pressure on Jason Roy as well to perform. So there's all that going into the melting pot and all that in the mix. Milan's another 50 over, top player, got runs in Australia when he needed them because he was under pressure as well. So it's all good signs from a coaching point of view, Mick, if you're trying to pick a team. But from a practical point of view, they've got to go and score some runs because Will Jacks is coming. He is a special young player, young talent. Duckett wants a chance to bat in the top 3, and also probably our best white ball 50 over player at the top is Johnny Bairstow.
Milan has taken guard and he plays this first one from Parnell inside edge onto his own pad. It was wide and swinging wider. Milan, no real timing, and it just dribbles out on the offside.
Yeah, there was a little bit of swing there from Parnell. Interesting, quite expensive from David Milan for first ball, but just to go back to that, you throw Phil Salt in the mix, a young Jordan Cox. There are just so many players knocking the door down for those positions. England cricket is in such a good, healthy state at the moment.
Parnell to complete the over. Turned off his hip by David Milan. They're talking of coming back for 2. And they might get more than that. I don't think Rabada stopped that in time. They're going to carry on for the time being. Rabada, well, he's got the return back in. They've called over very quickly.
Yeah, they'll be looking at the footage, whether the over's called, try and get on with the game and move quickly, because it took England forever to bowl their overs. And you see again, it's a fantastic effort by Kagisa Rabada, who actually gets the ball before he gets to the sort of Toblerone rope, and I actually think he's done a brilliant job. He's done a fantastic job, because I can know one fast bowler who's a little bit heavier than what he was when he played. If the size 12 didn't stop that, it was 4. If the boot didn't stop it, it was 4. There was no way I was going on my front to try and pull that one back.
My apologies to Kagisa Rabada. He's done fabulously well there. They are still looking at it, by the way. We haven't had an official definitive version, but it sounds like the players are trying to say to Maria Erasmus, look, we're satisfied, let's move on. But anyway, they are still officially looking.
It's just the athleticism of the players now. I mean, yeah, the older days, it was the old fast bowler down there. That was 4 all the time.
Yeah, we wouldn't have gotten through the last 3 or 4 strides. We would have said to the young boy, chuck it back, go on. But now in the coaching now, though, Mickey, you just practice that all the time.
Exactly right, and it's one of the non-negotiables. You're picking teams now based on players who do at least 2 disciplines really well. So, and if you're an opening bowler, you got to be very skillful with the ball, but you've got to be very good in the field as well. So that's just where the game's gone to.
Rabada it is to bowl the second over. England 8 without loss. 299 is the target. It's basically 6 and over. It's a runner ball. 1 slip in place. Rabada will be around the wicket to the left-handed Milan, and that's in towards the pads, and it's clipped through mid-wicket and away beautifully. 4 runs through mid-wicket. David Milan has a boundary. England 12 without loss after 7 balls of the innings.
Yeah, South Africa will be really disappointed with this, because Roy's got off the mark with a ball on his legs. Milan's got 7 now, 2 balls on his legs. Haven't been challenged outside the off stump yet, and not a great start. That's sloppy from South Africa with the new ball.
Rabada is in. That one again is round the wickets in towards Milan, and he's pushing out. Van der Dussen will field at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Lee Rolls has been in touch on Twitter and suggested Alex Hales, another contender. I mean, look, Alex Hales' ship has sailed, come back into port, sailed again, and come back into port. I mean, do we think he's a genuine contender anymore?
No, I think his anchor in port is well and truly at the base of the ocean when it comes to 50 over cricket. Don't mind in 2020 cricket, but I think 50 over cricket.
Rabada round the wicket, clipped in the air, over mid-wicket by Milan, and it's 4.4 this over from Rabada. He's coming around the wicket, naturally going back in, and he's now just too near the pad. And Milan's just going, thank you very much, and clipping it over mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, that's really sloppy. And again, just to reiterate on the point earlier, Milan is now 11. He's hit the ball through the leg side 3 times. It's just not good enough. I know, having set up against Milan, is you want to go over the wicket, should be taking the angle across him, trying to get him out caught behind.
Well, that one is outside of off stump. Milan pushes into the offside. It'll be fielded by David Miller, who is stationed in the covers, and there is no run.
That's a frustrating thing from the bowler's point of view, because last night South Africa sitting in a team meeting, and how do you get Jason Roy out? Well, his hands in front of himself playing, and you get the outside edge. How do you get David Milan out, hands in front of himself, playing for the outside edge? And you've now given him a start. You've now given him a confident start. Put bowlers back under put the ball in the right place, put the batsman under pressure, scoreboard pressure, fielder pressure, and to release it like that, it's criminal, like Mickey said.
Rabada around the wicket to Milan. Oh, that's another good-looking drive. That's going to be 4 more. Bavuma can't get across at mid-off. And that is all along the carpet. It bounces into the advertising rope. 4 more for England as the Barmy Army sing. It's 20 without loss, 11 balls into the reply here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, still, I don't mind that one, because he's driven him through the offside, so you've got the chance, if he gets the wrong of the nick-off. He's probably got his length just a little bit too full. The thing for me, though, is you give these guys like this a start, and away they go. You don't pull it back. Now, when the ball gets a little bit older, I don't mind you being hit through the leg side, because then your length is pulled back and your line becomes straighter. Certainly not with the new ball, though.
Final ball of the over. There's gone for 3 boundaries so far. Rabada is in, and Milan is just covering up on this one. Pushing back to the bowler, no runs. So 2 overs gone, 20 without loss here on TalkSport 2. Mickey, can I just pick up on something that we've just been talking about, how many players England have potentially available for the batting spots. Now, publicly, you captains and coaches always go, that's what we dream of. It's our greatest it's our greatest happiness to have all of these. At what point is too many? Because, I mean, let's be honest, you can't pick them all. Realistically, you can have 6, maybe 7 batsmen at a push. At what point are you actually kidding us on here that actually I've got too many players in contention for too few spots?
I think where England are at the minute is probably too many, because as a coach, captain, convener, selectors, it's keeping all the other guys happy. That's your problem.
No! Jason Roy gets a little bit of a tangle this one. Wayne Parnell, left arm over, tries to turn it on the onside, doesn't time it well enough, and there's no run.
I think with that as well, Nicky, the good thing with modern day cricket now is because tours overlap, you can have 2 different sides, which obviously does help the selectors and the captains and coaches from different sides that come with it. But you've also got to say, well, if you're playing, the pressure's on you to score runs, and that's where Johnny's at the minute. I mean, that's where Jason's at the minute. He's now under pressure to score runs because there's players coming in.
Parnell, left arm over, beats Jason Roy. That was a good one. Through to the keeper, Quinton de Kock. There is no run. Little bit of a fiddle, Jason Roy at that one, but nothing done.
Yeah, surprise, surprise. They've got a ball in the right area, and suddenly it looks like there's potential to take a wicket. They haven't been consistent enough with the new ball just yet, and have given England a start. But just to get back to that point, it is hard, and it's hard to keep guys that aren't playing happy and comfortable unless you're very strong and very clear with your communication.
Jason Roy played inside of that last one, slip in place as he goes and plays this one through square cover, all along the floor, and that will be a boundary. Parnell brought him forward, it was a square drive, and he goes away through the offside. England 24 without loss, halfway through the third, trying to make 299.
Well, that's what we were talking about just a second ago, Macca, that the pressure that the bowlers have put themselves under, Rabada at the end of that last over and Parnell here, because they've started so straight, they've now got to overcompensate that. And what you're doing is, when you overcompensate, you give them more of an easier ball to hit, and then as a bowler you're dragging your early part of the over back. Batsman's got confidence.
Roy turns this one on the onside. Oh, that's another great shot. There are two men on the leg side, one fairly close at mid-wicket, one slightly deeper nearer to square. He's found the gap between the two of them, and they just turned, looked at each other and went, are you going or am I?
That's a good shot. No, that's a good shot. It's a good shot from a decent ball. If you're Wim Parnell there, you're saying, right, I'm trying to bring that ball back. If he misses that, he's out. It's LBW pad. I'm trying to bring it back. If it doesn't come back and it goes along with the angle, that's what I'm trying to, the ideal line and ideal length. But sometimes, and I keep saying to young bowlers, when you let go of the ball, there's nothing much you can do. You're not much you can do with what happens next. You try and put the ball in the right area, and he did. And if somebody plays a good shot, you tip your hat and say, well, good shot. Can you do it again? Can I put the ball consistently in that area, and can the batter keep playing good shots?
Back-to-back boundaries for Jason Roy. Now that is a big stride forward, and that thundered off the middle of the bat in a defensive push to mid-off. That possibly tells us as much about Jason Roy's state of mind than anything else at the moment. Jared.
So Jason Roy traditionally is worse against the left arm seam. He averages 31 against it, and since the last World Cup, he's averaged 22 against the left arm seam. Hasn't played a lot of one days, to be fair, but hasn't been very good against it. He's looked a lot better today. But when him and Bairstow used to play together, you would see teams actually pick left armers just for that.
Parnell is in. Jason Roy push and run into the offside. Takes the single to Bavuma at mid-off. Makes his ground so easily. 29 without loss at the end of 3 here on Talk Sport 2.
So we saw players like Jason Behrendorff get a surprise call up for Australia because they were like, well, we're going up against those two. We saw Sheldon Cottrell take a 5 for, I think, Barbados.
Barbados, yeah.
They wasn't even in West Indies one-day thoughts at that point, but they brought him in specifically for that game. Roy, I would say, based on what he's been doing at the moment, looks like he's been actually working on the way he's been playing pace. He looks a little bit more sure-footed in the way that he's playing at the moment, but that has been his problem since that last World Cup. He's been going out a lot more to pace. He's covered all his problems against spin with the reverse sweep, but he hasn't been able to do that against pace, and he has been struggling. So that is where teams have been getting him out. But as I said before, he has not played a one-dayer for Surrey since the World Cup. So he's either playing for England or he's not playing any one-day cricket at all.
Yeah, just a little something I noticed there, Mickey, from a coaching point of view. You're watching Jason there. Normally his hands are right out in front of him. We'll get it after this ball.
As Rabada's going to bowl to Jason Roy. Oh, he's clipped that one down to long leg for 4. He's timed that so well. All he's done is turned the wrist. It's flown off the middle. It's another boundary. Roy goes to 18, England 33 without loss.
Yeah, that's a gimme. That's a shocker from Rabada. It's a poor ball down the leg side. But the point I want to make from a coaching point of view from Jason is it seems as though there's a lot more rhythm to him, because the last ball off Parnell, he's had a stable base and his hands were in control. Where Jason struggles is where he's not in control.
He's controlled on that one, pushing into the offside. It won't be a boundary, but it will be a single to Bavuma at wide extra cover on the edge of the circle.
Again there, he's got a stable base. His hands and his head are going towards the ball, not away from his body, and comfortable in control. Throughout the summer, you'd have thought he didn't have any foot movement at all. His feet were planted, his hands were way outside of his body, his head was over towards sort of backward point, cover point, and you could get a bust between the two. In this, how many 12 balls he's been in so far? I know he's had a few on his legs, which last summer he would have struggled on. This time he's hit them a lot straighter. He's hit the ball straighter, he's hit extra cover straighter, he's hit like straightish mid-wicket and got his boundaries.
Rabada around the wicket to Milan, drops it into the offside. There is no run.
The simple answer for me to that, Harmy, is he's just hitting it later. So when a guy's struggling in form, he's anxious. You do everything, every movement you have is exaggerated. He's gone back to being compact. He's letting the ball come to him. He's batting in his little cocoon, and he's key is hitting the ball later, hitting the ball under his arm.
This one from Milan is just dropped into the offside. Rabada fields in his follow through,
and that allows him to be a lot stiller. It allows him to get into far better positions, but it also doesn't allow the out in front of your body nick off, or the out in front of your body ball nipping back, getting between bat and pad because you've created a hole. He now looks very good with his game. He looks in control.
Slippers come out, Rabada goes in, and Milan is just guiding this down to third man for a single. Milan goes to 16, England 35 without loss, 1 ball left in the fourth. Well, I'm delighted to say that on Sunday, the Surrey head coach Gareth Batty will be part of the TalkSport 2 commentary team. So that will be quite handy, because although Gareth hates telling tales outside of school, he will, I'm sure, give us a bit of an idea. Well, we'll winkle out of him exactly what Jason has been working on, because I'm sure there have been a lot of conversations. So join us on Sunday for that one. Jason Roy coming forward to the final ball of the over from Rabada, just finds Bavuma at mid-off. Remember, by the way, that Sunday is an early start.
He's saying that to me?
Well, yes, actually. Late on parade again. It is an early start, so that is a day game as far as South Africa is concerned. So we're underway. I think we're on air at 8:30 for a 9 o'clock first ball. But Jared, I'm sure, is now going to impart some wonderful wisdom.
Well, I was just going to ask Vicky. So we knew that one of the reasons that Jason Roy wasn't getting as many T20 contracts is because of how he played spin. So he had to do something, and he becomes, I think, other than George Munsey, he becomes the most reverse sweeps of any player in the world over a period of time. Clearly he worked on that a lot, because it's not an easy shot if it doesn't come naturally to you. He gets really good at that, and then we see a dip in his play against seam bowling. Is that just because, it's hard to stay at that top level, and if you're spending all your time maybe on one technical change, it might mean that you're not spending as much time on something else, like facing seam bowling in that case? Is that something that happens sometimes?
Yeah, it does, but also, as you'd appreciate, the world of analytics now, people know that. So on comes
Parnell. Oh, beats David Milan. Bustles that one through, beats the outside edge through, so to keep no run.
So that was very well bowled. So teams would have been targeting him with spin, and then he'll go through a phase where he plays it quite well. So then they'll bring the quicks back, and he hasn't been practicing that much against the quicks. So then that creates a little bit of an issue for him. I just like the way he's gone about it today, though. He just looks so much more in control, and hitting the ball late is the key to good, solid top order batting.
Parnell, left arm over, beats Milan once again outside the off stump. He's going on the drive, is Milan. He's beaten as the ball just shapes away past the outside edge, and it's through to the cock. It remains 35 without loss.
Yeah, it seems as though there's a little bit of shape from Wayne Parnell's end, whether he's got the seam in a better position than what Kagisa Rabada is. But just to finish off on Jason Roy, I also think the game that Roy has and the pressure that he's put under to play the role for England, which is to basically go from ball one, got to get a massive strike rate to get England ahead of the rate in the power play. There are times where you're just not going to score runs.
Parnell. Oh my goodness, that one bounces. And David Milan jags his head back out of the way of that one. He was going to play a shot at it and thought, well, no, nothing good's coming of that. I'm getting out of the way of that one.
No, he's looking, Wayne Parnell wants a slip. I think he's looking around the field and thinking, right, where can I get this slip from? This is what I'd be thinking now. I've gone past Milan's outside edge twice now. Can I get somebody in a catching position? Can I put pressure back onto the batsman by getting a fielder in at slip? It's just where he gets that fielder from.
I know what I'd be thinking as a coach. Why didn't you do this in over 1? Why are you doing it in over 3?
Well, guess what? Slip is in.
When Mark Butcher put his headphones on a phone, he says there wasn't much going on between his ears. A lot of fast bowlers have not got much between theirs either.
That one is a drive ball from Parnell. He's gone a little bit fuller. Same line, but fuller. And Milan gets the big stride out, drives it all along the floor, and it's a boundary. He goes to 20, England 39 without loss.
You don't mind that, though, because he's brought the slip in. He's erred just fraction in his length. Milan's thrown his hands at that. That could easily a false shot have gone to first slip. So you don't mind him being driven through the offside. It's when he's being hit both sides of the wicket it becomes a problem.
Parnell then in once again, and again that's the line. Milan elects not to play a shot at that one and allows it through to Quentin de Kock, no run. One ball left of the fifth over, 39 without loss here on TalkSport 2 England.
Sorry, Mac. I also think that Milan's gone just a touch more. He was outside off stump a couple of balls ago. Now he's given himself some natural room. He's now batting just on the inside of off stump, knowing that Parnell's going to go that little bit fuller and that little bit wider to try and entice the draw. He's given himself some natural room.
Parnell goes in on shorter and it's chopped down to third man by Milan. Shamsi is stationed down there and he will send it back in. So a single off the final ball, 5 from the over. Parnell's 3 overs have cost 22 so far. England 40 without loss after 5 here on TalkSport 2. And don't forget, of course, loads of sport coming your way, including 9 commentaries from the FA Cup across the TalkSport network this weekend. Arsenal Manchester City on TalkSport from 7 o'clock this evening, getting things underway. What's that? 3.5 hours time or so for that one. So we'll be hopefully done and dusted by that point, but the over eight's not been that special here. Rabada to start a new over, guided down to third man by Milan for a single.
So CricViz has just sent something through. Jason Roy's average interception point, so how far he hits the ball from the stumps against left arm seam. Before today, it's 1.85 metres from the stumps, and today it's at 2.13. So it's possible before he wasn't getting that big stride in, his head wasn't following out, and what he was doing is staying in the crease and moving his hands. You could see some of the shots that we saw earlier, that there was one of the ones off his pads.
Rabada in, that's a floated fuller one, slower ball I think outside of off stump. Roy squeezes it to backward point, no run.
It was one of the balls earlier that he hit off his pads. You could see how far forward he was, and I always thought that when Jason Roy was batting really well against seam bowling, he was a mile down because he has that muscular way of being able to drive balls that maybe other batters don't, and that might be a difference with something he's been working on as well.
Yeah, he's further at the ball, but the whole body, the hands, the head and the legs are at the ball.
Rabada in, Roy covers up into the offside, no run.
Rather than during the summer and during his troubles. His feet are in, he's had roller skates on, his hands are in one place, his head's in another place, and his legs are going in a completely different direction, and I think that's what his trouble has been. So even though he might be making contact with the ball further out, it's actually the whole of Jason Roy and not just parts of him.
Rabada in, right arm over. Roy is just trying to guide this again, past backward points. Doesn't, there's no run. His movements look in sync as well. It's all right, to say, well, he's moving this, but actually everything looks like the dots are joined up. Everything is moving in the right correspondence with everything else.
We've really set him up to be dismissed here.
Absolutely.
It helps getting a leg stump half volley about 3 balls in.
That as well. Rabada, a little back of the hand cutter. Roy tries to get this past backward point, but again can't. Fielded there by Aidan Markram. There is no run. 41 without loss. It remains.
England started, I like this with the ball. South Africa off to a good start, and it was Mo and Ali that came on and sort of changed the context of the sort of 2 out overs before the power play and then just into it.
That one again is that leg stump ball from Rabada, and it's whipped away. Fortunately, Klaassen is out there on the mid-wicket boundary and will come around and prevent that going for a boundary, but it's still a single. 6 gone. Roy's got 20 from 18. Milan's got 22 from 18. England 42 without loss here on TalkSport 2.
So it's going to be interesting to see if South African captain goes down the slow bowler route, or does he go down the quick bowler route, because England kept Ollie Stone for like the 21st, 22nd over and went with the 2 spin. Whether it maybe is his time to go that little bit earlier from a South Africa's point of view to the slower bowlers.
Change of pace, I think you're right, is going to be the key, and change of pace slower, the gear down is certainly what's been working today. My only worry is with the South Africa is just they turn to basically to brace Shamsi, which might be a little bit early for the wrist spinner. They have, I guess, a guy like Aidan Markram who can bowl off spin for them, and just to change the pace up.
Parnell will continue, left arm over. Jason Roy, big stride forward, hits the middle of the bat up to Bavuma at mid-off, no run. Just at the end, the final ball of that last over, I mentioned that Klaassen had fielded it and flicked it back in. The sun is directly behind Klaassen. He underarmed it, so it went right up into the sun. Jason Roy put his head down, helped make sure his bat was in the ground, Quentin de Kock never moved, just had his arms out sideways. And there was a proper old 25-metre discussion about, could you possibly not return it out the middle of the sun next time? No! Roy coming forward, pushes to Norkir at mid-on. No run. That is something to bear in mind, that the shadows are lengthening. The lights will come into effect.
I think the sooner South Africa can go to pace off the ball, the better. We've already seen it a little bit here with Rabada last over, Parnell this over. They have bowled some cutters. I think that's going to be the order of the day. Pace on just looks a little bit too easy for these players.
Jason Roy gets an under edge to this one, and I think that was a cutter from Parnell, but it was an under edge that's gone straight through to Quentin de Kock on the second bounce. He's diving away to his left hand side and does well to stop it. No run, 42 without loss.
And that's another good positive thing from Jason's point of view, that would have been out last year. The way he was going, that would hit the top of the pails and he would have been bat under arm, tail between his legs, and off he went. Done all right, got 20, but I've got out. Might be a good sign for Jason Roy, that.
Parnell. Roy coming forward, drops it into his own feet, really. Says to David Milan, do you want to come through for a single? Milan says, no, I'm quite happy where I am at the moment, thank you very much, I'll stay here. So it's 4 dot balls in a row from Wayne Parnell.
I also want pace off the ball while the sun's like this and the light's like this, because when the lights start taking proper effect, it might just skid on that little ball, and pace on the ball could just be more of a handful.
Is Roy going to get suckered into a big one? 4 dot balls so far. Well, this one's round about waist height from Parnell, and he's pulled it around to Hendricks, who is on the field at deep square leg. It's the 12th man. Single taken, 43 without loss, 1 ball of the over to go.
I think de Kock banished Klaassen there for his underarm throw. They got the 12th man on.
That's enough for you, Sonny. Come on. I suppose when you're Quentin de Kock, you've that many games, that much talent, you've probably got the ability to have a quiet word, haven't you? Final ball of the over then. Parnell is in. That seemed to run in a little bit back towards David Milan. He was shaping for a sort of a square cut. It ran into him a little bit and cramped him up for room. It ends up just dropping out on the offside, and there's no run. 43 without loss after 7 overs here on TalkSport 2. We posed the question on Twitter as well, by the way, about will Jason Roy be opening the batting for England at the World Cup in India later this year? By all means, respond to that at cricket_TS. Jarlath Eaton's already done that. Afternoon, Jarlath, how are we doing? He said, can't see it. Bairstow to come in when he's fit for Sultan Hales. I'll be extremely surprised if he's in the squad on current form. So, Jarlath can't see a place for Jason Roy. Well, he's settling in over his bat. John Norman is going to settle in next to me. While he does that, I'll describe the first ball as Rabada goes wide of off stump through to the keeper. There is no run. John, she's all yours.
Thank you very much, Andrew McKenna. Yes, well, it was comfortable for England as it was comfortable for South Africa, but the game did change. 10 overs in, South Africa 75 for 1. A real surprise, and Temba Bavuma, who'd been playing so nicely, was dismissed by Sam. He makes things happen. Curran, as Rabada is in, and Roy discomforted slightly from that short of a length delivery, 43 without loss. But just when we were sitting back expecting to see 370, plays 374. The ball just got a little bit older, the pitch a little bit more tired. The bowlers maybe adapted their lengths as much as anything. As Rabada comes in, there's a big shout of no run from Milan. The ball just diverted straight to a short third. So is it important that England continue their good start here? Gary Kimber.
Yeah, well, this is exactly when South Africa slowed down. So after about the 7-8 over mark, when you started bowling cross seam or slower balls, it just seems to hold up a little bit. And Roy's gone from 19 off 12 to 21 off 26.
Fuller delivery from Rabada, Yorker length, and no timing whatsoever from Jason Roy. Feels like he's missed out slightly.
But what you've got as well is a guy, Jason Roy, who's battling with his game a little bit. He's not as fluent as we've been used to seeing in the past. I don't know whether it's the pressure playing in South Africa. Obviously, he's played a lot of cricket out there.
This is a handsome looking shot though by Roy on the front foot and punched through the covers for 4. Now, he may not have come into this game playing in much confidence, and that confidence may have disappeared momentarily, but that was a beautiful shot from Roy. He moves to 25 and the score 47 without loss.
Yeah, beautiful cover drive. Just talking about he's battling with his game. But a bit of width from Rabada, and it goes to show the shots are still in the locker somewhere, and that's a beautiful cricket shot.
His eyes right over the ball, really connected as he does call Milan through for a quick single. There's a shot at the stumps, you can hear the ball hitting them and the crowd roaring, but Milan comfortably in. So the end of another decent over for England. 8 overs in here on TalkSport 2, live and exclusive coverage of the first of 3 ODIs, and England set a target of 299. We're off to a great start, 48 without loss. I'm joined by Darren Goff and also Durham batter David Beddingham. Some surprise with the choice of opening bowlers today, David?
No, I don't think so. I think Parney swings it nicely back into the right-hander, and obviously KG or Rabada is very experienced at doing that job. So no surprises. They obviously, I think they started a bit floaty up front, but since about the 5th over, they've almost brought their lengths back and they've almost hit a harder length. And on this surface, I think that's the way you should probably go, especially when it stops swinging.
And we did kind of see that from England, didn't we? They were a touch fuller. It was a good length for the first 7 or 8 overs, as you were saying, Jared, and then they pulled it back slightly, and it appears like what South Africa have been up to.
Yeah, I mean, I think both teams were trying to swing it, right? So they're pitching it up, and then this doesn't seem, even though you're getting swing here, it seems to be that if you hit the surface, it's a little bit inconsistent.
Parnell is in and surprised a little bit Jason Roy by a bit of additional bounce. Takes his hand off the bat, but played to deep square leg for a single.
Lee Rolls sent a tweet in, John, asking about Dawid Malan's scoring rate. So in 50 over cricket, and I'm looking at all 50 over cricket, so list A cricket, his strike rate is 84, which is kind of slow for a modern England player. But when you do look at his overall record, he averages over 40 in limited overs cricket, in 50 over cricket. It's his best format by a long way, and it's interesting that he's had such a go in Test cricket and become a T20 specialist when one day is probably his best format.
Dawid Malan facing as Wayne Parnell, left arm over the wicket, comes in. This is wicket to wicket and clipped to the leg side, no run.
Not just me, that is very
But even if you look at the last couple of years, he's started to score a little bit quicker in limited overs cricket, but he doesn't play many 50 over games anymore unless he's playing for England. So like a lot of the England players, they don't play a lot of the 50 over comp, I'm sure, as you know, much to Goffey's chagrin.
They don't really want to play in it either. That's the surprising thing. The 100 is obviously the golden ticket for a lot of the players.
Fraction outside the off stump, width given to Dawid Malan, and he doesn't need much invitation. Despairing dive at point, and the ball races away to the boundary. Parnell goes for another 4, 28 from his 4 overs so far. Malan reaches 26 and the score 53 without loss.
Yeah, pretty good shot. Parnell, if anything, he's struggled with his line, hasn't he? Ball with a little bit of width. With a new ball, he's had a little bit of swing, but it's just not got his lines right, and you cannot give a player like Dawid Malan any width whatsoever. He's got a lovely strike at a cricket bat.
Malan facing again, more width given this time. Backward point does collect. David Beddingham is with us. Do you want to play 50 over cricket? There he is.
If I'm honest with you, I think it's the longest, toughest format. I think like Test cricket and first class is played at like a certain speed, which is comfortable. I think T20 you play at a high intensity for a short time, but 50 over is almost an extension of T20 where you play for a longer time, and it's taxing on the body. And yeah, it's just long. If I had to rank them, I'd probably go.
Parnell again. There is touch of movement away from the left-handed Malan. Swing and a miss, no run.
I think if you ask any player on the county circuit or any player, I reckon the least favourite would be one-day cricket, just because it's so taxing, and obviously you get a lot more rewards from T20, and obviously Test is quite prestigious and that type of thing.
David Bedingham, 67 first-class games, 55 T20 and 28 list A's. So he's already made his thoughts quite clear with his game tally.
Last ball of the over, and no width given this time, and no run. So 9 overs in, the target 299 here on Talk Sport 2. Get your tweets in, get your questions in to Goffey, David, Mickey Arthur, Mark Butcher, Steve Harmison will be back as well. I mean, you know, when you sit back, David, and you watch England, for instance, if you were in England back in 2019, you know, they're holding the trophy aloft. Does that not inspire a generation, or is it rather the fact that if you play 20 over cricket or even 100 ball cricket and you've got a packed house and you're earning a bit of money and the intensity levels aren't quite as that are expected of you, don't go off quite some time, is that really where the interest lies? Rabada back, and there'll be no run here at the start of the 10th over.
Well, I think a great example is actually this game now. I mean, these guys were playing in packed houses literally a week ago for three hours, earning big cash, and now they come and play 50 over cricket for their country, which is quite cool. But I mean, it's not really a packed house. It's not the same like electric energy and stuff like that. So like I can see why guys, let's say like Stokes.
Yeah, good connection. Lovely sound from the ball hitting the bat of Jason Roy. He moves to 28 with another single.
Guys like Stokes, because they want to play for longer for Test cricket and T20 stuff, I can see why the one they give up is ODI cricket.
I think playing 2 of the 3 competitions now, if you're playing at the real high-end level like Ben Stokes, I understand why they're doing it as well now, because they probably feel as though with all the franchise tournaments and 3 formats with England.
Round the wicket, short delivery, and that may be called a wide. David Milan doesn't even attempt a shot, but nothing signalled by the umpire. No, they didn't signal a wide. 1 for the over, 54 without loss.
And people like Ben, like I say, is usually wanted around the world in all these tournaments. He's captain of England in the Test side. He plays in the T20 side that's hugely successful as well, and he probably feels as though he can't give his all in all 3 tournaments.
It's guided it down to 3rd by Milan. He moves to 27. But I can understand why Ben Stokes, you know, he's basically juggling all these formats. He's in demand around the world. But for the youngsters coming through, you know, who don't have the IPL contract maybe or aren't playing for England, it's still a way into international cricket.
Well, I've loved actually going to watch the games where it's mainly your second team players, the guys who are not in the 100, that are playing 50 overs. I love the 50 over format. I think it's a real test of your ability.
Over the wicket again is Rabada. And again, defensively played, no run. 1 ball left of the 10th over. England 55 without loss.
I think a cool thing about playing 50 over cricket while the 100's on, you also play at outgrounds, and that probably brings a different audience, and it's more like not into village grounds, but it's more into like, let's say you take cricket into a Scarborough or like a South North.
And again, guided by Jason Roy down to 3rd, and that'll be a single to bring to an end. Decent over for South Africa, but they are in the hunt for wickets, and they haven't yet claimed one. 10 overs in, South Africa are actually ahead of where England are right now, 75 for 1. England 56 without loss, but the fact that we're not talking about the form of Jason Roy tells you something. He's moved smoothly along, 29 not out. Milan also in the 20s, and this has been a comfortable start for England. After a word from David Bedingham, we'll continue that point. It will be Mark Butcher.
Oh yeah, so I think when I played back in 2021, the 50 over comp, I actually really enjoyed it because it took you to a different audience. I think it took you to smaller grounds, but I think especially so we played a game in South North, which is completely different to Chester Street. It's a lot smaller and a lot more compact, and I actually really enjoyed that. So I guess it takes you to different parts and different grounds, which is a bit different and exciting as well.
But by really enjoyed that, do you mean that you averaged 41 with a strike rate of 140 that year?
Yo,
like I would have enjoyed that too, no matter where the ground was.
Yeah, but the unfortunate fact is we got to the final and I scored a naught in the final, so that was the one disappointing thing.
We are going to have a change in the bowling when we're not going to have a change in the commentary box. I went a little bit early. Mark Butcher will be back after an over, but it's Aidan Markram who is going to have a bowl. Now, Moeen Ali was brought into the attack quite early on by England after David Willey and Jofra Archer were unable to make the breakthrough, and it was Ali who struck. Temba Bavuma, who played beautifully well up until that point, was dismissed, caught a mid-on for 36. And so we're going to see whether slowing the pace on the ball is going to do a similar thing. England's and South Africa's attack, actually, bowling attack, very different. As Markram is in down the leg side, this will be called a wide, unless there was a little touch on the ball. No. So 1 run added to the score.
This is Markram's 75th over in his career. He bowls a lot more in T20 cricket. We don't see it much in the one-dayers.
Tossed up and on the pads of Jason Roy, who comes forward and clips this away nicely enough to Hendricks at mid-wicket. Moves to 30.
I'll tell you what, though, I was impressed by him playing for his side over in SA20. I think he plays for the Sunrisers Eastern Cape. Well, he does a good job for them. Pretty decent bowler.
He's
gets
bowled
through his overs.
Yeah, bowled okay in the IPL a few times too. He just, for whatever reason, in one days, they just don't seem to give him the ball. It doesn't really make a lot of sense.
I like the fact that he's the captain of his side and bowls a lot more when he's captain, and it just shows you.
I'd like to see how often he bowls the 7th over, which is statistically the best one to bowl.
Round the wicket to Milan, who just drops this into the offside and comes through for a single. Yep, 200 runs in the SA20 for Aidan Markram. Disappointed today though, 13, as I wouldn't say there's any more pressure on his shoulders than anybody else, but certainly the way he came onto the test scene with those 200s against Australia, as Jason Roy smashes Markram up over long off for the first 6 of the innings. 65 without loss.
Well, this is just what Jason Roy, we know he's been struggling for form, but this is the best of Jason Roy. When he does get going, he produces top shots, and it's a lofted drive over off, mid-off, and middled it. 6 runs. Great strike from Roy.
What's Markram got here? Well, he fired the last delivery in a touch. More flight this time around. On the sweep is Roy, and he'll take a single.
I would assume that the off spinner is on because Milan is a left-hander, because Roy averages 62 against off spin with a strike rate of 141. So I think the job of Markram probably would have been to try and get Milan back on a strike.
Tossed up again, and a outside edge of the bat from David Milan, who was forward on the drive. Thick outside edge. No first slip in place though, and that will rush away for another 4 runs. Both batters in the 30s now. 1 ball left of the 11th. England 70 without loss.
Too long to wait for Jason.
Yeah, good bit of bowling from Markram. He wanted to bowl at the left hand of Milan, and there is a little bit of turn out there in Bloemfontein, but Milan, fortunate enough, edges it away for another boundary.
This time rocks back and cuts the ball square of the wicket on the offside, and another good over for England. 2 boundaries from it, an expensive one for South Africa. England chasing 299 here on TalkSport 2 in the first ODI. 71 without loss, and say this for the second time, this time I will be correct. Oh yep, there he is. Will be a word from Darren Gough and then Mark Butcher.
Yeah, if you look at it, South Africa were 81 for 1 after 11 overs, and England are sitting at 71 for 0 after their 11 overs. Pretty even Stevens really, where England will be the happier of the 2 teams. It's all about how you score in the middle overs, how do the spinners bowl for South Africa, and if the quicker bowlers can take off the pace. And we're yet to see the rocket man, Nokia, come into the attack. He likes to bowl in the middle overs. He bowls at 90 miles an hour plus.
Yeah, let's go.
In fact, here he is, Darren Gough, Henrik Nokia, who is up there among the very quickest bowlers in world cricket right now. He's also up there amongst the most naughty moustache wearers I think I've seen in international cricket for quite some time. It's an absolute beauty. Those of you who've watched or seen or been fans of Blackadder over the years will recognise the description of a slug balancer. Well, he might have 3 or 4 slugs on that top lip. It's an absolute rascal that Henrik Nortje is sporting. He's just setting his field at the moment. Parnell, Rabada and Markram have got through 11 overs between them without any success. And Temba Bavuma decides it's time to turn to his fast and nasty, and he certainly looks nasty with that Merv Hughes styled mo underneath his nose. Nose splattered with zinc against the sun. He runs in, he finds a full length on leg stump. Darren Milan tickles it away fine for 4, and the change of pace, the change of speed, and the face jewellery has made no difference to England's run scoring.
Yeah, never a good start when you get it for 4 the first ball. Ended up being kind of his fingers over the ball, didn't quite get it right, ended up with a scrambled seam. And fine tickle down the leg side for a boundary.
Here in again, this time the line is a little bit more towards off stump. Milan pokes it to mid-off. They take on Temba Bavuma and win. Single to England. 5 from the first 2 deliveries from Nortje.
Butch, you're a film man. The description of Nortje's tash. What about Ben Stiller in dodgeball?
Dodgeball, yeah.
Anybody who's not quite sure, just look it up.
Yeah, it's a little bit more up to date than the Blackadder references, that is for sure. But it's yeah, all of the above. In he goes, it's very upright as he runs in. Nortje rather stomps on the ground. Flies, smashes through the crease, full length. Jason Roy hits mid-on hard, but there's no run. There's one thing about watching Henrik Nortje bowl. Yeah, just seeing the picture of Ben Stiller there with the coiffed 80s hairdo. It's looking remarkably similar, it has to be said. There's one thing about watching Henrik Nortje bowl is you never get the feeling that he gets tired. He always seems to be steaming in, gathering in strength. That's short, and Jason Roy just dismisses it on the pull shot down to Wayne Parnell at fine leg. Roy kept it down, rolled his wrists over the ball. In fact, it's a bad description. Hit down on the ball, and he'll pick up another single. Are there many other sort of 90-mile-an-hour plus bowlers hiding away in state cricket at the moment in South Africa?
I think there's quite a raw guy who actually plays at this ground. His name's Gerald Coetzee. He's playing for the Joburg Super Kings now at the moment. He's actually had a good tournament so far.
Kieran and chest on delivery would have passed above the stumps, but Milan on the back foot chops it down, no run.
Who did you say there? Villion, did you say?
No, I said Gerald Coetzee.
Coetzee.
Oh yeah, it's Coetzee. But Villion's quite quick as well, by the way. He's really quick.
Yeah, he's almost coming to the end of his career, I think. He's about 35, but this Coetzee guy is very raw, very aggressive, and I think he's only 21.
Great tradition of fast bowlers from Orange Free State. Nortje in. Back of a length again, and Milan smothers it on the back foot, and again there is no run. That's the end of Nortje's first over. He yielded 6 from it. England 77 without loss in pursuit of South Africa's 299, and we're through 12 overs here on TalkSport 2. Just thinking about bowlers that have graced Bloemfontein. Alan Donald, of course, being the most famous, the Bloemfontein Express. Not to mention that fast and nasty Hansie Cronje, he was from down there as well. Jared, what have you got?
Just on the pace, because it's quite interesting. So Nortje, I don't think he bowled a slow ball on that over. So I think he went all in on his pace every ball. So far on this pitch, balls under 130 kilometres an hour, which are mostly slow balls, except for a few of Sam Curran's balls, have averaged 21 on this pitch with a strike rate of 81. Balls above 130 kilometres an hour have averaged 158 with a strike rate of run a ball. So Nortje basically hit the middle of the bat every ball there, I think. It'd be really interesting to see, because when he started in cricket, he didn't have any variation, and now he's got a lot of different slower balls. That seems to be this kind of pitch.
Certainly does. Markram into the attack. He came on his first change, much as Moeen Ali did for England after South Africa got off to a rollicking start.
So the question for Goffey then is, if you're Heinrich Nortje and you can bowl that pace consistently, how easy is it to go and say I'm going to bowl 3 or 4 slower balls and over? Because it's not, he might do it in a death in T20 sometimes, but it's not the normal thing. It's not why he's paid his money, is it?
Well, he does bowl a lot of slow balls, though, actually, Nortje, because
but usually later when people are coming at him.
And that's what I used to do when I played. I didn't like to show the batter a slower ball until at least my 5th, 6th over.
Markram in around the wicket to the left-handed Milan, who cuts away on the offside and gets it to the left of point, which means that the sweeper has to run around to his right. He does well, dives, smothers, picks up and throws. England pick up another couple, 80 without loss. The shadow's just lengthening out there on the ground at the moment as the sun disappears behind the western stands. It's casting a shadow that's creeping towards the playing surface. Again, Milan on the front foot to a gentle off break from Markram, and there is no run.
The thing is, though, he bowls a bit quicker than I used to Nortje, so when you can bowl 95 miles an hour and your slow ball becomes a lot more effective.
Milan on the front foot to Markram. Nice diving, tumbling stop from Nortje, who finds himself in the Jonty Rhodes position at backward point, having just bowled his first over. I mean, that's one of the things, isn't it, for young bowlers out there, Darren, as Markram just begins his run up again. Shorter this time. Milan again doesn't beat Nortje at backward point. Dot ball. Is that quite a lot of the time young fellas might think to themselves that the slower ball has to be a lot slower than their regular delivery, but it's about, you take 5 or 6 miles per hour off a delivery, it can be more deceptive than something that is 10-15 miles an hour slower. As Markram aims that one a little bit fuller at leg stump. Milan again on the defensive. It's a tight over from Markram, 80 without loss from 13.
Yeah, you're right, and there's lots of ways to bowl a slow ball now as well. You'll see fast bowlers putting it further back in the hand and just bowling it normally. It naturally comes out slower. You've got the cross seam, the wobble seam. You've got where they'll just put the one finger over the ball. It becomes like a slower leg cutter or a slower off cutter. There's so many variations you can use now, whether it be a test match, T20 or 50 overs.
David, you'll go out there and look to hit that slower ball. What are you looking for? Obviously the bowler is trying to get you to start your downswing early. What are the key things for you watching bowlers who are going to bowl a lot of slower balls? As Nortje is in, and Jason Roy has just planted his front foot down the line of middle and off stump and just whipped it over mid-wicket for 4. He is looking like the swaggering gunslinger of old, Jason Roy, at the moment. He moves to 43 from 41.
I think it kind of depends on what type of speed he bowls. I think if I'm facing Nortje, I'm probably trying to first line up his quick ball and then deal with his slower ball. But if I'm facing a Sam Curran, who bowls a lot of them, I'm more maybe setting up for his slower ball and then trying to adjust with his...
Nortje in again, and this time Roy's on the back foot, punches it hard, firmly out towards the sweeper on the offside. Hendricks picks up and gets the ball back to the bowler, but England pick up another 2. Roy is 45 from 42, Milan 40 from 38, England 86 without loss and flying along here.
And that and that's what almost makes Curran so good, is because he has like 3 or 4 different ones. So I'm sure one could be, let's say, 75 miles an hour. His back of the hand could be a bit slower. So
Nortje again. Oh, that's a beauty. That is a delivery that has genuinely beaten Jason Roy outside the off stump. Angled in from wide of the crease. That chest-on delivery from Nortje. The ball would have gone on to hit off stump had it continued on its original line. Little puff of dust as it hits the surface, but nipped away. And Roy genuinely beaten. I reckon that's only the second time we've seen that all day, Darren Goff.
It is, and there was a puff of dust off the wicket. It goes to show, but that sun's been beating hard down on it. You might get a little bit too paced out of the wicket, and that's why it tends to be harder in the middle overs when the pace is taken off the ball. Lots of cutters.
Here again. Oh, this time short, back of a length. Jason Roy has absolutely pummeled that in front of square. It's not quite a back foot pull shot, it's kind of a front foot pull, and he has absolutely destroyed it in front of square for 4. What a shot.
Yeah, I think that was an attempted slower ball from Nortje, an off-cutted slower ball. and it just sat up. Jason Roy on the front foot, pulling it through the leg side. That gives you an idea of the pace of this pitch in Bloemfontein.
Well, what was all the fuss about? Jason Roy, who hasn't looked particularly good in the SAT20, as Nortje's done a little bit more fizz on that one. But Roy allowed it to come into his body and then chopped it away down to third man. Josh Butler and the rest of the England team have their hands above their heads in applause because Jason Roy has made his 22nd 50 in one-day international cricket.
I think he's played quite well. I think in T20 he's almost forced to go hard from 4-1, but almost in this innings he's almost taken a bit more time, played the ball a lot later, and it just shows you, like, I feel if you play the ball late, it pings off the bat a lot better than if you're playing it out front of you.
One of England's great strengths in terms of selection has been the fact that they've stuck with their big players. Oh, that's come very, very quickly from Nortje. Short ball. Milan almost for a second looked as though he gloved that through to the keeper, but it was so quick he didn't get anything on it at all. 91 without loss, 14 gone. Nortje has gone for 13 in his second over, none for 17 for the South African speedster. And England very much in control in this run chase. Just 299 required. South Africa failed to make 300. A lot of good judges out there on the ground figured that it was a 330 to 350 pitch. South Africa just managed to get to 299 thanks to Rassie van der Dussen's fourth one-day international 100. And England in response are making light work of things at the moment. I have Darren Goff and Dave Bedingford alongside me of Durham County Cricket Club. A man who's played a lot of cricket out in South Africa. As Tabraiz Shamsi warms up. This could be pivotal. We haven't seen Lungi Ngidi yet. His slower balls caused England all sorts of problems during the course of last summer's white ball action. Shamsi is a wicket taker. He can also go around the park if he doesn't get it right. But this could be a pivotal moment in the game. Western Province, Boland, Cape Cobras, Cape Town Blitz. Got around a bit, South Africa, David.
No, I think I've only stayed at the one place really. It's just different franchises or whatever.
Of course, there's an extremely good reason as to why we haven't seen Lungi Ngidi yet. Very difficult to bowl when you're not playing. Single off the first ball of Tabraiz Shamsi's over.
Saying that, Ngidi would have been an handful on this pitch. He bowls lots of cutters, lots of slower balls. Bowled really well in the SA20, so I get why you would automatically think Ngidi was going to be playing. They went for Mangala, who's yet to bowl yet, but Shamsi brought into the attack. I think this is part of the game where he really has to have a good spell. The bowling from Shamsi. He's a wicket taker, he's experienced, good performer, but it's a big spell this for South Africa if they're going to get any control of this game.
Shamsi is short, and that's one of his negatives, I suppose, for Tabraiz Shamsi, is when he gets it right, when the confidence is up, he's extremely dangerous, but he does have the ability to bowl absolutely filthy half-trackers from time to time, and he got away with one there to Dave Milan, who could only chop it to extra cover, and there was no run. But as is the way with wrist spin, a delivery like that can be followed up by an absolute jaffer, and suddenly you find yourself walking back to the pavilion.
He doesn't brush his teeth.
Shamsi, yellow towel hanging out of the back of his trousers.
The thing is,
Bowls a fuller delivery, gets the length right that time. Milan is happy to punch it down to long off for a single. 93 without loss, halfway through the 15th. Seems to be a bit of banter going on between Shamsi and his teammates and umpire Bongani Yelek. Something about Shamsi not having brushed his teeth this morning. It doesn't sound particularly pleasant as he's in, and that's another one of those half-trackers. Jason Roy had already decided he was going to reverse sweep him, and as a consequence, rather missed out on a gift. He nailed it out in the middle of the bat to the sweeper on the offside, but if he'd have stayed where he was, he might have hit it 30 rows back over the leg side.
It was actually Jason Roy who said it to him, but they are teammates for the Pal Royals in the SA20. They've just had a bit of a laugh between them as they were walking back.
So Jason Roy chewing away on the chewing gum, and he's having a go at Shamsi for having bad breath. I see. Thanks to Darren Goff for the clarification.
But they're still going at each other here. Bit of fun, teammates playing together in South Africa, now playing against each other for their countries. Good fun, this is what it's all about.
Shamsi, that half tracker again. Oh, and Milan gets it off the bottom half of the bat. Could very easily have ended up in the hands of mid-wicket, but miscued it to such an extent that it ended up at mid-on, long on for a single. Shamsi threw his first over, just the 4 runs from it. He could have gone for 16. It was very ordinary over indeed, and England will be thinking to themselves that they've missed out. Just seeing highlights now of Jason Roy's 50, and David, some vintage Roy on show today.
Yeah, it just shows you when he plays the ball late and it's just calm, how clean he hits the ball. So I reckon if he's going back to the SA20, he must almost just take this form and this calmness into it. It's just an extension of T20. So if he goes out and plays like this in T20, I think his whole franchise will be very happy with him.
There was one shot in particular where I showed it from side on. He drove the ball. It was on the up for sure. The side on shot would tell you that it was a shot that a ball that most players would have gone back to, simply because the ball didn't pitch in shot from side on. Roy was on that front foot and drove it from top of the stump height through extra cover for 4 as Nokia is in once again. Darren Milan tucks it away towards deep backward square leg, and he'll pick up a single, rotate the strike to Jason Roy. There's been a rotation here in the commentary box. Durham Maestro and Darren Goff have left us. Steve Harmison and Mickey Arthur have taken their spots. This is looking very comfortable for England at the moment, Mickey.
Very ominous for South Africa.
Nokia trying to do something about it. You've watched a lot of Jason Roy, Steve Harmison, over the course of the last 12 months or so. Have you ever seen him look quite as out of sorts as he did through the course of the last English summer?
No, definitely not. You'd have thought, talking about everything in sync. Throughout the summer, there's nothing in sync. He's probably been in more in sync in these 48 balls than he has been probably for 12 to 18 months now, and that's great to see, especially with the World Cup coming around the corner for England fans.
England sticking with their man, and it's paying off for them once again. Milan is up on his toes on the back foot and has crunched that away, the classical back foot punch. Wayne Parnell is in the road out there at on the sweep on the offside boundary. Goodness me, that was a good stroke. Where does South Africa go from here to pick up this wicket, Mickey Arthur?
I was just going to say exactly the same thing. I just don't know how they are going to get a wicket. They've used their pace. They're playing their 2 trump cards at the moment. One with express pace in Anrich Nokia, and the other one in Tabraiz Shamsi, and they just looking pretty pedestrian at the moment as well.
Short ball. Roy goes big. He had no thought whatsoever of trying to keep that down. Was looking for the maximum and gets the maximum. Marais Erasmus raises his arms above his head. Jason Roy has hooked Anrich Nokia for 6. Goodness me, this is a bowler capable of 95 miles per hour, and he made him look like he was bowling dobbers.
It's a good height from a fast bowler's point of view, an excellent directed short ball. But Jason Roy had the number a little bit, not quite all cross seam. Got the height, but it's just too much width to Jason to get his hands free.
Width again, but this time a little fuller. And Jason Roy has just creamed it through the offside for 4. Despairing dive out there from the South African sweeper, but such was the strength and the crispness of the timing. That has also found the boundary. England, in the process of the 10 runs that come from Jason Roy's bat in the last 2 deliveries, have gone past the 100 mark. They're now 108 without loss. And troubles deepen for South Africa.
What a shot that was. Off the back foot. He just opened his wrists up. He hit that beautifully.
And again, now Roy is advancing to Nortje. When the ball wasn't there, he was able to allow it to go past his body, run it down to third man and pick up a comfortable 2. That is an extremely expensive over. 15 runs from that Nortje over. Jason Roy is ticking. 65 from 51. England 110 without loss. And South Africa, who, remember, need wins, and they need them badly. They have 5 matches in which to qualify for the World Cup proper. And they're probably going to need to win 4 of them at the moment. This one looks to be going England's way. Jared.
So we said before that the average on this pitch is 21 when you're bowling at less than 130 kilometres an hour. So most of the slow balls and a few of Sam Curran's fast, maybe not slower balls, but not quite his fastest balls. And it's 158 when you bowl over 130. So Nortje bowled a bunch of quick balls, got away with it in the first over. Next over, I think he was trying a knuckleball and it got stuck in his fingers a little bit and he got hit for 4. He hasn't gone back to the slower balls.
Shamsi in and pitches that leg break, the left arm variety, full to Milan, who clips it to long on for a single.
Everything else has been either high 80s or low 90s. He's going for 32 off 3. I'm not sure what he bowls, because we were talking about Goffey. Does he go slower ball heavy now? I think he probably should go to just traditional cutters, maybe get rid of the back of the hand slower balls and the knuckle balls and everything else, and just bowl cutters on pace, because if he can get any movement on this pitch, or any sorry, I just wait for Shamsi here. Jeez, he takes a long time for a guy with 4 steps.
It's because he's always having to put his shoes back on, Shamsi. On short, and Jason Roy tickles it around the corner. They will come back for a very comfortable 2. I mean, the stats are certainly not lying. Jofra Archer, England's quickest bowler, went at 8s.
And they're both very good slow ball bowlers, and Nortje basically went from not having a slow ball to having about 4 of them. But I think this is probably not a pitch for slow balls. It's probably a pitch for cutters specifically. And I think if he goes to that, he could still bowl at 135 k's an hour with his cutter. I think that's a much better option than trying to go seam up. They're just hitting the middle of the bat too easily at the moment.
Shamsi in reverse sweep from Jason Roy. That's a brilliant stop. Brilliant stop. Roy had found the middle of the bat there. And it's Henrik Klaasen with the dive to his right that saves a certain boundary.
South Africa needs something here, whether it's going to be an incredible run out. They need somebody just to inspire them. They've got to get a new batsman in, otherwise this game's going away from them very quickly.
Shamsi again, leg slip in place now. Jason Roy on the traditional sweep. I think he's got a glove on that. Has gloved it between himself, the keeper's gloves, and the man at leg slip. And I think that there's a half a chance there for South Africa that's gone begging. It's been given as runs. And that was perhaps that little bit of luck that South Africa needed.
Yeah, just a nice brush off the glove there, inside the keeper and slip, leg slip. Just helped it on its way around the corner. Again, talking about trying to open the door, giving yourself a sniff of a wicket. I'd go the other way if I was Nortje. If he's going to bowl 140, he bowled a very good bouncer. I know Jason Roy hit it for 6.
Shamsi in again, and Roy again on the sweep. Chopping down on this one. Oh my goodness, he's hit that well. Nortje had absolutely no chance at out there on the sweep behind square on the leg side, because Roy not only placed it beautifully but timed it superbly. Fizzed away across the turf here at Bloemfontein. And he just cannot stop the runs coming from the bat of Jason Roy at the moment.
This is one element of Jason Roy's game he's improved on. And, the sweep, and there's a reverse sweep because of he struggles against spin. He has really worked hard on manoeuvring the ball into gaps, but also look at his square the wicket scoring shots.
Again, just able to manoeuvre the ball. Good footwork, got deep in the crease, turned that one away from the man who's now back saving a single on the 45, and the man on the sweep. So he picked up another 2. I mean, perhaps there's the reason for Jason Roy's slump. 123 without loss. We're going to take a drink after 17 overs. Is that teams have gone to open the bowling at him with spin almost exclusively, didn't they? Left arm spinners would open the bowling, bowl the first over at Jason Roy. Perhaps he spent such a long time trying to figure out how he was going to work on that. The basic stuff of playing against the new ball when it was coming from the seamers kind of left him for a little while.
That's something from a bowling point of view, a coaching point of view, Mickey, that if you do start with a spinner, because you're starting with a spinner and the ball, but you know, on this, from a batsman's point of view, you want to get your hands outside in front of yourself, because, you know, if the ball is going to, you know, go past the outside edge, you want to be covering it. So when Jason's been coming out to bat against the new ball spin, he's had to get his hands out in front of himself. So then when the seamers come on, his feet are still back in the crease, but his hands are going out. So not only is it a good ploy to bowl slow at him from that point of view, when the seamers come on, he's already got his hands out in front of himself, and he gets into that sort of rut. Possibly that's what's happened to him in the summer, and now he's corrected that, and he's made a little adjustment to his game. His balance is better, and also his interception points are a lot better as well.
Yeah, he's hitting the ball a lot nicer and later, which is giving him better balance. He's just looked in he's looked in far better positions at the crease today. I just saw Keshav Maharaj taking some drinks out. I bet South Africa would be given anything to have Keshav Maharaj bowling on that wicket, because even though you got Shamsi's a genuine wicket taker, but it's kind of the finger spinners that have done it today. The finger spinners have been the more dangerous of all the spinners, and I think South Africa possibly missed a trick there with not playing Keshav.
I think one of the differences, perhaps to Rose Shamsi in the longer form of the game, is that you don't have to go after him in quite the same way as you do in T20 cricket. Shamsi and leg spin in general is always very dangerous in T20s, because your bad balls sometimes get wickets. You don't get punished, or you do get punished for the bad balls, but you also pick up wickets with them. In a format whereby the batters aren't setting themselves to try and hit every ball for six, they actually they milk you rather than make mistakes against those bad balls. So Shamsi becomes slightly less effective because the batters aren't having to go at him quite as hard as they do in the shorter form of the game.
And that's how good, you know, it's how when you look at the experience of Adil Rashid in the last sort of 5 years of playing longer format cricket, and why he's become the all-round package in white ball formats, is he's learned to develop a way of bowling in that middle period where he bowls into the pitch with men out on the boundary. So he's only given, you know, singles away, and, you know, he's trying to limit the damage there. And then when he gets the back end of the over, then tries to spin the ball, where the batsmen are now like, I've only got 3 off and over, 4 off and over, I'm going to have to take a risk. And in the last 5 or 6 years, for me, Adil Rashid has been fantastic for England, and why England are one of the best teams in the world, because they've got 2 spinners who are very, very, very skillful, but also read the game so well.
Yeah, it's the wrist spinners, Butch. You made a great point about being able to sit on the wrist spinner, because a wrist spinner generally, if you don't have to go after him, he's going to give you enough to hit, so you can milk him, and you're going to get that boundary ball 1 in every 8 if you like. Whereas it's your finger spinner that can come on and just hold that line, hold that length, and put a bit of pressure on.
Sisanda Magala will get his first bowl. 32 years of age. He's only played 4 matches for South Africa. 2 wickets, average of 66 and a half. He's a, let's say, stockily built gentleman. And he comes into the attack with England really on the ascendancy. Temba Bavuma would give plenty to see Magala pick up a wicket or 2 here and give them a chance to get back into this contest. Field set is a pretty conservative one. There are no catching fielders. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off inside the circle on the offside, mid-wicket, mid-on inside the circle, the rest out. And one of those sweepers is into the action straight away. A short wide delivery is cut away to Wayne Parnell out on the offside boundary, and there will be a single. 124 without loss then. England. Roy, 76 from 56. Looking very much like he'd never been away, or at least the form had never been away. And Dawid Malan proving an excellent foil at the other end.
He's been a good servant in domestic cricket, Sisanda Magala. The reason he hasn't played more is he's failed all the fitness tests, which has precluded
You're not surprising me there, Mickey, looking at him. without wanting to be cruel, but my word.
well, exactly right. I just thought I had to drop that one in there, but that is the reason he probably hasn't played more, because he is a fairly skilled bowler. When he gets it right, and we've seen it in the 2020 comp, he's done a decent job. He does have the ability to bowl a very good slow ball.
Right, well,
and rumour has it that he has lost a bit of weight to get to this point as well.
Okay. Well, the TV screens add a few pounds, don't they? As Magala is in for his second delivery of the series, half volley outside off stump. Jason Roy doesn't time it perfectly, and Rassie van der Dussen picks up on the offside boundary, and they pick up another single.
89 mile an hour that, Butch. 89 mile an hour that last ball was. So there's he's a big lad, but he gets it down there.
Are you sure?
Unless my lamps have gone, yeah.
Magala in again, and Milan on the front foot and caresses that out to Parnell again. Opposite sides of the ground getting a peppering, both on the offside from left-hander and right-hander. 84 miles per hour that one.
Ken, I just don't see where they're going to get a wicket from here.
Well, it does look as though they're begging. South Africa are begging now England to make a mistake.
Jason Roy has got his game face on, that is for sure. That's another inviting full delivery from Magala. Jason, perhaps for the first time, just tried to overhit that slightly. Got the inside half of the bat and hit it firmly, but without placement at Nortje at mid-off. Camera pans in on an under-pressure man, Temba Bavuma, captain of South Africa's white ball teams. He seems to be under fire for either his position or the captaincy, or both, as Magala runs away from us here. He gets a little bit of extra bounce out of this surface, and Jason Roy rides it. The over is done. Magala gets out of it with just the 3 runs, 3 singles from it. 126 without loss. In the 18th over has just gone. We're just about to hear the 19th. A word or two from Steve Harmison, who's got a wry smile on his face. I'm not entirely sure why. And then you'll hear from Andrew McKenna.
The sweat on Magala's face, I'm thinking, another 9 overs could be a test for the big fella, but 88, 89 mile an hour, he certainly hit Jason Roy's bat hard there. I watched him during the week he bowled nicely in an SA20 game. And yeah, he's a big lad, and we can have a laugh and a joke, but he seems to have control on the ball, and that's what South Africa need. They need to try and get some control, to try and build some pressure, stop Milan and Roy hitting boundary balls, and hope that one of them holds out, make a mistake, and then they can try and get into the game. But at this minute in time, England just looks so comfortable.
126 without loss after 18, trying to make 299 to win. Roy 78, Milan 47. It's Milan who's going to face Shamsi. Oh, he's got an absolute full toss of a pie. 1 bounce 4, backward of square. David Milan goes to another 50, 51 not out from 49 deliveries. England 130 without loss, and both batsmen are just helping themselves, Steve Harmison.
Yeah, helping themselves. He's not going away as David Milan, as much as a lot of people want to write him off. Mickey Arthur, they want to write him off. They don't see him as fashionable. They want other bigger names, bigger hitter, bigger players in the side, but Milan goes nowhere. Hundreds in Australia, now 50 in South Africa.
Drives into the offside of Shamsi this occasion, beats the man at short extra, beats everybody all along the floor, back-to-back boundaries, and Shamsi has now bowled 14 deliveries and gone for 25. England 134 without loss.
That was a hell of a cricket shot. And as you said, Harvey, he's been wonderful over the last couple of years for him. I mean, he got himself to number 1 ranked in 2020 cricket. I think he's still in the top 10 there. People were saying, how do you fit David Milan into a team? Well, he just keeps producing. He just keeps scoring runs, and that's how you fit anybody into a team.
He's deep this time to Shamsi, plays to long on and ambles a single. 135 without loss. And, well, as you say, yeah, Milan just... every time there's football world, is now that he goes and makes another score.
Oh, to make it worse, I think
he's
I've just
bowled a
heard
no
in my
ball.
ears Tabreer Shamsi's just bowled a no ball, and they got a single off that. So as well as David Milan's playing, Jason Roy is 78 off 60 balls, and he's now got a free hit off Tabreer Shamsi, who's bowled 14 balls and gone for
plenty.
What's that? Plenty, yeah. Things are really, really.
Well, they are allowed to change the field because the single was taken. Blimey, he's a long way over for a spinner.
You're taking 4 steps and you're that far over the line. I'm sorry, I know it's a batsman's game and I speak on behalf of bowlers, but I don't speak on behalf of spin bowlers. He's bowling from 4 steps and he's that far over the line.
He was in a different postcode to the front line. Let's put it like that. Right, Jason Roy. They're going to send deep backwards square out and put the mid-wicket, who's inside the circle, down to short fine. It is, remember, we've been saying all day, one of the biggest grounds in world cricket, if not the biggest. So Jason Roy's got a free hit, but it does take a lot to clear it. Now Shamsi's going to bowl left arm around, and Jason Roy smashes him back over his head for 9. That's more than 6. Clean as a whistle. He just stood there and launched all the way for 6. 142 without loss. Jason Roy now has 84 from 61.
Just got quite excited there. I saw a Derby County flag there
Derby County,
in the Barmy Army.
Well, they might be taking
Barmy Army are over the moon. Yeah, they've had a week in Cape Town, going down to Bloemfontein for some entertainment at the cricket, and England have not disappointed. This has been a masterclass in opening batsmanship.
Back over the wicket. This time it's a full toss, which Jason Roy hits to long on for a single. Rabada will field. Roy to 85, England 143 without loss. Yeah, worth remembering that the original games of this series a couple of years back were Pal and Cape Town. The rearranged versions, Pal and Cape Town, weren't available because of the South African 2020 competition. Neither were a few more of the venues because of the Women's Under-19 World Cup that's going on. If you missed the news today, England have beaten Australia. They're therefore into the final, which is why we're in Kimberley and Bloemfontein for these 2 games. Milan drives to Rabada at long off for a single, so not quite as glamorous as Pal and Cape Town, with due respect to Bloemfontein and Kimberley, of course. But the supporters that have made the journey, well, they're frankly getting a clinic from the England boys at the moment, and they'll be worth... Is that another no ball? I'm going to yell.
The ball bounced into the stumps. That's
right.
Their ball bounced into the wicketkeeper.
It was just the way he had his arm out to the side. I did wonder if he was calling no ball again. Shamsi to finish the over. It's a respectable one, actually. Whipped to Bavuma at mid-wicket, and there is no run. 19 overs aren't completed because there's one more ball. No, that is it. 19 overs completed, 145 without loss, trying to make 299. Just a reminder, of course, if you are coming out of work, it's around that time on a Friday, fire up your DAB in your car on your way home, get the app on your phone or your smart speaker, whatever you need, or talksport.com if you want to listen online. All of those ways you can listen to the commentary here on TalkSport 2. You should have it preset on your DAB anyway. You should have the app already on your phone, because you're going to need it for the next few days with all the live sport. We're back on Sunday morning for the early game for the second one of this series. But you've got football tonight, rugby tonight, football over the weekend from the FA Cup as well. My goodness, there's a rare beast. David Milan has played and missed at one. Magala sticks it across the left-hander. It's through to the keeper, no run.
They're just both so untroubled at the wicket. Their intensity, their technique, their skill, their ability to manufacture and hit bad balls for 4, ability to create the one of a good ball has just been unparalleled today. We didn't see much like that from the South African batters.
Magala is in. Milan is dropping it wide of the fielder at backward point. Shamsi will field on the third man boundary, but they're coming back for, again, it's a really comfortable 2. They're just doing this almost at walking pace, aren't they?
Yeah, and that's what we talked about from the minute Moeen Ali came on to bowl. It was a case of the next 7 or 8 overs where South Africa went into just knocking about mode. They struggled. There was too many dots in that knocking about mode. every dot that they had in the knocking about mode, England are hitting boundaries and still knocking it about, and I think that's why England are, way ahead in the world rankings of the best team in the world.
Right arm over Magala. He's gone short. Milan's got underneath this. He's dropped his head because it goes straight to Bavuma at mid-off, who takes the catch. South Africa have their breakthrough. Milan, it got too big on him. It was too tempting, and he's just skied it straight to mid-off. And Magala it is who has the breakthrough. South Africa have their wicket. Does that open things up for them? Or does it just bring the next cab off the rank as far as England are concerned? Milan goes on the pull, caught at mid-off by Bavuma.
That's the door open. Potentially now, as a captain, Magala's given you the breakthrough. Do you go back now to your potential wicket takers and say, right, Nortje, you've got to come on now and win the game for us. We've slightly opened the door. We now need to walk through it, and you need to go back to your strikers in order to get a potential, or to create a potential winning position.
Yeah, try and put pressure back onto the batting unit, and you look at it. What they've got, England have got coming in now. You've got Ben Duckett, who is in the infancy of his international career. You've got Harry Brook at number 4, who is on debut. So this is a good time. No matter when England lost that first wicket, it was always going to be, pressure in the sort of that top order, because of Duckett hasn't played that much, trying to impress. Brook on debut, but even though he's in scintillating form with whatever format he's playing, Test match cricket or one-day cricket, the doors opened slightly later than they'd want to. But again, I look at this, Mickey, and you go, you know what, why couldn't they have been doing this earlier? He's bowling over the wicket, creating an angle, not even making it easier for the right or the left-hander to use the angle to hit onto the leg side. This was an angle created coming over the wicket to the left-hander, which you would say even before the game, this is how you get Milan out. Create the angle, get him hands in front of him, and use the short ball wisely. That's how it's been getting out in previous years, and that's how a lot of teams try and get him out, and it just seems as though it's took 24, 25 overs for South Africa to really get their plan properly.
So Milan goes for 59, 146 for 1. Duckett replaces, so left-hander for left-hander. So England keep that left-right. Now South Africa are going to put a gully, point, extra cover and mid-off, all inside the circle on the offside, and a mid-on the leg side. And then there's an enormous amount of space inside the circle. So Magala's going to be bowling outside of off stump, and that's what he does. And Ben Duckett has a waft at that. Gets nothing on it, and it's through to the keeper. No run.
It's amazing. It suddenly looks a different game. All of a sudden, we see a ball go past the bat after getting a wicket, and us not thinking where they were going to get a wicket. They have now given themselves an opportunity to create some pressure.
Duckett waits. Bat raised high. Magala right arm over. Duckett slices this one over backward point down to third man. Shamsi will field. Well, that could have been 2 in the over. Duckett had very little control over that. It was the blade of the bat rather than the edge. He carved away at a wide-ish ball. Weight was back, and it only just clears the fielder at backward points.
Yeah, 2 men at backward point for that. Well, they're probably there for the shorter ball that gets cut. Duckett, a short man who likes the cut in the pull. And Gala just double bluffed and gone full. Duckett's feet going nowhere. Head back, body back. The size of the ground probably helped him there.
Magala to finish the over to Jason Roy. Roy on the walk, pushes to Nortje at mid-off, and there's no run. That is 20 overs done. 147 for 1. So England are virtually halfway there. They're trying to make 299 to win this. After 20 of their 50 overs, they're 147 for 1. And they basically got 90 for 1 in that 10 over block. They were 56 without loss after the first 10. They're 147 for 1 after the second block of 10.
Very good over that by Mangala. He did ask some questions. We did see Duckett come in, new batsman at the wicket. Very aptly said there, Bahami, wait back, not getting into the ball. Could this be a slight opportunity for South Africa? What we did see though was Roy last ball of the over, looking perfect batting condition. He looks in top form now. And as we said, Heinrich Nokia back into the attack.
Yeah, Nokia comes back into the attack, but what we've seen from that, the over from Mangala, I know we've given the big lad a bit of stick for the size, but what he is he puts a ball in basically a simple area and says to you, well, you want to hit a good shot down the ground, then go for it. But if you want to take a risk, the favour's more in my favour than it is in your favour.
Nokia then to Duckett. Duckett squeezes it out on the offside to Klassen at cover. The bat probably came down on a plane there from backward point to mid-wicket, and he played it to cover. It wasn't what you'd call a classical swing of the bat, but it came down straight enough. And he gets the single, and England go to 148 for 1.
With my South African lenses on now, if they can get Roy out, and this has got to be Heinrich Nokia's cue. This is why you play your strike bowlers, to create these openings for you. If they can get Roy out, get two new batters at the wicket, it does look tough to start on with change of pace. It looks slightly slow.
Oh, Nokia almost gets Jason Roy. Just hangs it outside of off stump and almost off the inside edge, guides it onto the off pole. It actually goes down to fine leg, and it goes for a single, 149 for 1.
Yeah, if you get the in-batsman out, it allows you then to build some pressure. It allows you then to work bringing the rate down, getting some pressure, and in that way, as again I say with the South African lenses on, in that way it gets them back into the game.
Not that far away from the stumps on that occasion from the inside edge. Duckett waits for Nokia, turns him through square leg. Parnell is the man sweeping out on the boundary, and there is a single taken. 150 up for England, 20 overs and 3 balls to get there. They have therefore gone past halfway. 299 the target. South Africa posting 298 for 7 from their 50 overs. If you are just coming out of work, I'll quickly recap for you. 298 for 7. Rassie van der Dussen at number 3, 111 from 117 balls, was the mainstay of the South African innings. Nokia goes in. Jason Roy hammers this out to Parnell once again, the cover sweeper, for a single. 151 for 1. Jason Roy 87 not out from 66 balls, and people were talking about Jason Roy being out of nick. Wow, he's tying the cover off a few of them. David Milan, the only man dismissed, 59 from 55. Ben Duckett has joined him. He's faced 4 balls for 3 runs so far. The wildlife has started up as the sun starts to go down in Bloemfontein, and they could celebrate a second wicket because Duckett has nicked off against Nokia. Never really looked set at any stage in the 5 balls that he's faced. He wafted at that one, edges it through, and Quinton de Kock, vastly experienced, he's never dropping that. And all of a sudden it is 2 down. It's not necessarily the man that South Africa wanted, as Mickey Arthur said. They would have wanted Jason Roy if they could get, but they have another one.
Yeah, it's a poor shot for me. That there's a bit of width. Nokia is, yes, he's got more pace than anybody else on show. Possibly has nipped back towards Ben Duckett, but it's short, it's wide. What Med mentioned, he's faced 5 balls, probably 3 out of the 5 balls. He's looked off balance, he's looked leaning back, and that's exactly what he did there. And he's nicked a wide one for me. And whether the door's open or not, it's given South Africa a chance. And good on Temba Bavuma seizing the initiative when they've got the wicket, need another one, potentially to put pressure on. And he goes to his fast man, and he hasn't. He's delivered.
Yeah, exactly what he wanted from his fast man. He's come in, he's struck, he's got the wicket. Just to go back to on your point there, Harmy, on Ben Duckett, it wasn't a good 5 balls. There was he swished at a couple, didn't make any positions. I don't think he gave himself an opportunity. And the batsmen that have scored well today have allowed themselves to get in. They've been really tight on their first 20 balls. They've technically been very good. They haven't been frantic. They haven't been rushed. And they've gone about their business in a very measured way. Jason Roy's done it. David Malan did it. Ben Duckett didn't do it, and he's paid the price.
No, he didn't, and I think that's a lot down to the way South Africa bowled, because I think South Africa give England some nice balls in that first 15-20 balls. You know, Malan got a couple away off his legs, Roy got a couple away off his legs, so England put the pressure on without having to sort of stretch for them, you know, and have to really sort of work hard for their runs in the first throws of this game. But they're constant, good ball, good area. Mangala puts 2 or 3 balls in a good area, then Nokia's put 2-3 balls in a good area. All of a sudden pressure's on, Ben Duckett's hold out. If South Africa can get Jason Roy out now, then it is very much game on.
Well, it's the golden boy coming in. Harry Brook had that incredible series against Pakistan. He's taking guard, took off stump, or he certainly made a mark on off stump. I heard him asking for off stump. So he's going to settle in. 1 ball left of this over. England 1-5-1 for 2. Nokia is on his way. Right arm over, and Brook very sensibly allows that one to go past, through to Quentin de Kock, and that is the end of the over. 21 gone. 151 for 2. I keep mentioning there's so much live sport. We are starting a very, very busy weekend of sport on TalkSport and TalkSport. So don't forget, we have boxing for you tomorrow evening. Anthony Yard's in action against Artur Bataviev, and they're fighting for the unified light heavyweight crown. Now, Adam Catterall and the team will start the coverage here on TalkSport 2 from 8 o'clock in the evening. They'll be bringing you the undercard, and then the main event will follow on TalkSport from 10 o'clock. So the whole card is coming your way over the course of the evening. We will start on TalkSport 2 from 8 o'clock.
Yeah, I think they'd obviously be very happy with it, but I think the next big thing to get is probably Roy and get 2 new batters out there on a wicket that seems to be maybe slowing up a bit. So I think that would be the next plan for the Proteas.
The light is really starting to go now. The floodlights are getting more and more in effect as Magala goes in. Harry Brook plays a very solid forward defensive, and there is no run. Well, Goffey, of course, Harry Brook is your man. You like him so much, you gave him a 5-year contract. There aren't many of those knocking around in cricket at the moment. Tell us about him and his development then in the last 6 months or so.
Well, it's been happening now for a couple of years. He first burst onto the scene as a real player in the 100, didn't he, when it's a couple of years ago. And he's just gone from strength to strength. The confidence.
As he gets taken on the pad from Magala. Magala, the bowler, likes it. Fingers gone up from Erasmus. Well, that's a huge wicket. Harry Brook, a 3-ball duck, if it doesn't get overturned on review, because it looked tight to leg stump. Now the DRS timer is ticking. 4, 3. England, are you reviewing? It's reached 0, and Harry Brook's walking off.
Wow, I'm amazed at that. I thought it nipped back. Might have been sliding down, but they've gone with the umpire's call. The 2 players, Roy and Harry Brook, having a chat in the middle of the wicket. It's a good delivery from Magala. Seam back. I think it's going down. I think he could have reviewed that, but there he goes. The magic finger goes up. Magala strikes, and Harry Brook, we're just talking about him, 5-year contract. It doesn't matter. He's gone for a duck.
Be interesting to see that again, because I thought the ball pitched on off stump and then came back in. If that's the case, it might have been hitting enough, Goffey, to still get umpire's call, but I would have thought there was enough from the live and the replay that we saw to at least suggest that you'd have a look at it.
If I'm Brook, I'm definitely.
There's the batter's view.
It's the Stuart Broad policy. If there's a review available, I'm taking it. Wow. Well, England have gone from 146 without loss in 2 overs to 152 for 3, and the captain is walking out. Jos Buttler makes his way to the middle to join Jason Roy. It is one of those that all eyes are going to be on the technology. As soon as the TV company find a window to put it on, Was that doing too much or not? Wow. Game on all of a sudden. Where's this come from?
It goes to show, you know, as well. He's played a lot of cricket, Harry Brook, but he's a guy who likes to be out batting every single day and playing. But they chose to rest him from the SA20, give him some time at home to recover. This is his first bit of cricket for a month or so, and he comes out for his one-day international debut, and he's lasted one ball.
Have you seen him much then, from a Yorkshire point of view, or has he been working with England coaching staff during that time?
No, he's been going in to Yorkshire. He's also gone back to his old school, which he does every time. He works there with Martin Spate. Remember Spatey? Yeah. He goes and works with him a little bit. He was his coach at school, so it's good that he goes back there as well, and he's really proud of his schooling and what he's gone on to achieve.
Well, of course, he had that incredible Test series, and there's another Test series coming up shortly. Josh Buttler is facing Mangala. Wants a little bit of shape away from Buttler. He pushes up to mid-off, no run. The England-New Zealand Test series coming up in a few weeks' time in February is exclusively live here on TalkSport 2. Now, we've got the technology, and the technology says it was clipping the wickets, umpire's call, so it would have stayed as out, and therefore the review kind of wouldn't have made a difference, although they would have kept the review as it was umpire's call, so it still would have been out. But 3 wickets in the space of 2 overs. Butler waits for Mangala, right arm over, he's driving on the up. Klassen Fields at short extra, no run. All of a sudden there's a little bit of a buzz around the ground. You can hear the crowd, you can hear the birds or the crickets, and it's lots of noise around the place.
My experience as well as Bloemfontein, there's a lot of braais goes along on the banks. We call it a barbecue, you call it a braai, eh?
A lot of braais and a lot of brandy and cokes, I reckon, on that bank.
Clippies and coke. That woke Jared Kimber up. Josh Buttler on his toes, pushes out on the offside. There's no run to point. End of the over. 22 gone, 152 for 3. Now, Jason Roy, he can't surely let the score and what's happened in the last couple of overs change him. He's been playing too well for that. But Roy 88, Milan 59, Duckett 3, Brook 0, Butler 0 not out. Can't be giving too many more of these away, Goffin.
But we talked, didn't we, when we saw South Africa batting, it's about a partnership. You get going, give yourself a chance to get in, have a look at the ball, try and rotate the strike, get in 1s, possibly 2s, don't look for the big ball. And then when you get in, it becomes easier, because starting on these pitches can be very, very difficult. And that's why South Africa are going to keep taking wickets, and England have just got to try and build a partnership. They get a partnership together, they win the game. If they don't, South Africa win the game.
Right, the fact Nortje is still on for his 5th over. Wickets so important in white ball cricket. He just stops the momentum. Roy 88 not out from 67. There's a point. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket inside the circle. 3rd man in place, long leg in place. Nortje tearing in once again. Jason Roy hits hard to the cover sweeper. That's Parnell tumbling away to his right-hand side, and they will come back for a couple. 154 for 3. Roy goes into the 90s from 68 deliveries.
Yeah, Jason Roy took a fancy, didn't he, to Nortje? Not many people do. We saw in his Test performances out in Australia, he was the picker, the ball in attack. Jason Roy, a man who's been out of form, but he stepped up to the plate today against South Africa.
Nortje is in once again outside of off stump, and Jason Roy elects to have nothing to do with that one. That was a pretty quick ball, 141 kilometres, 87 miles an hour. David, you were telling us as we were chatting earlier that Nortje wasn't always an out-and-out fast bowler.
When I was at uni, I played against him maybe 2014, and I recall him maybe bowling 80 miles an hour. And then I met up with him for like this blitz thing where
carry on in a moment as he comes in and bowls to Jason Roy off the back foot, straight to short cover, no run. Carry on.
When the draft, he got bought for loads of cash, and then I started facing him in the nets, and I was just like, how did you get so much quicker? So he basically picked up about 10 miles an hour in, I'm going to say, the space of 3 years. And I asked him why, and he said he spoke to this bowling coach, and he said that his action was going in left, right, but he just said that the guy told him to work in straight lines. And I'm no bowling coach and I know nothing about bowling, but he just said if you get everything in a straight line.
Roy takes this one into the leg side off of Nortje. He's got underneath it, but it's landing safely. Van der Dussen is the man who's patrolling the mid-wicket boundary. He runs 15 metres round to his left, and they will take a couple. Roy goes to 92.
That was a pitching wedge. And yeah, so it was weird that a guy that could just sort out his action could pick up 10 miles an hour in the matter of 3 or 4 years. I'm guessing it takes a lot of work in the gym to understand your action, but that's what he told me anyway.
Yeah, I think getting an economical action, and you're right, straight lines, strong front arm, strong base, get over that front leg, and you got half a chance.
In he goes. Oh, that's quick in towards the shoulders of Jason Roy, who pulls it around with no real timing, but it arrives so quickly. 92 miles an hour is officially the speed gun on that it actually goes through square leg and then far enough for them to take a single.
You're right. So he did get the bowling coach. He also got very fit. So beforehand he was just normal fit, and he went completely the other way and became a supreme athlete. The interesting thing is he does that, and the first time you see him bowl internationally, he's bowling really fast but gun barrel straight. The ball doesn't deviate at all. He's got no slower balls or anything. In the next 3 years, he works on all that stuff. He ends up with a wobble ball and a back of the hand slower ball and leg cutters and all this. He just keeps working and working things out. And he's also, we saw Magala today, sweating after one over. Nortje doesn't sweat after like 20 sometimes.
He's on his way for the final ball of this over. Joss Butler's up on his toes, guiding it to backward points, and there is no run. 23 overs gone, 157 for 3. And just another point on that, he's 6 kilometres an hour quicker than Jofra Archer's fastest ball today. Now, in fairness, Jofra is working his way back to fitness, but 6 Ks is a sizable difference when we're talking about those kind of things. You carry on chatting about this, I'm making way for John.
I think the difference is, Goffey, and I think you'd agree, is that he's probably the guy that has the most consistent top-end pace. Probably Mark Wood's the only other one, but Mark Wood doesn't have all the other skills that Nortje does. But he consistently can bowl between 90 and 95, where other guys go up and come down.
Well, the difference is Mark Wood plays once every 3 weeks.
Yeah, there's that too.
But Nortje plays in all formats, and he consistently does it. He's an unbelievable athlete.
Unbelievable athletes, as everything just goes a little bit dark in the crowd. Lights back on now. Magala with the first ball of his 4th over, 2 wickets set for just 8 runs. How quickly has this game changed? England coasting, looking to get things done with 10 overs to spare, 146 without loss, with Milan 59, Jason Roy easing into the 80s. But England do love a little collapse, don't they, as Magala is in good length and defensively played by Joss Butler, yet to get off the mark. He's played 4 deliveries so far. At the other end, well, the importance on his wicket has just changed, hasn't it? Jason Roy is playing with all the freedom in the world of a guy that's cast off the shackles, is enjoying his game, heading towards, or rather hurtling towards 100. But now, we talk about South Africa's long tail. One of these two goes, and Moeen Ali comes to the crease. He hasn't scored a huge amount of one-day runs. Fuller and Butler will get off the mark. There's head in hands from the South African fielders. The ball has not gone anywhere near where he intended it to. It's squirting out backward of square on the leg side. Fielded at long leg. Fine leg. And it'll be 2 runs to Joss Butler. But yeah, pressure just starting to ramp up a little bit on England, who are ahead of the run rate, but Jason Roy will be putting a lot of importance on his wicket right now, Goffin.
Well, what he's done, Magala, he's put pressure on England by just bowling wicket to wicket. Economical.
Short, and he's hit Butler on the shoulder. There's a shout for catch it. I don't think that came off the bat, though. Fielded. And Butler will come through for, well, it's given us a run, but I'm not sure about that. 161 for 3. And we're just going to go through the concussion protocol here in Bloemfontein, where England chasing 299 in the 24th over, 161 for 3. But, you know, Magala, when he came on to bowl, you know, he's a guy that has battled with his weight. Myself and David Beddingham were talking off mic about the fact that, you know, he was actually banned from playing for South Africa. He missed out on selection because essentially he didn't run 2 kilometres in training within the allotted time, missed it by 12 seconds. There's a fascinating article actually on Cricinfo's webpage by Firdaus Munda, who has spoken to Magala about that. He was very hurt by the decision, annoyed because it essentially affects his livelihood, his ability to pay and bring up his family. And he was also of the opinion that, look, he can bowl. We can see he can bowl. And just because he's a little bit overweight in the eyes of the South African backroom staff, you know, should that really get in the way of him being able to play for South Africa if he can do the do's?
Well, the problem is if you set the standards, and I think England do the same, by the way. I remember a few players. Remember Sami Patel? Didn't pick him because he failed to reach the fitness standards that were required. The players on a monthly basis get their fat percentage tested, and if they don't reach it, they get fined. So the rules are in place, and they know what they have to be selected. I'm not saying I agree with it, but I think what we can see from Magala, from what I saw him again playing in SA20, he's a skillful bowler. He bowls good lines, he's good with the new ball, he's good at the end of the innings, and he's picked on merit. He should be in South Africa's squad. He's in there, and he's got 2 for 11 or 3.4 overs.
He was a leading wicket taker in domestic 50 over cricket in South Africa in 21-22, right? So he's taking wickets despite his size. I suppose if you're South African, within that medical team, you'd say, well, look, that's all well and good, but you've got a field as well. For Bloemfontein, this is a big ground. You know, you've got to be able to turn 2s into 1s. You've got to be able to essentially put the pressure on the batting team even when you're not bowling. And if you have to lose out on an individual basis for the greater good of the team, but you know, it's a problem that we've seen in West Indies cricket as well. Rakeem Cornwall, guy that Jared knows very well, he's missed out on selection many times because of his weight.
Well, we just saw that he's not the only South African cricketer. Lizelle Lee essentially retired from the women's team. She was sick and tired of them talking to her about it, and she was saying, well, wait, I'm a power hitter and I hit more sixes than any other woman in the world. What's the problem here? And they're saying, yeah, well, if only you could run that 2 kilometre time trial a little bit quicker. Look, we have problems at St Lucia with Rakeem sometimes. Not the fielding so much, because you can hide 1 or 2 guys in the field. But, you know, when he was batting with someone like David Warner's running 3s and Rakeem's just got down to the other end, right? Like, there are issues there, but there are also, I think, what we're getting towards in cricket is I think we'll get bigger and stronger batters who probably won't run as much because they'll stand in the crease. Now, Andre Russell doesn't have any cartilage in his knees, does he? He wouldn't pass many of these tests these days, and he's one of the best athletes that cricket's ever had. He can still hit 6s though, and I don't think we always think about these things in the right way when it comes to that. But I also understand them trying to get people fitter.
Well, Magala has passed the fitness test. He's playing, he's bowling, and he's turning this game around full this time from Magala, trying to sneak the Yorker in. But Jason Roy's 94 from 74 squeezes the ball out. I mean, Jason Roy must wish he's playing when TalkSport 2 are commentating every day of the week, because the last time that we had commentary was the Netherlands series, and you know, he smashed 100 in one of those matches, and he has come into this game under a lot of pressure. And I know Steve Harmison just speaking off air saying how pleased he is as again he throws his hands through this one. Touch of width on offer, and Roy will take the strike for the start of the 25th over. England 162 for 3. David Beddingham alongside us here in the TalkSport 2 commentary box for the first time, the Durham batter. I mean, we were talking off air about Magala. David, I mean, he's a guy that you are familiar with, you know him. I suppose it's just a fine line, really.
I think if I'm coach, I want my best players on the field. I don't want my most fit guys on the field. I think if he can bowl 10 overs, 3 for 40 and maybe miss a couple singles when he's batting. And
Nortje again, he's going to bowl another. He's picked up but 1 wicket so far, as Roy will come through for a second. Slight misfield from Temba Bavuma, but I think that was going to be 2 runs every day of the week. So Roy moves to 97.
especially being such a skilled bowler, he can bowl at the death, he can bowl quick, he can bowl wicket to wicket, he can bowl with a new ball, he can bowl slow balls. I think having a guy like that in your team is crucial, because he can bowl with a new ball up front at 6, but then he can also come back at the end and bowl slow balls and Yorkers. And I don't think many people can do that anymore consistently like he can.
Roy facing up and hurried up a fraction. No run, 164 for 3. Jason Roy 97, alongside David Malan putting on 146 for the first wicket. But England losing 3 wickets for just 6 runs. Malan 59, Duckett 3, and Harry Brook on debut pinned LBW without scoring. Has just turned the pressure back on the visitors. South Africa desperately need to win this series, certainly need to pick up a victory if they're to keep qualification for the World Cup in their own hands. Nortje's got this one wrong, the line wrong. Roy will feel like he's missed out. This is down the leg side, hip height. Roy swings but gloves the ball fine and will only take a single.
And finally, on the fitness, I think being involved in a county now, and David and Mickey will tell you, is but the fitness standards of all the clubs in county cricket in England now are pretty solid. They work all winter on the fitness. They have programmes, individual programmes. We have an S&C who's absolutely amazing, head of science and medicine as well, who monitor the fitness of all the players and support them if individual need extra support as well.
Jos Buttler facing up, and he's been deceived and just pops the ball over an extra cover, despairing dive, and South Africa will feel that fortune has once again favoured England. Head in hands time. Buttler beaten all ends up by a slow delivery from Nortje. That could so easily have gone to a fielder's hands. Instead, it's another run to the score.
Yeah, and this is the skill of Nortje when you can bowl so quick, knowing, but when you bowl that slower ball, it helps deceive the batter. He plays through the ball. There was a bit of bounce on that as well for the slow ball. It's tells you it's gripping in the surface, it's stopping in that surface, but it just goes over the head of short extra cover.
Short again, and Roy comfortable. There's definitely going to be 1, there's going to be 4, and Jason Roy reaches 3 figures, and in quick time, just his second one-day century since becoming a World Cup winner back in 2019. All the questions surrounded his position at the top of this side coming into this series, well, he has answered all of them. An unbeaten century, still some work to do, but Roy is back in the runs, his 11th ODI 100, and he is leading England's charge in his first ODI against South Africa.
All the 11s, his 11th test, unbelievable really. Jason Roy 102, 79 balls. But I'll tell you what, it's much needed from him. He's struggled with his form. We've seen that. The frustration's been there for anybody who's been watching him over the last 12 months. But this will relax him now. And hopefully we're back to seeing Jason Roy at his very best. A fine 102 off just those 79 deliveries. And it puts England in a great position. 170 for 3, chasing that target to 299. Brilliant from Jason Roy.
But still work to do as he's beaten this time by Nortje. Healthy inside edge onto his pads and away. And a little breather there for Roy. He will need to settle himself and go again, because those 3 quick wickets has just brought South Africa back into the equation. The target 299. England now 129 away from them, halfway through their allocated overs. But David Bedingham, that's the kind of knock that you want to see an under pressure player put on. At no point has he looked ruffled at all, has he?
No, I think he's played the short ball, especially off Nortje, really, really well. I think usually players get intimidated and basically just duck and weave, but he's just decided to take it on, and it's worked. I think he's hit him for a couple of 6s and 4s, so Yeah, it's been a great knock. He's played the ball a lot later than I think he has in the SA20. He's been controlled, he's been calm. So yeah, really well played.
And you can see the emotion on his face as well. He's not a guy that gives a lot away, as Magala's in. And this is straying onto the pads. Josh Butler happy to just play forward and clips the ball away. And does he get struck by the ball? It's been hurled in by Norcair on the boundary. Butler coming back for a second. That was obviously unintentional, but 2 runs to the score.
Well, the emotions are plain to see. I mean, he knows you've got to be on form to get into this England side. You've got Will Jacks now putting pressure on him with his play. You've got Johnny Bairstow working his way back to fitness, who wants to play for England as well in all formats, who's just had a terrific year, England's Player of the Year. So you've got to perform, and he knows the frustration, the pressure he was under, and he's delivered a fantastic knock. He's got to go on now. They still require 5.11 per over to win this match, and he needs to be there.
Magala just supports his run up. He's taken 2 wickets so far. Playing in place of Ngidi, I imagine.
I think you're right. If Roy bats for 10 more overs, I reckon the game will be close to done, because if he bats another 10 overs, you'll have a 25, 50 runs. So it's like...
Magala again, defensively played by Josh Butler, who's just easing into things. The captain, who started off as a skipper under a little bit of pressure. England going through the summer without winning a white ball series. But of course, you take that when you win the World T20, eh?
Well, what about the coach? The coach started off, everybody thought, what is going on here? And then when the pressure was on and it mattered, ended up winning a World Cup.
Jason Roy, of course, not part of that T20 World Cup winning side. Magala again, he's got the line wrong here. Wide call, this was speared down the leg side. Yorker length, and he'll have to bowl that one again.
When you think about that, there were no Roy, no Bairstow, and still won it.
No Archer.
No Archer.
Yeah.
Still won it comfortably.
Yeah, and you know, because there was 2 World Cups in essentially 12 months, wasn't there, because of COVID. But you know, there was a sense of disappointment that England only made the semi-finals in 2021, but they were without Roy, who got injured halfway through. Archer, of course. I think they were missing 6 first-teamers by the time they played New Zealand in that semi-final. Such as the expectations, the difference. Short again, is that a little glove through to the keeper? No. Magala turns and walks back to his mark. And I think that the white ball team could possibly feel a little bit hard done by Owen Morgan. You know, when you consider they were arguably at their absolute peak in the period of the game where there wasn't a World T20 played. There was one in 2016 and one in 2021. There wasn't one played in that 5-year period. They would have been favourite for a couple of those. A shake of the shoulder from Josh Butler. That usually means he's going for the big shots, and he did go for the big shot. Swing and a miss. That one kept a little bit low, I think. 173 for 3.
Well, Magala's showing he's a full repertoire here. Good bouncer, quicker than you expect, can bowl it at nearly 90 miles an hour, and followed it up with a 68 miles per hour slow ball. He's got all the tricks. Been impressive, hasn't he? 2 for 15 from 4.4 overs. Doesn't matter what size you are. If you can bowl, you can bowl. And he's doing a great job for South Africa.
Butler, England's skipper, readies himself. Comprehensively beaten to the last delivery. Another Yorker slipped in. Butler gets the bat down on it.
No.
And it's another run to the score. A little bit of sensible cricket perhaps the next 5 or 6 overs, or we always say that, and then they try and launch one over mid-wicket. 174 for 3 here on TalkSport 2. Got plenty more cricket coming up on the channel. We will be bringing you every ball of England's 2-test series in New Zealand. That gets underway on the 16th of February. We're going to be trying something out, Coffee, as well, which we haven't done before. The following on phone-in. You can call in if you want. Second test finishes at about 5:30 in the morning. Again, slower, shorter, but comfortably dealt with by Jason Roy. Just helps it around the corner. He moves to 103. and England move to 175 for 3. We're going to be inviting people to call in after a day's play.
What, 5 in the morning?
Well, the first test is a day-nighter, so that'd be more like 9:30.
I'll call after the highlights. Anything to speak to Steve Armisen?
Your name will flash up on the board that we have. Darren from Bucks. Maybe David from where David from Durham, would that be? Yeah. You can speak to Jarrett Kimber.
With David from Cape Town.
I could almost call in as two people. I use my South African accent from Cape Town and then my Geordie one from Durham.
Is this your Geordie one?
I wish I had it in me. I just don't.
Is this like KP's South African English accent?
I think I don't know if KP, but I reckon when KP speaks to South Africans, I reckon there's a lot of how's it and yours, and when he speaks to guys from England, it's more.
Well, no, he does a lot of the clicking. Not bad.
Well, I did spend 24 hours up in Ashington with Steve Harmison. He was gracious enough to let me stay at his house. Met all his family.
Was that with Steve's proper posh English accent?
On the sweep is Roy. There's a yelp. Shamsi's been brought back into the attack. That ball is touch fortunate. A little bit of a leading edge, but drops safely. Fielder coming through from Rassie van der Dussen, coming in from a deep square leg. Another couple added to the score.
Yeah, a lot of wrist action there on Shamsi. Fantastic performer for South Africa. Again, another player that's wanted around the leagues.
Shamsi tosses this up on the middle stump line. Clipped straight to Temba Bavuma at shortish mid-wicket. The lights have taken full hold now in Bloemfontein, with England on track, you feel. 299 the target, with Jason Roy and Joss Butler at the crease, but a wicket here as Roy is trapped on the pads by a ball that has spun into the right-hander, but I think that was clearly going down the leg side.
I see one thing what does happen in South Africa, you know, John, especially from the games I've seen and played there in the past, it tends to be easier under the lights batting, doesn't it? It does skid on a bit more.
It definitely skids on and doesn't hold up, because from what I've watched, it almost holds in the sunshine, and then
tossed up on the off-stump line, and Jason Roy helps himself to 6 over mid-wicket. If you're a kid in that part of the ground, I'll take a look at the field of play if I was you, because it's coming your way.
Yeah, I mean, Jason Roy is taking down Shams here, been pretty expensive. Full ball in a great position, Jason Roy at the crease, and middles it over mid-wicket for a huge 6. He really is up the confidence levels.
Same line, but a touch shorter from Shamsi, pushed to mid-off. And Jason Roy comes through for a quick single. He moves to 111. Score 184 for 3 here on TalkSport 2. England chasing 299 after Rassie van der Dussen top scored earlier today with 111. 53 for David Miller, 30s for Klaassen, de Kock and Bavuma. South Africa, well, 2 or 3 of their batters will look back before they got themselves out, really. Score of around 320, possibly par on this track, as Butler plays deep in his crease and across and clips the ball away for another single. Easy for England as things stand at the end of the 27th. 185 for 3.
Yeah, it's comfortable, isn't it, for England? 2 experienced performers at the crease. They're absolutely way ahead of where South Africa were. South Africa were 149 for 3 after 27, and England are 185 for 3. Well in front, 2 experienced performers at the crease. South Africa have to find some brilliance from somewhere.
So if you're the skipper, David, where would that brilliance be coming from? Who would you be looking at? You know, one more wicket does change the complexion of this match.
Well, I think they've just bowled Nokia 7 overs straight, so I reckon next, you probably have to go to KG Rabada maybe. I think you go with Shamsi already, who's a wrist spinner who can take wickets, but yeah, there you go.
Rabada it is. Another swing and a miss from Joss Butler. It was there to be hit. There was some width there, but possibly a little bit of the bounce has beaten the English skipper. He's 8 from 15, and well, you've asked the Rabada, and here he is.
The only thing with this field, I just don't see South Africa taking wickets without an England mistake, and I think because it's greased up the wicket, it looks like it's skidding on a bit more. If England just bat sensibly, I think they'll cruise it.
This is more of a wicket-to-wicket line from Rabada, who has Butler playing defensively, up on his toes, back to the bowler, no run.
And as we talked about, bowling second tends to be harder when the ball does skid on. If you look at most of the results that have happened in the T20 league over there, is most of the teams batting second have actually won the game where it has skidded on.
Touch fuller, Whitfield's there to be hit. Butler did do so, but no timing. He has been in ridiculous form in that SA20, isn't he? Is he? Top scorer, 285 runs in just 8 innings. But bearing what you just said in mind, it was South Africa who won the toss. They decided to bat first.
Yeah, that's what surprised me. I think the pitch, though, when you look at it, you think it would be harder to score if you can post a big score.
Again, Butler is on his toes, pulls Roy through for a quick single, shot at the stumps from Magala. Nowhere near, and Butler was always going to be home.
But I think realistically, we talked about 350. I think I heard before somebody was saying 350. I think realistically, looking at this pitch, I think if they got 325, somewhere along that line, I think they would have been in with a good shout. It would have been a good score, a very, very good score. But I think with England chasing this now, they're in total control.
One run from this first returning Rabada over as Roy looks slightly surprised by this, hitting him high up the back, kind of spits out to the offside. No damage done though. Fielders spaced out. Roy 112. The other problem South Africa have got as well is England can live with 5 or 6 cheap overs. There's no real pressure on them, is there, in terms of the run rate? You know, it's not like South Africa can rely on just applying the squeeze.
Jason!
Slower delivery there, and if you did pick up that bad language, and obviously you weren't meant to, we apologise. And so does Jason Roy, I'm sure. Anyway, end of the 28th over here on TalkSport 2. England, despite that, are still in control of their own destiny. Target 299, they're 186 for 3. And after a quick word from Darren Goff, slightly less blue one, will be the returning Mark Butcher.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? We've seen the ball skidding on. Even the slower ball there from Rabada skids through, making it easier for the batters. Jason Roy disappointed, but the lights are starting to make a difference now in Bloemfontein. And South Africa 298 for 7. England 186 for 3 in the run chase. Need 113 more runs from just 132 balls.
Good evening, Joffy. Good evening, everyone. Joss Butler has just greeted the first ball to Brace Shamsi's over with utter disdain. Just thundered that ball between extra cover and mid-off. Hit the fence in a flash. It was a half volley. Joss Butler rather allowed it to pass his front leg and almost hit it off the back leg. If you can think of a Caribbean drive, and that's the idea. He's almost allowed the half volley to go onto his back foot and then just drilled it through extra cover for 4. Shamsi, with something to think about, he has another go. This time hits it straighter, hits it as ferociously hard. This time it goes to the right of mid-off. The result is exactly the same. 4 more to England. 194 for 3. Butler goes on to 17.
Those were 2 incredible shots. You kind of think Joss Butler is licking his lips here to Brace Shamsi. Well, they spent time together now, of course, in the South African 2020 league. He has absolutely hammered those. One over extra cover and one straight back.
You've got to be a brave man to bowl left arm leg spin or any sort of leg spin to Joss Butler with the mid-off up inside the circle, particularly when the ball isn't really spinning. What does Shamsi do now? He's in, and ball is just slightly shorter of length, so Butler treats it with a little bit more respect, nudges it to cover point, and there's no run.
Just upped his pace there a little bit as well, just pushed it through as you would do after going for 2-4s, but much better. He's gone for 53 and 4.3 overs, Shamsi. Not a good day out.
Ouch. Those are some painful figures. That one is a little bit more leg side, and Butler allows it to come in, watches it turn onto the middle of the bat, nudges it wide of Bavuma at mid-wicket, and they pick up a single. Well, Butler just starting to get into his work, but what about Jason Roy, Mickey Arthur? You'd have seen his struggles over the course of the last 10 months or so. What a return to form this has been.
Incredible return to form. He's played beautifully today, he really has.
Oh, it's a contact, boys.
Wow. Let me try and describe that for you. Jason Roy has tried to reverse sweep Tabraiz Shamsi. Has completely missed it, playing the shot left-handed, almost turned completely round to play it left-handed. The ball has pitched on his middle stump and then turned and just missed what would have been the top of his leg stump, but as he was batting left-handed, here's the top of his off stump. How's that?
It's the worst shot of the day.
I was thinking more, how's that with a description? Next ball is nudged back to the square on the leg side. Roy will keep the strike. He goes to 113 from 90. Shamsi is going at 11 and over, 55 for none from his 5. England 196 for 3. The target of 299 is looking, well, let's say inadequate. Speaking of which, Jared.
It's just on Shamsi. You were talking about earlier Shamsi struggling a little bit more in one-day cricket. I think one reason he struggles specifically in one-day cricket is because he can only have 4 fielders out for the majority of his bowling. So you can see there, Butler just went, well, I can hit everything through mid-off here, and there's not a lot you guys, you're not going to take anyone off the leg side boundary for me. The other thing, someone sent a message in, O. Smith sent a message in before saying a fifth bowler's getting attacked more than they used to, which every bowler's getting attacked more in ODI cricket than they used to.
Rabada in short to Jason Roy, who pumps it out towards backward square leg, but that is taken. Wayne Parnell, with great insouciance, moves around to his left and plucks that out of the sky just above waist height. The ball was going for 6, absolutely no doubt, but South Africa have Roy. South Africa have a chink of light there as they take England's 4th wicket. Jason cannot believe his fortune or his misfortune. When he's got over the disappointment of the dismissal, he'll look back on what has been a fantastic innings. But Rabada has done the trick for South Africa. Is there going to be a twist in this one?
Well, all the pressure goes back onto Josh Butler now. It goes back onto the man that's in. He's got himself in. There could be a twist to answer that question. And ever since I've just given Jason Roy the biggest raps ever because I thought he had played beautifully. His last 2 balls led to his downfall just a little bit. He'll be very, very disappointed with that.
Yeah, 113 from 91 deliveries. His first 100 since Amstelveen back in June. Those who were there in the Netherlands will remember that one. Well, in fact, you probably won't, actually. If I remember that Friday afternoon well, there will be a few people that won't have any recollection of that whatsoever. But Jason Roy has made his first 100 since way back in June. He played quite magnificently. In fact, there'd be nothing to suggest he'd been in anything other than tip-top form over the last few months. We know that has not been the case. However, has his dismissal just opened the door for South Africa? Josh Butler is at the crease. Not a bad man to have out there commanding the middle for England during a run chase. He will be joined now by Sam Curran, we think. Sam Curran or Moeen Ali, of course. 2 left-handers, 3 left-handers in a row for England. David Willey as well will be another one of the engine room. More than likely it'll be Moeen. But there is a little opening for South Africa.
There certainly is, Butch. They've manufactured an opening here. I thought Jason Roy, just to go back to him, and I have watched, I've watched his struggles over the last year. I thought today he gave himself an opportunity to get in. His first 20 balls, he was strong. I felt he hit the ball a lot later. He made far better positions. with that, his balance was better, and it allowed him to get a start. And once he got a start, he capitalised. He played very, very well.
Yeah, and you made the point earlier, actually, when we were on, that Jason Roy had actually just allowed the ball to get a little closer to him before he was looking to make contact. And I think that showed up not only in the control that he had, but also suddenly that power, the crispness of strike was back in his stroke play. So even when he hit the fielder, he really hit the fielder, stung the hands of the man at mid-off and extra cover. So that is a very welcome return to form for Jason Roy. But now England have not a small task trying to chase down this total of 299. Moeen Ali is the new man out there, 124 matches now. Averages just a tick over 25. Strike rate is just below 100. And he hasn't had a score for a little while in an England ODI shirt. Rabada is at him straight away. Really good delivery, just angling across the left-hander, on off stump. Moeen Ali fences at it, and it runs away to the right of backward point, and there's no run.
I was very surprised just watching Moeen walk to the wicket as we watched Jason Roy. He actually clattered that. He was unlucky to pick out deep square leg, but Moeen only averages 25 in an English shirt in ODI cricket. I was certainly surprised by that.
It's been a real lean patch for him over quite a number of one-day internationals now. I'm sure we'll get Jared will put some meat on the bones of that for us, but I suppose he suffers from the fact that he's such a terrific utility player. He can go in up the order, he can come in down at the back end of an innings, so he doesn't always have a settled role. However, you'd imagine that a player with his ability, and boy, can he strike a cricket ball, that those numbers would be slightly more flattering. Slower ball from Rabada. Moeen Ali drops it at his feet, and there's an immediate response from skipper Josh Butler, and they come through and complete the single. 196 for 4.
Yeah, just to go back to Moeen, he is an unbelievable striker of a cricket ball. One would say he could bat anywhere in the order, but then I saw the numbers, which really did surprise me. I do think he's a wonderful player. I think he's very much a utility player for England.
Bowled well this morning, stroke afternoon. Short ball from Rabada, and that is wonderfully played by the England skipper. My goodness, that's a terrific pull shot. The ball got big on him, it got really high, and you just thought he's going to have to bail out of this hook shot. Not only did he not bail out, he also got his hands high enough to hit it down into the ground, way in front of square, and it is scorched away to the boundary for 4. Well, what started as a successful over for South Africa and Kagiso Rabada is now turning into one where England are back on the attack again, as Butler again looks for the hook shot. Slower ball bouncer this time. It rather dribbles out to the successful catcher Wayne Parnell. Great catch, by the way, from Parnell. We perhaps overlooked how good that was, considering how fast the ball was moving. Butler will keep the strike. 23 from 24 for him. 202 for 4 for England, needing 97 more runs from 20 overs. And Moeen Ali is out there with his captain. Jared.
Yeah, just on his batting, he doesn't kind of move around as much as you would think in one-day cricket. So in Test cricket, every game, every series, he seems to be in a different position. He's batted 64 times at number 7, and there he averages 22 with a strike rate of 100. So he's never really worked out what that number 7 position is, because he should be averaging more than that, in that position, or have a bigger strike rate than that. When he opens, where he's done it 21 times, he's averaging over 30 at a run a ball. That's where he bats for Worcestershire, opening or first drop. That seems to come very naturally to him. He's one of those players. It's funny you say he's got utilities as a batter, and England have always tried that. But when you look at his record, he's usually much more suited to certain positions. But England, well, now we're going to open him because he's in Asia, and now we're going to bat him at 4, and now he's going to float. He does. I think he needs a key spot.
In comes Parnell, another change. Shamsi out of the attack, and that's perhaps because Moeen Ali is at the crease. He has that ridiculous strike rate up in the high 150s against spin in T20 cricket. So they've removed him, brought Parnell into the attack. Butler nudges him for 1 first ball. I wonder also about Moeen Ali. Basically, he doesn't get the plum spots because there are other people who do it better. So he kind of ends up somewhere that is not suited, or where he would be less comfortable, but does it in order to fulfill a role within the team.
It's a bit like when Mike Yardy came in and they first tried to bat him in the middle order, and then they were like, well, Mike Yardy's really good, but we have better middle order players, we'll move him down. But Mike Yardy was never going to bat at 6, 7 or 8. That wasn't what his game was for. I think Moeen's a little bit more like that. It just looks like to us he should be better down the order.
And goes Parnell. Moeen plays a really beautiful forward defensive stroke that hits the middle of the bat and hits extra cover hard. There's no run. I mean, I guess the other thing about Moeen is that the thing about the average is interesting, because I can't remember too many games where Moeen Ali is the man pulling the stumps out of the ground, walking off and shaking hands with the opposition, having won a run chase. He very rarely sees it all the way home. So perhaps that affects that number as well.
I also think when you watch him for Chennai, he looks at his absolute best when they push him up to, like, sometimes open, but usually number 3.
Harder ball perhaps with those wonderful languid hands that he seems to flick the ball away with, gather pace off the blade.
Fielder's up as well, I mean, he can hit sixes, but I feel like he's probably better suited in that sort of position. But the other thing that should be pointed out is that a lot of all-rounders like him probably grew up batting 1 through to 7 because of their skills, where he was a batter as a professional, became a bowler very late. He probably never batted anywhere outside of top 3 until he was 22 or 23 years old.
High up, 7 on his back, runs away from us. Back foot punch from Moeen Ali, and there was half a chance. Thankfully, for England's sake, Jos Buttler reacted quickly to the call and would have made his ground even had there been a direct hit. So England just taking 1 or 2 risks here to try and keep the scoreboard moving. 205 for 4 now.
The other thing I'll say about Moeen, and just having a look at he's probably faced 8 balls here, but having a look at these 8 balls he faced, nothing frantic. He looked to make good positions. He's looked to give himself a chance to get in. I felt last year a little bit in ODI cricket, he didn't give him that chance. He didn't give himself that base to build from.
Butler, again, with that rather bottom-handed shovel into the offside. Hits it crisply enough, but again, extra cover gets in the way. There's no run.
Sorry, we kind of saw at times in Test cricket where he tried to play like an enforcer straight away as well, and it didn't quite work out for him. I don't think that comes naturally. I think if he's faced 20 balls, he can probably score at a strike rate as much as anyone. I think perhaps with spin sometimes he can hit sixes from early on, but I think it takes him a little bit longer against the seamers just to work his way in.
Yeah, and that would all point towards a man who's used to batting in the top order. As Parnell is into Jos Buttler, who just pumps him back over his head. The ball takes a couple of skips along the advertising on the ground, seems to gather a bit of pace away from Temba Bavuma, and that is 4 more to Jos Buttler and England. 208 for 4 now from 31.
Really good shot there from Jos Buttler. I was just wanting to watch the replay. He did wait. He waited for it to get to him, and then just followed through straight back over the bowler's head. He's starting to get into some ominous form.
You said that about Jason Roy a minute ago. You want to keep quiet, Mickey Arthur. You know the
There's
thing.
method of a madness.
Yeah. You know the thing that surprises. It doesn't surprise me actually. You can't be surprised about the power of these players now. Is just to the extent to which the ball came off the inside and bottom half of the bat. The bat turned a long way in the hands of Jos Buttler, but he still hit it hard. Rabada is in. That ball has been ladled up in the air down towards third man by Moeen Ali and lands short of the incoming Anrik Nortje. You heard the crowd getting up there. That ball seemed to be in the air for an age, and there was a chance, another chance for South Africa. Moeen Ali fortunate there. He picks up a single, 209 for 4.
He would have been really disappointed if he had just guarded that straight to third man. I think he's kind of lucky that there wasn't that the wicket is slightly on the slow side. If there was a bit of pace in that, it would have gone straight to third man. He would have been out.
Yeah, and I think what you described there is absolutely correct, because Moeen Ali didn't try to hit that. He tried to run it off the face for 6. But on this pitch, you need to put a little bit more behind it as Jos Buttler chops that one out towards the sweeper on the offside, and again they pick up a single. But you know what I'm talking about, that Jos Buttler stroke. I mean, he hit it plenty hard enough back over the head of Wayne Parnell, but the bat almost spun around in his hand. He must have mishit it by quite some margin, but still Hard enough.
I think he did, and on the slow motion, it looked like that. It looked better in quick time. But the key to me was he held his shape. He held his shape, which allowed the ball to get
Short
some
ball from Rabada, gets it right under the armpit of the left-handed Moeen Ali. He's definitely, well, they get the whiteboard out. Do they still do that in the dressing rooms now? You've got your whiteboard at Derbyshire. A little plan for as soon as Mo comes to the crease, we're going to stick it in his right armpit.
Yep, definitely, very, very definitely. We've got our little dossiers out there on all the players around the circuit.
Remember when John Buchanan used to always purposely leave the dossier out to get in the opposition minds? He did it with England, he did it with Queensland in the Shield final, he did it with India, I think, as well. He'd just leave them on the doorstep.
Rabada is in, and a solid forward defensive stroke from Moeen Ali. I mean, what a waste of paper. Just knocking down Rave Forest in order to play mind games with England teams of the 1990s and early 2000s. It was completely unnecessary.
Yeah, you're right, Jared. It always did find its way under the wrong person's door, didn't it?
I'm pretty sure I worked out 3 times he did it, and all 3 times it was put outside the hotel room, on the wrong floor.
Rabada, short ball again, and that has flown. Quentin de Kock, both feet off the ground, takes that one-handed way above his head. Maria Erasmus says you're going to have to bowl that one again. There's 2 bounces for the over. Wide is signalled. But the intention is pretty clear from South Africa that we're going to go very hard at Moeen Ali. It looked like a front foot no ball as well. He looked as though Rabada was way over the front line there on that replay. Oh, maybe not.
Rabada's come back quite well considering his first 2 overs.
Dot ball knocked again into the leg side, so they're basically going full and short at Moeen Ali.
Which is what our dossier in the dressing room would say. But just to get back on the point I was trying to make there around Rabada, his first 2 overs were very, very average with the new ball, but he's come back exceptionally well. Bowled with pace, bowled with fire, and his lengths and lines have been so much better.
And Rabada, silky smooth into the crease, gives Moeen Ali a little bit of width. That would not have been on the dossier, and he punches it out to the offside sweeper. Moeen Ali will keep the strike. 212 for 4. Rabada is through 8 now. And South Africa have basically said, well, Rabada needs to take wickets for us now, otherwise we don't win this game. So he's 1 for 39 from 8.
You like this, Butch. I got one when I was sitting on the bench for Hong Kong. I was writing an article and they let me sit on the bench. And Stefan Myberg was playing for them, for the Netherlands, sorry. And the plan was bowl at his thigh. So coach tells the 12th man. 12th man goes around, they talk to the bowler. Next over, there's 6 balls in a row outside off stump. Nowhere near his side pad at all, right? And the coach sort of looks at me and he goes, now, can he not do what I asked him to do? Did he disagree with what I said, or did he just forget?
Parnell is in, edged by Moeen Ali. He was aiming that through extra cover, and it's gone down to third man off a genuine outside edge.
And it was at that point I thought, geez, coaching is a terrible job. Why do you guys want to do it?
Just on that, I remember one of the arts to coaching I found was just repetition. Repetition. You've got to keep telling people. Otherwise, one player once told me, he said, Coach, it's easy to listen, but it's difficult to remember.
Bowlers, I don't know. Simple instructions.
As simple as he can make it, Butch.
Parnell in. And that delivery, left arm over the wicket. Just punched into mid-wicket from Joss Butler. Joss squeezes the front of his helmet into his forehead. And the perspiration comes dribbling out of the sponge that protects the head from the front of the hard resin. Warm day out there in Bloemfontein. Warmer than back in the UK, that is for sure. Top of the charts in terms of run rate in one-day internationals. 20 teams that play ODIs. They're not going to have to go at that sort of rate to win this one. They just have to keep wickets intact, really. 214 for 4. Another single out to the man at deep square leg.
Yeah, if they bat the overs, they're winning this. So South Africa have got to find a way to get down to numbers 9, 10 and 11 and that's going to be using their strike bowlers, which they are doing now.
Yeah, doing everything to try and take another wicket or two. England top of those run rate charts since the 2015 World Cup. Short ball again for Parnell. This one hits Moeen Ali. He gets through the pull shot a little bit too quickly. So rather than hitting him in the right armpit, almost hits him underneath the left one because the body had spun round to try and affect that pull shot. No run.
Clearly targeting Moeen here with some short balls, trying to bowl short, and then they're trying to get the sucker ball, which is the fuller one. Hopefully he chips it to cover or cover point.
Parnell back on a length there, and Moeen Ali punches it to Bavuma at mid-off, and they scamper through for one.
And that was the kind of follow-up. Short. Hopefully he keeps his feet in the crease. Maybe his feet don't move as clinically as they should, and that creates the opportunity to get a wicket.
Just on the short ball, I don't think it's just Moeen Ali on this pitch either. So from 0 to 9 metres on this pitch, the average today has been just under 50. And from 9 metres and shorter, the average has been 22. So the message has probably also been passed out. This is where we're having our chances. But it's risky because the strike rate is 110 when you're bowling short, and it's 87 when they're pitching up. So at this stage, they just have to get wickets. So we'll probably see more and more short bowling.
Parnell in, and that's back of a length of Butler, and it goes down the leg side. Did it clip a little bit of pad? Umpire Yellow says no, and so the arms are outstretched to signal a wide. Parnell will have to bowl that one again. There's plenty of ways to listen here. We're on TalkSport 2 for you. Obviously your DAB digital radio, online at talksport.com. Listen via your smart speaker, and of course for free on the TalkSport app. Swipe left for TalkSport 2. You can also get in touch with us on social media at cricket_TS or at TalkSport 2. Let's hear what you think about Jason Roy's return to form, perhaps. Or for any of you that might have been watching England's series against Sri Lanka when Mickey Arthur was coach, perhaps you can talk to him about his choice of shorts during the course of that series. End of the over, 33 gone, 216 for 4.
Thanks for reminding me, Butch.
The shortest shorts ever witnessed by an international coach.
Don't they have a Twitter account?
They did. I don't know. I don't know who ran that Twitter account. I'm still trying to find that out. But they were the shortest shorts. So it was quite embarrassing. But it was about 45 degrees in the shade. It was incredibly hot, and my shorts had arrived 2 sizes too small.
It caused us no end of mirth and amusement in the commentary box on that trip. Myself and Simon Daw. We'd all been suffering under 10 days of quarantine as well, so we needed a good laugh. So thanks for that, Nicky.
Absolute pleasure, Butch. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It scarred me for life. I don't wear shorts anymore.
You weren't the only one who was scarred for life. Should have come with some kind of parental guidance required at times. Anyway, back to the game. Nagala is back in. He's bowled quite superbly. That one short of a length, punched away through extra cover off the back foot by Moeen Ali for a single. Nagala's figures 2 for 18 on his return to the one-day international tide for South Africa. He's had a good night. Another man who's had a good day night has been Rassie van der Dussen, who made his 4th one-day international 100 today. Quite superb innings that anchored South Africa through to their total of 298. And Sam Curran, 2 Surrey boys in fact. Sam Curran picked up 3 for 35 to be the pick of the bowlers for England, and Jason Roy has returned emphatically to form. Scampering through, Josh Butler, direct hit from Temba Bavuma, and they're going to go upstairs. That is very, very close. Josh Butler is quick, but he might have had to change direction slightly to get around Magala. And this could be a huge moment in the game. I think Josh thinks he's struggling.
I think he's out. I definitely think he's out here. Really good piece of fielding that by Temba Bavuma. This could be very pivotal in the game.
Had to move around to his left. Let's have a listen to the third umpire, Malhoudi and Pelakar. Butler looks
nice and slow,
worriedly up at the big screen, but he needn't worry. He has got
afterburners.
afterburners, Josh
I'm ready to make
Butler.
my decision for the big screen.
not only does he hit the ball miles, but when he got his head down there, he suddenly put on a spurt of pace that has saved him. He's in probably by about 3 inches. Sharp piece of work from Temba Bavuma, but not quite sharp enough. The England fans are up singing and celebrating. South African fans look slightly less impressed with life, but that was a bit of a wake-up call for England's captain. 218 for 4 now. 81 required from 100. South Africa needs 6 wickets. Moeen Ali with the pull shot straight over mid-on. 1 bounce 4. And there's a way to settle nerves out there in the middle. What a strike.
Yeah, again, not to labour the point, but Moeen's given himself a chance to get in. It's allowed him to assess conditions, pace of the wicket, etc. He's fully in control of that pull shot. That's a very good shot, and I certainly believe that that's because he's given himself that opportunity. He's been a little bit more patient, and he's played good, strong cricket shots.
Fixed concentration in the eyes of Moeen Ali. It's short again. He's not in control of this one, and it has gone straight down the throat of Rassie van der Dussen in front of square on the leg side. The whiteboard, the dossier has done it for South Africa. It was the short ball that did for Moeen Ali, and they missed out narrowly in knocking over England's captain Jos Buttler a couple of deliveries ago, but now they've got Moeen, and perhaps they have the route through England's batting order, and it's Bagala who has got the wicket.
That one just a little bit higher. The one he pulled over mid-on was waist height. That one was perfect from Bagala. Got it up to head height, and all Moeen could do was hit that one out to deep square leg. That's a soft dismissal, that. Very soft dismissal in the context of the game at this point in time.
Yeah, Moeen Ali rehearses the stroke on his way off the ground. 11 from just 17 for him. And South Africa, well, as Hannibal might have said, Hannibal from the 18, that is, they love it when a plan comes together. Jared?
Just going back on that, we were talking about the short balls before, so there's obviously a risk when you bowl them you're going to go for more boundaries. And we saw around the 2019 World Cup, teams actually just going, well, we're willing to do that now. We won't put out long on and long off. We'll put everyone out square. We'll bowl short. We know that there's going to be a bunch of top edges and occasionally it won't work. It's a much riskier way of playing, but when you're playing England specifically, you have to take wickets. There's no point just trying to keep them down. You can't make them score slowly unless you're very lucky or the pitch plays a big part. So you have to do this. And we've seen this go wrong. I remember 2019 World Cup, the West Indies basically bowled a whole ODI of short balls against Bangladesh, who top-edged almost everyone over the top of the keeper's head before. And afterwards, I talked to Roddy Eswick about it, and he said, we didn't do anything wrong. It's just that the edges didn't go in the right area. And so you take that risk. You'll take a couple of boundaries knowing that you'll get a wicket from it.
That was on the back of the West Indies bowling a whole barrage of short balls at us at Pakistan.
I remember.
And bowling us out for about 70 at Trent Bridge, which ultimately
I was
cost
at that
us
one
a
as well,
position.
but I didn't mention it, Vicky. So.
It cost us, as we finished tied fourth, but lost out on net run rate due to that game at Trent Bridge.
I mean, it's an interesting point you make, and it's one that Ben Stokes has very much carried into his captaincy of England in the Test match arena. And it's slightly different circumstances, of course, but he has basically decided that I'm quite willing to give away, quite willing to go at 5 and over in a Test match if it means that we pick up 10 wickets on flat surfaces. And you're absolutely right. England, given the way that they take you down as a batting lineup right the way down the order, you have to take wickets. So you're almost willing to barter the odd 6 or 4 in order to pick them up.
It's very similar to what you see in baseball or basketball at the moment, where teams are like willing to take the bigger risk, knowing that there's a bigger downside, but actually, you'll be able to make a mess of the opposition.
Yeah, pushing back, being aggressive out there in the middle with bat and with ball as Sam Curran gets himself off the mark with a nice back foot punch out to the sweeper on the offside. Just having a look once again at this the replay from Moeen Ali. Moeen, when he pulls, when he hooks, generally tries to stay slightly leg side of the ball, so that bouncer was wide and it was high. It meant that Moeen was in no position to control that hook shot whatsoever, and Rassie van der Dussen did the rest.
It's also just a real estate question of where you put your fielders. You can actually block off the field.
Magala is in once again. That's another short ball. Buttler keeps it down this time, back with a square. to Parnell. He will keep the strike. Magala is successful, and to illustrate the point, he takes the wicket of Moeen Ali, concedes 7 runs in the over. He has 3 for 25. England with 5 wickets left, still a little way short of their target, and the short ball has worked for Magala twice.
Yeah, so just from a real estate point of view, if you think about where if you've only got 4 fielders you can put out, you can block off the square on both sides, and then what you're saying is, can you flat bat a ball that's around your nipple height back over the bowler's head? And if someone's bowling 85 miles an hour plus, you might be able to get them once or twice, but consistently hitting that shot is really hard. And the strength that you need, the timing and everything else, plus you're going to get a lot of top edges. So it makes a lot of sense that teams go for it, but you only need a couple of top edges going over a fine leg.
Butler on the drive. We'll rotate the strike back to Sam Curran. First ball of Parnell's 8th over, 225 for 5 in the 35th. 74 required by England.
A couple of top edges go for 4 or 6, and suddenly you see teams stop it. On this ground, which is massive, it makes sense to keep going. Whereas on other grounds, maybe if it's not working, you pull back. But you can certainly see on this ground where even if you get hit for a couple of lucky boundaries, like how many are they going to middle? So it's a really interesting tactic, especially as the lower order come in.
Parnell to Curran. A little bit of reverse swing perhaps there from Wayne Parnell. The ball ducking in late to Sam Curran, who keeps the front pad out the way. Inside edge out to deep backward square. 226 for 5. I'm going to say this for South Africa, and in particular Sisanda Magala, is that they've kept coming. They haven't at any point sort of given up on this when it looked as though England were running away with it. And Magala in particular has caused problems to all of England's batters so far, as Parnell is in. That one's a little straight. It might be off the thigh pad of Joss Butler. And apologies if you heard any language there. The thigh pad took all the pace off it, which meant that Shamsi had a long way to come in and gather it from the fine leg boundary. He didn't move particularly quickly. The bowler wasn't particularly impressed, and England came back for 2.
And he knocked it on, so there was not a lot going for it there.
It was a terrible knock on as well. The ball was barely moving.
It was a shocker.
I might have sworn too, to be honest.
Yeah, don't blame Wayne Parnell at all.
Fielders in tight on the one to Butler, who punches that one uppishly. Come through for a single, but the England captain not in control of that one. And you can sense renewed vigour in South Africa in the field. They're buzzing around, there's a few smiles on faces, and they can sense that perhaps they might be a wicket away from causing an upset here in this run chase.
Yeah, the one thing about them, Butcher, you mentioned it earlier, is they've kept coming. They haven't. It was very easy once there was that opening stand. Very easy just to go, oh, here we go again. But they've kept running in.
Parnell much better, much tighter with the old ball. Bang on target and off stump. Defensive stroke from Curran, no run. 70 from 91. That equation, well, it's really not the numbers, or those are not the numbers that matter. It's the 5 wickets that England have left. Butler and Curran at the crease. Run rate required is just a hair above 4.6. And that is not the issue. It's wickets. Can South Africa pick up another 1, another 2 here, get rid of the England captain and put the cap firmly amongst the pigeons? Outside half of the bat, it flies through where a traditional gully may have been. No fielder there, so Shamsi makes a better fist of things, picks up throws. Sam Curran will keep the strike. 230 for 5 from 35. A few words from super coach Mickey Arthur, and then Andrew McKenna will be in the hot seat.
Yes, South Africa keep coming. They keep coming. You've made the point already, Butch. It's the wickets that are going to be the count. It's the 5 wickets. South Africa get another 1 or 2 that could put the cat amongst the pigeons here. You think if this partnership gets beyond 30, it's going to be game 7 match England.
Oh, what a funny old game this one is. I wasn't expecting this. when England were rattling along, 147 for 1 after 20 overs. 230 for 5 from 35. 69 needed from 90 balls. It suddenly feels a very different game. Magala it is to bowl. It's a little cutter to Sam Curran. He rides the bounce, drops it into the onside, and they will take a single. 231 for 5.
And because England are ahead of the rate here, they can afford just to take their foot off the gas just a little bit and make sure that they get this partnership going. Because this partnership, one would feel, is crucial to the outcome of the game.
Roy 113, Milan 59, then Duckett 3, Brook a duck, Moeen Ali 11, the men to be dismissed. Magala is in, Butler is driving to mid-off, he gets to Bavuma very quickly, but he knocks it down and there is no run. The bowling figures in terms of the South Africans: 1 wicket for Rabada, 1 for Nortje, 3 for Sisanda Magala. 6.2 overs, 3 for 26. His previous best in one-day internationals was a 1 for. He goes in. Joss Butler's up on his toes, turns it through backwards square. Fielding out on the boundary is Parnell. It will be just a single. 232 for 5. So the bowling figures: Parnell's bowled 8, 0 for 42. It's 8 from Rabada, 1 for 39. Aidan Markram's 2 overs of spin have gone for 18. I don't think we'll be seeing him again. Nortje 1 for 49 from 6. Shamsi 0 for 55 from 5. Rocks or diamonds from him today. I'm afraid there were far more rocks than diamonds.
Unfortunately so for South Africa.
Magala, right arm over. Curran playing from the crease, tries a off drive, doesn't time it. It goes to the South African captain Temba Bavuma, and there is no run.
Again, we've spoken about this through the day, but you need to get yourself in on the wicket. There's not a massive amount of pace. It's toughish to start, particularly later on in the innings when the balls are slightly older. It has been a wicket that's tough to start on.
Magala is on his way. Past umpire Erasmus, right arm over. So Curran again, he's up on his toes of that one and just gets the inside half of the bat. He's aiming offside. It will dribble up to Rabada at mid-on. No run. 67 needed now from 85, and that disparity between runs required and the balls remaining just gets that little bit closer. 67 from 85 in white ball cricket now at international level is walk in the park stuff by what these guys are capable of doing. But one more wicket and all of a sudden Magala goes in, bowls a bouncer to Curran. Curran has nothing to do with that. End of the over. 7 overs he's sent down Magala, 3 for 27. 232 for 5 are England from 36 overs. It is TalkSport 2. This series exclusively live. This 3-match one-day international series, and of course in the next few weeks we're bringing you every ball of England's 2-test series in New Zealand, getting underway on the 16th of February. So make sure you've got your DAB radio set up for that one if you're listening in bed, or of course get your smart speaker or the TalkSport app lined up and ready to go. It's nice and easy actually, the TalkSport app. You simply swipe left or right between TalkSport and TalkSport 2. If you haven't got it already, then you probably need it for this weekend, because there's basically wall-to-wall live sport coming your way. If you can think of a live sporting event, chances are it's probably happening on TalkSport or TalkSport 2. Right, Nortje is coming back into the attack for his 7th over. 1 for 49 he's got so far. Joss Butler's just backed away because someone was moving behind the bowler's arm, so Nortje will go back to the end of his mark. And in he charges. Oh, and he's lost control of the ball. And it's called dead ball. Umpire Yele. Joss Butler actually very handy little bit of footwork. Put his foot down and flicks it up into his hands. And sometimes, as you gather, you can catch your finger in your pocket, but he actually, the front arm knocks the ball out of his hand as he goes up into his action.
I just wonder if he was trying to go for the slower ball and trying to change it as he was going up and trying to change it in his fingers.
Well, nothing done, so let's have another go. Butler pushes into the offside. Cover sweeper will come in. Parnell, single taken. 233 for 5. 66 from 83 is the equation. Whose position would you rather be in then, boys? David?
England. I think this is where the game can kind of break open for England or SA really. I think if Nokia can come and strike twice, I think it's game on. But in the same token, because he bowls pretty quick and like any width, I think England can score quite quickly. So if he bowls 3 overs here, 0 for 20, I think England win comfortably. So I think it's almost like a make or break in the next 5 overs.
Still to come for England. David Willey would be next in. Sam Curran just taps this one on the head down to Shamsi at short third man. They take a single. Then it'd be Rashid and Ollie Stone. 234 for 5.
Yeah, England for me. Even if they get Butler out, I think if they get Butler out here, it's game on. But I still think Sam Curran, David Willey, Jofra Archer, Adil Rashid and Ollie Stone, I think 65 off 80 balls gets them, still back them to get over the line. Butler wicket is key. Get him within the next sort of 15 runs. South Africa might have a sniff. Joss is in for another 20 or 30 runs and it's game over.
Nokia in fast straight in towards off stump. Pushing back down the pitch straight is Butler, but the bowler will field in his follow through and denies any particular run on that occasion. 65 from 81. Bloemfontein now completely dark. The sun has gone. We are under floodlights. All 4 shadows very visible from players, umpires as well. And the scoreboard, bright lights, very, very visible. It's been a warm day, nice evening. Nokia is in, and Jos Buttler is beaten outside of off stump, and immediately is cross with himself because that was, by Jos Butler's standards, a bit of a waft. He wasn't impressed with himself there.
It didn't go through as well, and I think that might. Obviously, the ball's getting older. Just sitting in the pitch, it was a seam up delivery by Hendrik Nokia. It just didn't bounce as much as Jos was probably thinking. So it did look as though it was an average waft, but again, that's another sort of conundrum England's got to overcome. Try and get the runs as quickly as they can.
Nokia, that's an edge. That is Butler caught behind. Nokia has his second. Now then, it is game on. The England captain just nibbled at that one through to Quentin de Kock. England 234 for 6 with 1 ball of the 37th over to go, and Jos Buttler is taking off his gloves and walking back to the pavilion.
Yeah, it was a beautiful delivery, seam up. See the expression on Hendrik Nokia's face. He knows, his teammate knows that was a massive wicket in the context of this game. Jos Buttler goes. He's faced 42 deliveries for his 36, trying to hold England together. But when you need something, you've got a mystery spinner, you've got a fast bowler, and you just hope that at the right time they can come to the party. And Nokia has for Themba Bavuma and the South African crowd, because still think that it is England's to lose from here. But they've got an end opening for me.
Well, David, this is massive. I mean, the last hour has gone all South Africa's way. As I mentioned, at 20 overs, England are 147 for 1. They are literally halfway there with 30 overs to go. South Africa have done a massive, massive job.
Yeah, I think so. I think now's a massive part in the game where like South Africa have almost forced a Willie or a Curran needing a 50 or a decent score. I think with Butler gone, it puts a lot of pressure on these two guys. Obviously, Rashid can still bat. He's got loads of first-class hundreds. But I know I'm quite biased in I like the Proteas, but I'm almost changing sides. I'd rather be in South Africa's shoes right now.
David, don't apologise. That's why you're here.
Yeah, it's all right. You change your shoes, not a problem. I think in the context of what's happened in the last hour is Mangala's bowled straight. He's bowled good areas, and he's basically said, right, on a surface which the ball's sitting in, you're going to have to take risks to score quickly. England haven't scored quickly. They've knocked it about. He's got 3 for 27 off his 7. and that gives the ability to Nokia to run in and bowl fast, to try and get 2 or 3 overs where make something happen, and he's certainly done that in that last delivery.
David Willey to take strike from Nokia. Quick outside of off stump. Willey has nothing to do with it and is through to the keeper, Quentin de Kock. That is 37 overs complete. There are 13 to go. The target 299, 234 for 6 England here on TalkSport 2. A reminder, plenty more live sport this evening. Once we're done and dusted, Gallagher Premiership Rugby Union action coming your way. Sale Sharks taking on Bath in the Premiership this evening. That is following us over on TalkSport. The FA Cup weekend starts. There are 9 commentaries from the FA Cup this weekend across TalkSport and TalkSport 2. Arsenal Manchester City is kicking things off on TalkSport. They will start the build-up to that one in about 40 minutes' time. So plenty of games coming your way. Choose your listening on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. Mangala is going to bowl his 8th over. Oh, and Sam Curran. My goodness. You know he's a talented cricketer, but he's just stood, delivered, and with the cleanest swing of the bat, puts Mangala back over his head and over long off for 6. As you like, 240 for 6.
It's just such a strong base. He sets himself. I think Sam has got a great bat swing already, so he just has a strong base and then just a good swing of the bat and bang, 6.
It's probably the fullest Mangala's bowled in the last 3 or 4 overs. He's kept that meticulous length of in and around that off stump. You know, not giving the batsman width, making the batsman hit the ball off a good length and off a good line. And that one there, Mangala, he's just over pitched it. Sam Curran didn't disappoint.
11 from 10 for Curran. He feints to back away, gives himself a little bit of room, pushes to Bavuma's right at mid-off and takes a single. 241 for 6, 58 from 76, the equation for England.
So the last 2 balls is telling me that Sam Curran is not looking to take this into the last over. He's not. He's looking as though, right, no matter that there's wickets going around me, I'm still got my game plan. I've still got the way I'm thinking. My thought process hasn't changed. It's in my scoring arc. I'm going to try and hit it. And that is a refreshing way to play from a young man.
Willey on strike. Oh, he's hammered that through mid-off for 4. Bavuma only had to make about 3 steps to his right, and he made 2 of them as the ball disappeared. That was absolutely smashed by David Willey. He's underway with a boundary 4, 245 for 6.
Well, because David Willey stays leg side of the ball anyway, he creates natural width. But that there was just a wide half volley. And took Mangala up when Nokia got the wicket. Partnership from both ends, keeping it tight. Probably the worst 3 balls that Mangala's bowled so far in this 7.3 overs. He's gone for 6, 1 and a 4.
Ball number 4. Willey's dropping this into the offside. There's no run there as Markram comes in and gathers up.
It almost looks really tough to score when you hit that back of the length, but as soon as he's been full and floaty, it just looks like it's an easy swing. So if I was Mangala, I'd bring my length back just a touch and make them hit me off that length.
Yeah, into the wicket.
Yeah, as a batsman, from a bowler's point of view, you want the batsman to hit sort of cross bat shots rather than straight bat shots.
54 from 74, the equation. Willey tries to pull, but that one bounces and gets too big. Misses it, goes through to the keeper, Quentin de Kock. No run, 54 from 73.
And that one there, just a little bit of inconsistency. The ball has bounced from that was a short ball, but it's just bounced and climbed on David Willey. Anything of a good length, that 6 metre length and a little bit shorter, seems to be inconsistent coming off the surface. But if you give the batsman the sort of 4 metre length and a 3.5 metre length, which is a chance to get the bat straight and hit through the line of the ball, it seems a lot easier on this wicket because there's not much behind the ball.
Mangala comes in for the final ball of this over. Willey whips it around through the leg side and will beat the field. It goes away for 4. Well, a real mixed bag of an over from Mangala there. 6-1-4 to start the over, then 2 dot balls and a boundary 4 to finish. So 15 in total. England at 249 for 6 and 50 are required from the next 72 balls here on TalkSport 2.
can I change my team again?
And just watching David Willey and Sam Curran come there together, and you read David Willey's lips as the camera panned on to him, and he said to Sam Curran, inconsistency off the wicket. And you can see he said inconsistency off the wicket, and that's what we've been saying, that if you bowl in and around that sort of 6 metre length, it's very difficult to get the ball away unless you go really short and it sits in. You go that little bit fuller and it's just floating.
Well, it won't float from Nortje. It's quick and in and around off stump, and Sam Curran shuffles right the way across his stump, so you can see all three, and then he tucks it through square leg, and they take a single, and that brings up England's 250. 49 more needed from 71 balls is the equation.
Be a decent atmosphere at the game. Looks as though they've had a few in. I think that was the concern, that the SA20 is taking all the crowds up, but there seems to have been a decent crowd in, both from local, from South Africa, and from the Barmy Army and other touring party groups in England, so that's been very, very good to see.
Nortje around the wicket. Willie's a bit cramped up and can only push this one back down the pitch to the bowler. No run. 49 from 70. Well, game number 2 is in Bloemfontein, and then Wednesday's final game up in Kimberley. The big hole and all that. When your major tourist attraction is a hole in the ground, it probably tells you all you need to know.
Hot hole in the ground, though.
Well, it's a very hot hole in the ground.
Yeah, there's not much to do in Kimberley.
Nortje is in, it's full, takes Willie on the pad. Quinton de Kock is far more interested in that as an LBW shout than anybody else. And I think he's quickly been talked out about that.
I think he hit it.
Yeah, I think that might be the reason.
There wasn't much going for that one.
He didn't hit it, actually. He hit his pad, but the ball was going so far down the leg side, it would have genuinely needed another set.
It's missing by miles.
Yeah. Good to see we haven't wasted the third umpire's time too much today. Been very few reviews.
Game's been going on long enough, to be honest.
I know, that's the bit I can't work out. Willie plays to Rabada at mid-on as it's pitched up by Nortje. We started at 11 o'clock, wasn't it, UK time? It's now 25 past 6 almost UK time, and they're still at, well, theoretically with 11 overs after this one. That's a good 50 minutes. How has this game taken this long? There've been no stoppages.
Very few extras as well. Not many wides, few no balls.
It's just been a slow game. Nortje around the wicket. Oh, Willie's got underneath this one. He's spliced it up. Who's going to get underneath and take it? Catch has been taken, and England have lost their 7th. David Willey goes for 8. 250 for 7. Tried to take on the short ball from Nortje, and he's caught at cover. He walks off shaking his head. Well, this game is properly in the balance. It was too quick for David Willey. He spooned it up in the air. He knew straight away as soon as he'd made contact. The bat is almost horizontal to the ground. It's just spooned up in the air. It could only go one way. Miller takes the catch. Game properly on here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, game on, and David Bellingham has just changed his shoes for the 45th time of which team he thinks is going to win. And it probably is now in South Africa's hands to win. David Willey's gone for the crossbat shot. We talked about how difficult the crossbat shot was on this surface. Inconsistency and bounce. That one skidded onto him a little bit more. Not too much the pitch, but pace, an extra yard of pace is huge. 144 kilometres an hour is quick. And if you get it in the right direction, it's very, very difficult to pull. Good height, good direction. Unfortunately, with David Willey's stance, the way he bats anywhere, which is always leg side, he's leaning back and the ball is just spooned up in the air to extra cover. An easy catch for David Miller, and it very much is now South Africa's to lose.
Well, the people joining us on TalkSport are probably hearing those words from Steve Harmons and going, hang on a minute, what's gone on here? Because all day you've been saying England have been fabulous. They did a great job restricting South Africa to 298 for 7. And when they're 147 for 1 after 20 overs, it looked like an absolute walk in the park. But the last hour and a half or so, has completely changed around. The South Africa have taken wickets regularly, and now Adil Rashid walks in at number 9 with England 250 for 7, 49 away from victory, but with only 3 wickets standing. A slip in place. Nortje, tear-away fast bowler, goes in. Outside half of Rashid's bat. Will go down to third man. He's underway with a single. End of 39 overs. 251 for 7. Jason Roy, the top scorer for England so far, with 113. David Malan, 59. Then it's Joss Buttler with 36, but Duckett for 3. Brook, no score. Moeen, 11, and now Willie, 8. There's been a bit of a lack of runs from that middle order, Steve Harmison.
Yeah, lack of runs. Good bowling though as well. Good bowling from Henrik Nortje. Good captaincy from Temba Bavuma. Seizing the moment, understanding that the Buttler wicket was huge. Can we get Buttler out? And if we do, we've got a chance of winning the game. And not only did they get Buttler out, they've slowed Sam Curran down. They've got David Willey with a short ball, and now you look at Sam Curran, Adil Rashid, even Jofra Archer can hold a bat, and so can Ollie Stone. If they bat 11 overs, they can still win the game. They still win the game for me. But it's obviously they're running slowly but surely out of wickets. Sam Curran's obviously the massive wicket now for England. Temba Bavuma, he's turned to his best bowler, one of the best bowlers in the world, and that's Kagiso Rabada. I don't think he had a great first spell, hugely impressive second spell, and then now need him to bowl 2 very, very good overs at the end.
Yeah, he's got 2 to go. Rashid will be in solidly behind this first ball, out on the offside, no run. 1 for 39 so far from Rabada. He's almost actually jogging back to the end of his mark. I wonder if they're starting to think there's a bit of a problem time-wise here, or is he just trying to get himself loose? Oh, it's a no ball. It's a no ball, which means the next delivery is a free hit. So you can't be out other than run out. Adil Rashid has the ability to strike a very good ball, and he hits it to funny areas. Where's he going? He's going to the leg side. It's up in the air. It won't be caught. That's brilliantly fielded by Parnell. He could have easily taken the catch, elected not to, and takes it on the half volley. And the crowd are going absolutely crackers because they've not clocked. It's a no ball in there for a free hit. And they're all going, why have you not tried to take the catch, Wayne Parnell? And that is the one thing I would say. Do you remember the games in India when they have the police siren goes off for the no ball?
Yeah, the ice cream siren.
Yeah, the ice cream. World cricket needs to introduce that. The people in the ground didn't know that was a no ball.
Neither did I. I was like, why is he not catching that? But why did he take it on the half volley?
No, exactly. Take the catch. Rabada goes in. Next delivery, it's run down to third man by Sam Curran. Single taken. 254 for 7. So 45 from 64 the equation.
Surely the safest way of taking it is to take 3 steps back, allow it to bounce into midriff, rather than taking it on the half volley. Seems the hardest option. He would have been better off diving and trying to take the catch.
Just styling it out, wasn't he? That's what he was doing.
He got absolutely slated by the crowd as well. Look there.
Rashid is in behind this one, pushing back to the bowler. And indeed, the TV company are still showing replays of basically an 8-year-old giving Wayne Parnell dog's abuse.
What the hell are you doing? Yeah,
yes.
Basically, yeah.
Now they genuinely didn't know.
One South African fan berating Wayne Parnell, and then an English fan laughing at him because England fan knew what was going on.
Rabada goes in. Rashid, there's nothing he can do with that. He can just play it defensively. Miller will come in and gather up the ball, and it's now 45 from 62.
But that's fine. Kagiso Rabada is your best bowler. If he bowls, even if he bowls, another 8 dot balls, it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things from an England point of view. If England are still there at the 50th over, chance of winning the game.
Rabada is in. Rashid tries to turn it on the leg side, gets in a little bit of a tangle. They'll take 1 down to Nortje at long leg, and that is all it will be. So Rashid goes to 3, 255 for 7, 44 needed from 61.
But I'm with you too when it comes to the free hit and the no ball. The noise that it was like the ice cream van, wasn't it? And it's like Goffey's eyes lighting up every time there was a no ball, thinking he was going to get a 99 with the flake in it. But when you see that first ball, Mickey was saying earlier before discipline.
Oh, Sam Curran gets one to lift from Rabada, and he was just fending it off. It goes to, well, pretty much where Leg Gully would be. But of course there isn't one at this stage of a one-day international, so they're able to take a single, and that is 40 overs gone, 256 for 7, 299 the target. Boys, carry on with some thoughts. I'm getting out of the way because John Norman's coming.
We were just talking about the no ball off the first ball, the way a lot of the bowlers started their first over. It was a freebie, and the ill discipline. If South Africa don't get over the line and win this game, David, they can look at small little margins, and that small little margins is some of the ill discipline from the bowlers in their first few balls of a spell where they've not been right on it, and given too many boundaries away, or ill discipline like a no ball.
Yeah, I agree. I think that last ball is a perfect indication of almost where you should bowl. It's like almost hit the pitch and almost bounced, and a couple have been of the same length and almost skidded.
Round the wickets at Norkia, and that's Sam Curran, who essentially backs so far towards square leg that he'll almost be sitting in the umpire's lap. He misses it, and I think if Norkia had aimed at the stumps, it would have been difficult to get that away. And Quinton de Kock seems to have been dealt a pretty painful rap on the finger as well. So all going on. Essentially it was a dot ball, but here we are.
I think he's in trouble here. That's hit him flush on top of basically on top of the thumb.
It was essentially it was a Yorker from Norkia. It's actually a full toss, I think. It was wide. Miss off stump by a good couple of inches. In again, this is straighter. Thick outside edge flies down to third, where it's fielded by Shamsi. A little stumble. But essentially, guys, we've got a match on here. And if South Africa are to win, they need to bowl England out.
I think if I'm England at the moment, I've seen Norkia's got 2 more overs left, Rabada's got 1 over left, so I'd try be risk averse when it comes to batting against them, and then almost target the let's say the Magalas, who's actually bowled quite well, but let's say
over the wicket is Norkia, but he aborts halfway through his leap. Rashid facing.
And then maybe targeting a Parnell who's still got quite a few overs left, and they might have to bowl spinner as well. So almost just seeing out Norkia and Rabada, who's probably been the best bowlers, and then maybe targeting the less experienced Magala and Parnell.
So from a South Africa perspective, it's now or never, essentially. England can afford to just sit back for a couple of overs, and that is exactly what Rashid has done there. Fired in by Norkia, who's proving to be the difference again. 3 for 54 from his 8 overs. There's a defensive and watchful from Adil Rashid. He hasn't batted a great deal in the last few months. In a handful of T20 innings lower down the order, only 1 score in double figures. And he's coming out here and he's facing a guy that's bowling in excess of 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, he is. But Adil Rashid can hold a bat. He knows which end to hold it.
Inside edge, and somehow Adil Rashid has managed to play this down into the turf and has bisected wickets and that first slip. I think it was Quinton de Kock actually who got across to the right hand side and deflected the ball past first slip, and Rashid will come back for 259 for 7. England need 40 runs to win, and they've got 57 balls to get them in.
Yeah, and Bavuma's telling you that this is the key period because he's gone with a slip for Norkia. He knows that he's got 1 over left after this one. Rabada's into what will be his last over if he bowls the next one. So Temba Bavuma knows it's now or never.
High knees on the ball is Rashid, and he has been caught at first slip. The ball looping up and has been caught, and South Africa have claimed the 8th wicket. Rashid hasn't seen Norkia out, but wait, what's this? Well, the cheers in the crowd from the South Africans have been replaced by the cheers in the crowd by the English, because Norkia has just bowled a no ball, and it won't be a wicket. Instead, it's going to be a free hit.
Well, I'm thinking that's game over, and probably it is. It possibly could be now from an England point of view. That's a miles over the line. That's a long way over the line. That's a bowler striving to win the game for his team. He's doing everything he possibly can to get every ounce of pace into the ball off the wicket to try and intimidate and get at the bouncer at Adil Rashid, and unfortunately he's overstepped.
Look here again, Rashid deep in his crease, heaves this through the leg side. There's a chase onto the deep mid-wicket boundary, and those cheers again from the English. Rabada can't drag the ball in, and that's 4 runs to the score. Rashid was on the way back, but he's still there. He's 5 not out, 9 not out, and England 264 for 7.
Where are South Africa now? You know, where are they now? They've come from running in from the boundary. Fine leg, third, deep point, deep square, running in, charging in, high-fiving Henrik Nokia. He's just won the game for South Africa. And within literally seconds.
Last ball of the 9th over from Nokia, evaded by Rashid. He's happy to see that one through and this one off. And that's a huge over in the match, possibly the series. David Bedingham and Steve Harmison, you both played in teams that are used to winning and teams that are used to losing. And it's how you recover, and if you can recover, you're going to have to do it quickly.
That's where I'm going on the sort of the mentality of where South African cricket is at the minute in their 50 over side, in their shortest format side. You know, within seconds that game's completely gone and done a 360 because the emotions of South African players running in, applauding on Rick Nokia, to then literally seconds later the ball free hit going for 4, costing them all of 6 runs, and Adil Rashid still there. Slump of the shoulders now from South Africa tells its own tale.
A reminder that England will travel to India in October as World Cup winners. Will South Africa travel there at all?
I hope so.
Well, I think we all hope so, don't we? I mean, that's what World Cups are all about. Well, Jared's shaking his head. I don't think I'd be that bothered if Australia didn't make it either, in fairness. Rabada is in, and Sam Curran has come very close to chopping that onto his own stumps. If you're listening to TalkSport Cricket, welcome. Thanks for doing so. As afternoon turns into evening in the UK, reminded that there is more live and exclusive cricket, international cricket coming up, as every ball of England's 2-test series in New Zealand gets underway on the 16th of February, and there are a myriad ways of listening to international cricket on TalkSport 2. Rabada again, this is on leg stump, and Sam Curran almost falls over as he gets back down on ball. Van der Dussen comes in off the boundary on the leg side, just a single. You might be listening to us on DAB, digital radio, possibly online, or maybe via your smart speaker. There is, of course, a free TalkSport app, which you get in. Swipe left for TalkSport 2. What a pivotal moment in the match we've just seen, as Rabada steams in, but Rashid comfortable to play. Rabada on the back foot, guide the ball down to third. And get in touch with us as well at cricket_TS or at TalkSport 2. We will and do read everything, good and bad. Jared Kimber, good and bad. Right, there we are. 33 needed for 51 as Rabada bangs another one in short. Sam Curran aborts halfway through the shot. He's 17, Rashid 10, and still kind of reeling from that big moment in the last over. Nokia thinking he picked up the 4th wicket. Rashid on his way back after a leading edge was caught at first slip, but not to be. Rashid is still there. And Rabada is 2 balls away from being bowled out. Make that 1 as Sam Curran ducks another bouncer. And England are playing exactly as you two suggested they would do.
Yeah, and you just look at it, if you think it the other way, Adil Rashid's gone, Sam Curran's batting with Jofra Archer, they're 8 down. Rabada's got 1 over left, Nokia's got 1 over left. You think picking one wicket up in them 2 overs, and that should be game over, but
here is Sam Curran for that final delivery. Could you believe it? Can you believe it? Instead of watching it go past, Sam Curran has fished. He's got the edge as Rabada, and Sam Curran has got to walk off the field. There won't be a no ball to save England this time. It's the English with their heads in their hands. Curran's got to go. England are 8 down, and South Africa once again believe.
Yeah, I think again it's a back of length. Yeah, he's got width, but it's again that back of a length, and sometimes it skids, sometimes it bounces. Now one almost skid through, and he nicked it straight to the keeper.
Wow, this game has changed again. It's a mini classic.
It is, and Nokia's got 1 over left. He's at Rashid. He's got 1 over left, because I still think now with Rabada gone and that's it, he's finished his 10. Nokia 1 over left. Once he's finished his 10, you'd still back England against the rest of the bowlers to get themselves over the line, because of there's no real danger in the other bowlers. The other bowler good lines, good lengths. Shamsi hasn't bowled that well. Parnell will not be swinging it. Mangala's not the quickest with the older ball. He's more skiddier. From that point of view, the eggs in one, Tumba Bavuma's eggs were all in Rabada, in Nokia's basket, and boy have they delivered. Big over in this game. If England can get through this over, still believe they've got a chance. If Nokia picks a wicket up and gets rid of either Rashid or Archer in this over, and I think David Bedingham will have changed his allegiance for the 46th time in this contest, and South Africa could be the ones that get over the line in a much needed win.
I think it just shows you what a match winner Nokia is. He came in when I think England were cruising with 5 down, and he's literally broken the game open.
Nokia it is in, angling in on those pads, but that's relatively comfortably played. A slight misfield. Rashid comes through. Lots of talk about the returning Jofra Archer before this match. Proven match winner, World Cup winner, but will he have to win the match with the bat in hand rather than the ball?
Yeah, we were hoping 8 overs 3 for 30, not 25 not out of 25 balls.
And the strange thing is that target has always, right up until the moment Sam Curran was dismissed to the final ball of the 41st over, it's always seemed well within England's grasp until that moment, and suddenly 32 runs seems like quite some distance away. 32 needed from 47. Nokia again, and Archer trying to come forward, manages to do so, plays defensively. They're going to see this one out, surely.
You've got to see this over out, and then Archer can bat. We know Jofra Archer, he can bat. I'm not sure on the Ollie Stone, but Jofra Archer can bat. Rashid will steer there. It's a huge over in this game, because I still think if they can get through this over, England still stand a chance with what South Africa have got left to bowl.
Nokia again. He is steaming in, and once again defensively played by Archer, deep in his crease, wristily so. He hasn't played cricket for England the best part of 18 months. He's only just returned to competitive cricket in the last few weeks or so, and now he's been tasked with winning a game of international cricket for England with the bat. At the other end, Adil Rashid has already been given 1 life, but the game within the game is who bowls after Nokia. He's got 3 balls left, 2 wickets to go, and he beats Archer. That's a lifting short delivery which whistles past the outside edge. Extravagantly played by Archer in defence. 2 balls to go in the over.
I think if I'm Nokia now, pushing back 3 balls in a row, I'm going toes now and just trying to hit those stumps. I think if any normal batsman, I think they're hanging back. So if I'm Nokia, I'm trying to hit the base of the stumps.
Well, let's see. He's a fast bowler himself, Archer, so he knows the tricks as Nokia's in. Again, he's short, leading edge, and he's been caught at points. Nokia celebrates, possibly a little look to the umpire as well. There's no reprieve for Jofra Archer though. He's been beaten all ends up, possibly hanging back waiting for that full delivery. It wasn't full, and it's taken the edge. The catch has been pocketed, and England are now 9 down.
What an hour it's been for South Africa, and the way South Africa have needed their fast bowlers to turn up. boy, they have. Kagisa Rabada and Henrik Nokia have put a spell together in the last 45 minutes that have completely turned the direction of this game. 4 wickets now for Henrik Nokia, and then surely he's got the game sewn up for South Africa. Temba Bavuma asked him to make a difference. He gets Jos Buttler, and he's now got Jofra Archer for naught of 4 balls. And that 299 target looks a long, long way away.
It just shows you what raw pace does. I think, and that's why they go for the big bucks, because they just break open games and win teams' games. So I think it was a masterstroke from Temba bringing back Nokia and Rabada basically at the same time to just try break open the game, and they have.
Well, we said it was all or nothing for South Africa. They kept the big men on, and it has paid off. They're through to the last pairing now. Adil Rashid is still there, 11 from 13. But Jofra Archer is having to walk away from the field. Like Harry Brook before him, he hasn't registered a score. And I tell you what, from 146 without loss to 267 for 9. What a journey this has been. Ollie Stone, the number 11 bat. Can Henrik Nokia wrap it up here? Live on TalkSport 2, he's in now, short, and it's seen off. He lives to fight another day, does Ollie Stone. So do England, but credit where credit's due. What a spell of fast bowling from Henrik Nokia. He's done it again against England, 4 for 62. England still 32 runs away, 42 balls to get them in. And what a match we've brought you here, live and exclusively on TalkSport 2. Steve Harmison and David Bedingham making way. And Darren Goff and Mickey Arthur in the big seats. Gentlemen, well, when you did your last stint, did you really expect to be A, coming back, and B, coming back to a scoreline which has South Africa firmly in the ascendancy?
Absolutely not. I think the whole day we were talking about it only being par.
Magala in as a swing of the bat from Rashid. Going to be going for the boundaries now. It's not going to be about singles. Scampers back for the second run as well. Wasn't in full control of that shot though. Another 2 runs to the score. 268 for 9 England.
We were talking about the score only probably being par at best. South Africa's at 146, I think, without loss. Jason Roy going great guns. It was all England, and then the fast bowlers of South Africa have been different gravy. They've been exceptionally good.
Absolutely brilliant, but it's Magala now who's in, and Adil Rashid, well, I'm surprised he stayed on his feet.
Do you know what I think as well? I think I talked about it in the last stint, but with the lights coming on, I think the ball has just skidded on. Now, it normally helps the batters when it skids on, right? But when you have got 3 guys who can bowl nearly 90 miles an hour, one does, with Nokia, Rabada and Magala, it's brought them back into the game.
Magala again coming in now, he's past the umpire again, a little bit of width on good length, crunched to shortish cover, no run. If England are going to get there, they're going to have to get there through Adil Rashid. 269 for England here on TalkSport 2. They need 30 runs from 39 deliveries, but South Africa have bowled Rabada and Nokia out.
They have. I agree with you, Goffy. The pace bowlers on a wicket that has just simmered have been exceptionally good and bowled with
Short
pace.
again, this time Rashid comfortable on the pull, just pick up a run.
Those quick bowlers, again, once the lights have come on and the wicket just seems to have sort of skidded on, there's probably got a little bit of moisture on it, has certainly aided the pace, and South Africa have used it exceptionally well.
But for all the talk of the pace, it's actually Magala, isn't it, who has been a point of difference early on in the piece. So there's 2 quick wickets, England losing 3 wickets to 6 runs, 2 of them going the way of Magala. You know, the headline is always about the Norkias of this world and Rabada, of course, but tell you what, Magala is going to be able to walk back into that dressing room with his chest out, and he's in again, right arm over the wicket. This is on the stumps, There's a huge shout for a leg before, but a thick inside edge onto the pads of Ollie Stone, whose heart must be absolutely racing right now.
Well, it will be. Like I said, the only positive for him is that Rabada and Nokia have finished. Megala's got pace, but not the pace of Rabada and Nokia. So, but there's still a little bit of zip there, and we talked about the lights coming on. There's been a little bit of seam movement. We had a big inside edge there actually from Ollie Stone off Megala. So, no matter where it was going, he hit it. But he'll be a little bit nervous.
One ball left of the over, and again it's dug in. Heavy ball by Megala, and I don't think South Africa will mind too much that Ollie Stone has managed to get off the mark with a little clip, and will face the first ball of the next over. Who that will be bowled by?
Well, they've got to go down the route of Parnell, haven't they? They've got to bowl England now. So I think Bavuma has captained the side very, very well. He's kept his bowlers on, used the seamers really well. He's had a slip in place. He's managed it well so far. He's got to go for everything. He's got to go with the seam and got to go with Parnell. They're the ones who have made the difference here.
I agree with you. I would certainly go for Parnell. Shamsi, it looks like it's going to be Shamsi actually. Wrist spin to the tail, maybe, but it hasn't been Shamsi's day. I would have gone Parnell. I agree with you, Goff.
It always seems to be the spinner in a test match, doesn't it? You know the old cliche, toss it up outside over the eye line, the tail ender's eyes light up, they go for the big heave-ho. They've got a few runs to play with as well here.
I think what might have changed it though is that Stone's on strike. I think if Rashid would have been in strike, they might have gone Parnell. But he's got to think on his feet, and I think he's captained the side really, really well tonight.
Yeah, you don't feel this is a defensive move from Temba Bavuma. Shamsi's in, and Stone watchful as this ball is outside off stump. No run. 28 needed from 36.
Yeah, definitely not a defensive move. He's gone for a strike bowler. I just think with the little bit of moisture, the lights on Parnell was probably your bet at that point in time.
This is straight, it's shipped up to the bowler, and it's gone straight back to Shamsi. And there's shades of Imran Tahir with the celebration as Shamsi races off to the crowd, throws the ball in the air, and he is surrounded by his teammates, and the very first person to jump on his back and give him the bear hug is his skipper. It's Temba Bavuma, who is always under the microscope, and while his batting may have flattered to deceive again, his captaincy hasn't. Credit to the skipper, credit to the South Africans, and credit to Shamsi. They have pulled off a heist in Bloemfontein. They have beaten England, they've taken the 10th wicket, and they have won the first ODI, beating England by 27 runs.
Well, what do we know? Brings the spinner into the attack, bowling at Ollie Stone, the number 11. He tosses it up, it's a leading edge, straight back into the safe and second time round of Tabraiz Shamsi. That's a wonderful, wonderful comeback for South Africa. His pace bowlers have been outstanding. Nokia, Rabada, Megala, who started the breakthrough, but it's that man, Tabraiz Shamsi, who finishes it off for South Africa to defeat England in the first ODI at Bloemfontein. Fantastic performance, straightish delivery, turned into the right-hander, leading edge, and he juggled with it, Shamsi, but he runs away on his usual celebration. Apparently he'd stopped these celebrations after nearly tearing an hammy in the SA20, but the delight, he can't stop himself. A great victory in Bloemfontein.
That was an unbelievable victory. Let's not forget Rassie van der Dussen, who was outstanding with the bat. I thought he was superb, and an all-round very good bowling display after the first 15 overs of the innings, I would have said.
Wow, breathless stuff here in the commentary box. What a game we brought to you here on Talk Sport at 2, the first of 3 ODIs, and it's South Africa who have somehow conjured up a victory. And when you consider the experience of the likes of Mickey Arthur and Darren Goff, Steve Harmson, Mark Butcher and the like, very few gave them a prayer at the halfway stage, but they have roared back to win, and their World Cup hopes are still alive.